Chapter 922. The novel will be updated faster. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find on the internet. By the time Gu Jiao returned to Jade Water Alley, it was already 2 hours later. Since she was putting on an act, she really did buy something, a few sticks of Tonghulu. She carried the candied haws to the door of her house. She was surprised to hear a conversation in a low voice coming from the alley. "Go in." It was little Jing Kong's voice. "I don't dare." It was a young man's voice. Gu Jiao thought it was a little familiar, but she didn't immediately remember. Little Jing Kong sighed like an old man. "You have to face up to your mistakes." The young man said hesitantly, "But my hair hasn't grown out yet." "Jiao Jiao, you're back. Why are you so late?" Old Lady Zhou came out of Auntie Sun's house and saw Gu Jiao carrying the candied haws. The conversation in the alley stopped abruptly, followed by the sound of fleeing footsteps. The young man had left. "I want to buy some candied haws." Gu Jiao bent down, took a stick of candied haws, and handed it to Old Lady Zhou's grandson. The grandson looked up at his grandmother with longing in his eyes. Old Lady Zhou felt embarrassed, so Gu Jiao said, "Take it. Xiaobao will come and play with you tomorrow." Hearing Gu Jiao's words, Old Lady Zhou smiled and accepted the candied haws. She let the grandson thank her and accept it. After Gu Jiao said goodbye to Old Lady Zhou, little Jing Kong happened to come out of the alley. "Jiao Jiao." He jumped in front of Gu Jiao and gave her a hug. He was obviously more than 6 years old, but he still looked like a 5-year-old. It was easy for him to act cute. When he saw the candied haws in Gu Jiao's hand, he blinked his big eyes. "Wow. Jiao Jiao, you went to buy candied haws." Gu Jiao had to say yes. Otherwise, he would be jealous if she told him that she was going on a date with his bad brother-in-law. "Are you going to school tomorrow?" Gu Jiao asked. "It's a holiday tomorrow," little Jing Kong said. "It's okay to sleep a little later." Gu Jiao asked him to pick a stick of candied haws. He picked the second biggest one and left the biggest one for Gu Xiaobao. It was a good opportunity to boost his younger brother's strength. Gu Jiao held his hand and walked home. "By the way, who were you talking to just now?" Little Jing Kong held Gu Jiao's hand with one hand and licked the candied hawthorn with the other. He said, "Brother Qinglin." "Gu Qinglin?" Gu Jiao remembered this person. He was the youngest son who was raised the most by concubine Ling. He always thought that it was Madame Yao who killed his mother, so he always bullied Gu Yan. Later, he was ruthlessly stabbed by concubine Ling, who he trusted and was closest to. Since then he was disheartened and wanted to become a monk. When little Jing Kong was halfway through shaving his head, the old duke came back. He tucked his tail between his legs and went back to the mortal world. I remember that his hair has grown out." Gu Qingfeng bought a lot of hair growth agents from her. Little Jing Kong said, originally it had grown out. But during the new year he played with firecrackers and blew up his hair. Gu Jiao hit the nail on the head and asked, "Did he play with firecrackers or your black fire pearl?" Little Jing Kong blinked, "My black fire pearl." "Gu Jiao," little Jing Kong said innocently, "but I fixed it. I saw that his hair was messed up by the explosion, so I shaved it for him again. And then it didn't grow anymore." Little Jing Kong licked a mouthful of sugar-coated haws. "Oh. I suddenly remembered that I haven't fed little Jiao yet. I'll go feed little Jiao now." After saying that, he raised his head and looked at Gu Jiao cutely. "Jiao Jiao, you're so beautiful today. I can't extricate myself from your beauty. My heart is bursting with joy." Gu Jiao, "Well, little Jing Bao's sweet words have solved the case." "Wait." Gu Jiao stopped little Jing Kong, who was running into the house. Little Jing Kong rolled his eyes and turned around with a smile. "Jiao Jiao, is there anything else?" See, how could she lose her temper in front of such a well-behaved, cute and sensible child? Gu Jiao thought for a while and asked, "What is he doing here today?" The next day Gu Changqing and Gu Qingfeng got up early. Last night, Gu Qingfeng had returned home too late. Gu Changqing had already gone to bed. He had only confirmed the marriage that Yuan Tong had mentioned with his elder brother this morning. "Elder brother, are you really going to marry the daughter of the Yuan family?" he asked Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing had just finished the horse stance. His handsome face was dripping with sweat. He took the handkerchief from the servant, wiped the sweat on his forehead and neck and said, "What's wrong? Do you have a problem with it?" Gu Qingfeng snorted, "What problem can I have? I'm not your father." Gu Changqing looked at him coldly. He shrank his neck, smiled awkwardly and changed the topic. "Elder brother, didn't we agree to go to Clearwater Alley today? That girl has been resting for 2 days. In other words, they could come and disturb them now." Gu Changqing raised his eyebrows and said proudly, I saw Jiao Jiao yesterday. Gu Chengfeng glared. What? Didn't we say we were going today? You actually went behind my back, Gu Changqing said. Who told grandfather to call you to go to the palace and you didn't go? When grandfather and I came back from the palace, we ran into her visiting Duke Anghua. Gu Chengfeng felt like he had missed out on 100 million yuan. Especially when his elder brother was showing off. Really? Elder brother, why are you so childish? Gu Changqing glanced at his younger brother and walked away proudly. Gu Chengfeng gritted his teeth and returned to his own courtyard. As he was packing up, Gu Qinglin came over. Why are you up so early today? Are you going to school? He asked. Gu Qinglin scratched his head. It's a holiday today. Oh, then Gu Yan is also on holiday. As he spoke, he opened the cabinet door and stuffed an extra box into his bag. I don't know if the Imperial College will let it in. It will, Gu Qinglin said. Gu Chengfeng forgot to ask how he knew and stuffed another box into his bag. I'll go out with elder brother later. You stay at home and study. Oh. Gu Qinglin lowered his head. What's wrong? Gu Chengfeng sensed that something was wrong with his younger brother's mood. Gu Qinglin hesitated. Nothing, I'm going to study. Weird. Gu Chengfeng watched his back as he turned and left. He packed up the box and went to meet his elder brother at the gate. It was rare for little Jing Kong to have a holiday, so Xin Yuanqi and Liaochen also came over. Liaochen was dragged over by his father. Otherwise, he wouldn't want to face the little monk who could recite scriptures better than the abbot. Xin Yuanqi was teaching the three young men martial arts in the backyard. Liaochen was lying on a rattan chair to cool off. Gu Xiaobao was carried by Yu Ye to find Granny Zhou's grandson. Gu Jiao went to the clinic. Yao Shi was making snacks for the children in the kitchen. Xin Yuanqi was teaching them the most basic fist technique. He demonstrated it once and then taught them one by one. Little Jing Kong learned it the fastest, followed by Gu Xiaoshan. Gu Yin was the slowest. He barely learned it. Xin Yuanqi saw that the three children were sweating profusely and knew that it was about time for the day. Little Jing Kong's talent surprised him. Xiao Lu really left behind a very outstanding descendant for the Xinyuan family. The two brothers went to the backyard and greeted Xin Yuanqi and his son. Then they greeted Gu Xiaoshan and the other two. Then they went to the kitchen to greet Yao Shi. Elder brother. Watch me do it. Little Jing Kong couldn't wait to show off his newly learned fist technique to Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing and Marquis Xianping had taught little Jing Kong some martial arts. He learned a lot of different things, but he practiced them very well. This was a hard-working child. His movements were smooth as flowing water. Well, not bad. Gu Qingfeng exaggerated. Little Jing Kong nodded. That's right. I'm the best at it. Gu Xiaoshan was not very familiar with some of the moves. He practiced them silently at the side. Xin Yuanqi corrected him from time to time. Only Gu Yin went back to the house with a long face. Gu Changqing followed him. Behind him, he said considerately, Actually, I know this fist technique too. I can teach you too. Gu Yin turned his face and snorted. Who wants to learn it? The moves just now didn't require a lot of space. Gu Changqing demonstrated it to him in the house. Even if Gu Yin pretended not to care at first, he was gradually attracted to it. Try it. Gu Changqing said to him. I'm not going to try. Gu Yin refused to lose face in front of Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing smiled gently. He raised Gu Yan's arm and helped Gu Yin get into a stance. I said I'm not going to practice. Tighten the waist and abdomen. He pointed at Gu Yan's soft stomach with his slender finger and pointed at his thin back with his other hand. Gu Yin took a deep breath unconsciously. Like this. Gu Changqing came behind him and grabbed his arm. He led him through the first move. He leaned on his brother's arm and felt the details of each move. So it's like this? When he looked, he could only see the front or the back. It was always hard to combine the two. But after Gu Changqing grabbed his arm and did it once, he felt like he had suddenly seen the light. With Gu Changqing teaching Gu Yin one-on-one, Gu Yin finally learned the first half of the set of fist techniques taught by Xin Yuanqi. Not only that, he also previewed the second half in advance. Although it was not as smooth as the first half, he was still able to do it. He immediately went to show off to little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong looked as if he was struck by lightning. He was in disbelief. Even Brother Yen could do it? No way. He wanted to practice more. Jade Water Alley officially started the inner volume. Gu Xiaobao came back from his afternoon. He looked for his sister the moment he entered the house. But his sister was not there today. Gu Xiaobao clenched his little hands and looked up blankly. One brother, two brothers, a row of brothers. Gu Changqing had not seen Gu Xiaobao for a long time. He still remembered the first time he saw him. He was trembling in his arms. Now that he had grown up, he should not be like that anymore. Gu Changqing bent down confidently and carried the dumbfounded Gu Xiaobao up. Gu Xiaobao did not tremble like before, but his whole body was stiff. Big brother, he still looks scared of you. Let me do it. Gu Qingfeng carried Xiaobao over. Sure enough, Gu Xiaobao relaxed once he was in Gu Qingfeng's arms. Gu Changqing did not believe it and carried him again. Gu Xiaobao froze again. Gu Changqing, ha ha ha. Gu Qingfeng laughed with his hands on his hips. Big brother, Xiaobao still doesn't like you. He carried the little guy back into his arms and said proudly, Xiaobao, you like second brother the most, right? Gu Xiaobao looked at him seriously as if he was thinking about his words. Suddenly, Gu Xiaobao stretched out his hands and pulled his ears until they were protruding. Gu Qingfeng. In the year that Gu Jiao was not around, the business of the Magical Hands Hall was booming. Xiao Song, who had followed Gu Jiao to the capital to make a living, had become a rather famous signboard. Many people came every day. The second master was a genius in business and was already preparing to open another Magical Hands Hall on Chang and Main Street. In addition, the courtesan Mo Qianxue, who had been recuperating in the medical hall, had left. Hua Xiao had also disappeared from the capital. The second master did not know where the two of them had gone. For some people, they might be separated for a lifetime. The imperial edict for Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng's wedding was brought forward. As Xiao Heng had said, it was on the 18th of June. At the end of May, Marquis Gu finally finished his assignment at the Ministry of Works. He had already heard the news of his father and son's triumphant return. He first washed up in the Marquis residence and changed into dry clothes, intending to pay his respects to his father. In the end, he saw Gu Jinyu's servant girl rushing over to see him. What is it? He asked with a frown. Marquis Miss she. The servant girl stammered, hesitating to speak. Marquis Gu frowned and went directly to Gu Jinyu's courtyard. Ever since Gu Jinyu's true colors were exposed, Marquis Gu had suffered a blow. He could not accept that the daughter he had doted on for so many years was so scheming. He was angry with Gu Jinyu. But Gu Jinyu knelt down and cried about her difficulties, saying that she was only the adopted daughter of the Marquis residence. Her grandfather and brothers all did not like her. Even her mother only had her own daughter in her heart. She had no choice but to play some tricks to protect herself. She had already lost everything except her father. She did not want her father to hate her. If even her father did not want her, then there was no reason for her to live. She hit her head on a pillar and blood splattered everywhere. Marquis Gu's heart softened and he forgave his daughter. But there was still a knot in his heart. When Marquis Gu went to Gu Jinyu's side, Gu Jinyu's eyes were swollen from crying. Jinyu, what's wrong? Marquis Gu came to her side and asked. Gu Jinyu's eyes were red and swollen. She said in grievance, Father? Marquis Gu said, Don't cry. Speak properly. Gu Jinyu choked with sobs. To the side, Chun Lu added oil to the fire. Marquis, you probably still don't know. Eldest young miss has returned. She even recognized someone else as her father. Now, she is no longer the daughter of our Ding and Marquis residents. Marquis Gu's face sank. What? Gu Jinyu choked out, I saw it with my own eyes. Elder sister has become the daughter of the country. She wants to marry again as the daughter of the country? Marquis Gu clenched his fist. Unfilial daughter. Where is she putting the Marquis residence's face? Chun Lu said, Actually, eldest young miss can just marry. Why must she humiliate Ding and Marquis residence? There are so many places in the capital. Of all the places she could have bought, she had to buy the one opposite our Marquis residence. She even deliberately humiliated second young miss in front of all the servants. Gu Jinyu scolded, Chun Lu, don't say any more. Chun Lu sternly said, Today second young miss wants to beat this servant to death. This servant also has to say it. Second young miss has become the daughter of the country and flaunted her dowry in front of the Marquis residence and second young miss. She also deliberately caused the old Marquis to misunderstand and make the old Marquis feel discord towards second young miss. Not only that, her wedding date was originally in the 10th month. In order to steal second young miss limelight, she changed the wedding date to the same day as second young miss wedding. Gu Jinyu wiped his tears. I've endured everything else. But why did elder sister change the wedding date to the same day as mine? I know I can't compare to her. I also never wanted to compare to her. I only hoped that father and mother could attend my wedding, but now. Marquis Gu coldly said, She really changed the wedding date? Gu Jinyu's tears dripped down. Chun Lu met elder sister and mother at the jewelry store. She said that my wedding date had been set. It was the 18th of the next month. A few days after that, elder sister's imperial edict to change the wedding date was issued. It was the same day as my wedding date? Marquis Gu's fists clenched so tightly that they cracked. Preposterous. That stupid girl. She was clearly going against Jinyu on purpose. She knew that Yao Shi doted on her and would definitely not give up on her wedding. That way Jinyu would not have a mother at his wedding. Marquis Gu did not even bother to pay his respects to his father and went to Jade Water Alley without another word. Stupid girl, did you bully Jinyu again? Who told you to change the wedding date? Who told you to move to the opposite side? Get out of... He pushed open the courtyard door and saw a courtyard full of big shots. His voice stopped abruptly. Today Xin Yuanqi and Liao Chen came to teach the three young men martial arts as usual. The old marquis came over to tease Gu Xiaobao. Empress Dowager Zhuang came to play the leaf card and brought along little Hong Hong who could not be shaken off. The old chancellor and Dukan were also there. The two of them were leisurely sipping tea and playing chess. Not to mention the big shots of the Yan kingdom, just the Empress Dowager and Emperor of the Zhao kingdom made his legs go weak. What was going on? Why were there so many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in this small courtyard? Empress Dowager, Wawa your majesty. Your majesty, father, you're here too. He couldn't stop stammering. Hearing him call the old Marquis Gu father, Dukan understood who he was. That Marquis Ding, and of the Zhao kingdom who was extremely biased. Dukan learned a little about his actions from Gu Shaoshun and knew that this person deserved a beating. Sure enough, the first day he returned to the capital, he came to the Jiao to denounce him. Dukan said indifferently, I bought the house. The Emperor of the Zhao kingdom said seriously, I changed the wedding date. Empress Dowager Zhuang said coldly, I have to ask you if you agree to it first? Marquis Gu, who was finally cheated by Gu Jinyu. Is it too late for me to leave now? In the end, Marquis Gu would propose a beating with his father and Xin Yuanqi. The day before the wedding, Gu Jiaojiao moved into Duke An's mansion. As for the location of the wedding, after a discussion among the elders, it was decided that the wedding would be held in Marquis Schwamping's mansion and the wedding room would be set in the princess's mansion. As for where the young couple would live after the wedding, it was up to them. Dukan was familiar with the wedding customs of the Zhao kingdom and everything was done according to the local customs. The mansion was filled with red lanterns with the word Shi, and the flowers on both sides were replaced with the beautiful red peonies. These peonies were very expensive and a pot was enough for an ordinary family to eat and wear for several years. Dukan didn't feel any heartache when spending money on his daughter. He didn't think it was too much. He earned every single cent of the money. He didn't steal or rob. It was his freedom to spend all of it on his daughter. It was late at night. Dukan sat quietly in his wheelchair in the courtyard and looked at the moon. Xin Yuanqi walked over. You haven't slept yet. Dukan turned his head and smiled. Second uncle can't sleep either? There was a stone stool beside him but Xin Yuanqi did not sit down. He looked up at the endless sky and said emotionally, I didn't expect that she would get married. Dukan smiled. Second uncle, what do you mean? Of course Jiao Jiao will get married. Xin Yuanqi sighed. That's right. She is Jiao Jiao. Dukan was slightly stunned. What did second uncle mean? Did he know that Jiao Jiao was Yinin? Can you stand up tomorrow? Xin Yuanqi suddenly asked. His thoughts were interrupted. Dukan lowered his head and smiled self-deprecatingly. Second uncle knows. Seeing you practice every day it seems like it's very tiring. Dukan thought that he would say, actually you don't have to work so hard. Whether you stand or sit to see her off, her feelings for you won't change. Unexpectedly he said, you know back then eldest brother and I were very opposed to your marriage with Azi. Azi is a wolf on the grassland and you are a sparrow in a cage. The two of you are not suitable at all. It was easy for him to say a long sentence. But you are very brave just like Azi. Azi did not misjudge you. Azi married the right person. I hope that she also married the right person. The next day, just after 3 in the morning, Yao Shi went to pick up the perfect woman and went to Duke An's residence together. Gu Jiaojiao, who was sleeping soundly, was gently patted awake by a pair of gentle hands. Jiao, it's time to get up, Yao Shi said softly in her ear. Gu Jiaojiao opened her eyes in a daze. Yuya came to the bed with a brand new phoenix coronet and robes. The dazzling red light was immediately reflected in Gu Jiaojiao's eyes. Gu Jiaojiao was stunned. Yuya said with a smile, Young miss, you are going to get married. Chapter 923. This book's newest chapter is not finished yet. That's right, today was the day of her and Xiao Heng's wedding. Oh, I've never gotten married before, so it's quite novel. Her sleepiness immediately disappeared and her eyes sparkled. Yuya and Yao Shi heard her words and thought that she was saying that she had never held a wedding when she was a commoner. The two felt their hearts ache. Eldest young miss, your hardships are over and your happiness has come. In the future you will not need to suffer any more hardships. Yuya sincerely comforted her. Yao Shi's heart felt sour and her nose felt sour. She could not hold back her tears when she heard Yuya say wedding. She did not know if it was because her heart ached for her daughter's suffering or because she did not want her daughter to get married. She had not raised her enough. It really was not enough. The daughter that she had only found after being separated for 14 years was getting married in less than 4 years. Madam, don't cry. Yuya comforted her, her voice suddenly choked up. If you cry, I will also cry. It was so strange. She clearly was not sad, but seeing Madam cry, she also felt sad. Gu Jiao stared blankly at Yao Shi, not understanding why she was crying. The perfect Madam had seen this scene many times and smiled at Yao Shi, saying, Madam, young miss is getting married to the capital and not far away. If you want to see young miss, isn't that easy? That's true. Yao Shi wiped away her tears, feeling a little embarrassed that she had lost her composure in front of her daughter. Fortunately, it did not affect her daughter's mood. Yao Shi patted the back of Gu Jiao's hand and said, I've already had someone prepare the hot water. Come, let's go bathe and change. We still need to bathe? Gu Jiao made a sound of surprise and got out of bed to go to the washroom. The bathtub was newly made and gave off a woody fragrance. Above the large tub of warm water, flower petals gently swayed. The room was filled with a gentle fragrance. Yuya helped Gu Jiao bathe. Gu Jiao was not used to having someone serve her at home. This was Yuya's first time seeing her young Mrs. body up close. If she did not see it, she would not know, but once she saw it, her tears immediately. There were too many scars on Mrs. body. Even though she had completely healed and most of the scars had faded to the point where only a shallow mark was left, she still felt an indescribable pain in her heart when she thought about how these scars had come about. Eldest Miss always said that she was fine and that everything was fine. It turned out that they only reported the good news and not the bad news. Why are you crying? Gu Jiao heard Yuya sobbing and turned to look at her. Why are you sad? Do you miss your parents? Yuya sobbed and shook her head. No, this servant doesn't miss father and mother. Well then why? Gu Jiao asked. Miss, does it hurt? Yuya's fingertips landed on a shallow scar on her right shoulder. Gu Jiao shook her head. It doesn't hurt anymore. Yuya held back her tears and did not ask further. For some reason she suddenly thought of Gu Jinyu. What right did Gu Jinyu have to compare with Elder Miss? Had she risked her life for the country, or had she taken a knife for the people? He hadn't done anything proper, but he had caused a lot of trouble. You're unhappy. Gu Jiao sensed Yuya's emotions. Yuya said, I'm not unhappy because of Mississippi. I'm just thinking of someone who always compares herself to Miss. Forget it, let's not talk about her. Today is Mrs. wedding. Yuya has to think of something happy. Gu Jiao nodded. Okay. After bathing, Yuya helped Gu Jiao change into her wedding dress. Today was her wedding. From the inside to the outside, every piece of clothing was red. The wedding dress was the one that little Jing Kong had sold the gold abacus to buy for her. The original size was a little big, but now it was just right. Ever since she came to ancient times, her clothes were very simple to make it easier for her to work and fight. She had never worn such bright colors. When she walked out from behind the screen, everyone in the room felt their eyes light up. The 10 Perfections matron had sent many brides. To be honest, in terms of figure and facial features, there was no one more pleasing to the eye than the one in front of them. However, she had a red birthmark on the left side of her face. Was really a pity. Yao Shi looked at her beautiful daughter. She was only wearing a wedding dress and had not even put on the veil, but she almost could not hold it in. She turned around and took a deep breath to calm her emotions. Then she smiled at her daughter. Jiao Jiao, come and sit. Let Lady Tsun comb your hair. The 10 Perfections matron's surname was Seeing Gu Jiao went to the dressing table and sat down. She was also stunned by her own appearance. Dressing like this was not bad. The 10 Perfections matron was amused by Gu Jiao's expression. She thought to herself, this girl is really different. She is not shy at all and is as straightforward as a child. The 10 Perfections matron went in front of Gu Jiao and opened the small makeup box she had brought. she gently said to Gu Jiao. I will also call you Jiao Jiao like your mother. Okay, Gu Jiao said. The 10 Perfections matron smiled and said, before I comb your hair, I will first help you twist the noodles. What is twisting noodles? She had only heard of bandit suppression. It is this. You might not be used to it the first time. The 10 Perfections matron's voice was very gentle, making people have a good impression of her. She took out a long white thread. With her left hand she twisted it a few times with her right hand. Then she began to twist Gu Jiao's face. Gu Jiao was in so much pain that she was quivering. The little ahog on the top of her head stood up. After all this time she was just plucking my hair. Yao Shi was originally very sad, but when she saw Gu Jiao's dumbstruck appearance she could not hold back her tears and began to laugh. Gu Jiao was soulless as she allowed the 10 Perfections matron to twist her little face. The little commander of the Black Wind Cavalry who killed enemies without blinking an eye, was actually pressed to a chair and had his hair plucked. Who would believe this? Because the 10 Perfections matron liked her, she even twisted her face twice. Just as they finished twisting the noodles, senior servant Fong came out of the kitchen with a steaming hot food box. Madam, eldest Mississippi, she smiled and bowed. Yao Shi asked, so fast? Didn't you just go? Senior servant Fong smiled and said, Duke ordered the servants to prepare it a long time ago. After a pause, she whispered to Yao Shi, I heard the servants say that Duke did not sleep for the entire night. Yao Shi sighed, he really cares about Jiao Jiao. Senior servant Fong said, eldest miss is worth it. Originally, she was worried that eldest Miss's heart was too cold and that the madam would not be able to warm it up. Later she found out that eldest Miss's personality was cold, but her feelings were also very sincere and pure. If she was good to someone, then she would be good to them regardless of the cost. Mother. Gu Xiaobao woke up and was carried in by Yuan Yang. He originally wanted to find his mother, but he saw Gu Jiao in the bronze mirror. He widened his dark eyes and stared at her for a long time as if he was in disbelief. He twisted his small body and got down from Yuan Yang's arms. He walked in front of Gu Jiao and raised his small head to carefully examine Gu Jiao. Oh. He spread out his small hands and waved, she's gone. Gu Jiao curved the corners of her lips, older sister is not gone. He was startled by this familiar voice and looked at Gu Jiao again. Gu Jiao smiled and said, call me older sister. Gu Xiaobao did not call her that. He walked unsteadily to Yao Shi's side and pulled Yao Shi's hand to Gu Jiao's side. He did not forget to use his other small hand to point at Gu Jiao's wedding dress. He waved his hand and said, I'm not wearing it, I'm not wearing it. Yao Shi smiled sadly, older sister is getting married so she needs to wear it. Gu Xiaobao was stunned. Children did not understand the meaning of marriage, but subconsciously, they seemed to understand that this would become a kind of separation. I'm not wearing it. He waved his small hand seriously and pointed at Nurse Fong, Nurse, wear it. The person Gu Xiaobao disliked the most was Nurse Fong, who chased after him all day long and did not let him touch or play with anything. He told Nurse Fong to leave quickly. Older sister was not leaving. Everyone in the room did not know whether to laugh or cry. Gu Xiaobao was not a child who would throw a tantrum. He did not cry when he saw that his opposition was futile. Instead, he stood next to his older sister and grabbed the corner of her clothes. It seemed that as long as he held on tightly enough, his older sister would not be able to leave. After the well-behaved woman finished wringing the noodles for Gu Jiao, she began to comb Gu Jiao's hair and makeup. Gu Jiao had returned from the border and stayed at home for more than a month. Her skin had long turned white and her cheeks were tender and white. Coupled with her black hair that was as bright as satin, even the most perfect woman would be stunned by her beauty. The well-behaved woman had never seen such delicate skin and soft black hair. She gently held Gu Jiao's long hair in the palm of her hand, picked up a new comb and gently combed it. First comb to the tail. Second comb to the eyebrows. Third comb to the children and grandchildren. Fourth comb to meet a noble, Marquis Ding'an's manor. Gu Jinyu also got up and began to prepare for today's wedding. She changed into a bright red wedding dress and sat in front of the bronze mirror. The well-behaved woman, Lady Sun, was helping her with her hair. She had originally wanted to invite Lady Tsun, but Lady Tsun had been invited away. Old Madame Gu's personal servant, Nurse Zhang, came over before dawn. She was busy in the room and took over her mother's duties. As for her mother, she had gone to attend her good older sister's wedding. It sounded nice and fair, but in the end wasn't she biased towards her own child? Warm laughter came from outside the manor. This was not the first time. There had been a few times just now. Who is so noisy? Grandfather and grandmother are still resting. Gu Jinyu asked Chun Lu as Lady Sun helped her with her makeup. Chun Lu muttered unhappily, "It's not from our manor. It's from the Duke's mansion." Gu Jinyu bit her lip. "Why is it so noisy over there?" "Exactly. What's so great about getting married? It's so lively the second time. Does she think that no one knows she married before?" Lady Sun did her makeup silently. The news about these two daughters had already spread in the capital. How could it be shameful for a real daughter to be stranded among the commoners, regardless of whether she was poor or rich, to be married to the same person twice? This was fate. It was fate. As for why it was so lively in the manor, that eldest daughter had status. She was awake. Everyone in the manor was awake. Unlike this second daughter, who still had to care about old Madame Gu and the old Duke's mood. "Where's father?" Gu Jinyu asked. Grandfather would not come to see her. Grandmother's health was not good, so it would be difficult for her to come over. Only father was left. If father was not around when she got married, she would be laughed at by her husband's family. "I wonder if the Duke's injuries have recovered," Chun Lu said softly. Ever since the international double fight, Marquis Gu had been lying in bed for a month. Yesterday when Chun Lu went to greet him, he still needed someone to help him walk. "Go take a look," Gu Jinyu said. "Yes." Chun Lu hurriedly left. She had just reached the entrance of Marquis Gu's courtyard when she saw the old Duke glowing with health and vigor. She was delighted. The old Marquis was clearly here to send off the young miss to get married. She walked forward excitedly and was about to bow to the old Duke, but he had already entered his son's courtyard without looking back. In a moment the old Duke pulled out the limping Marquis Gu by the ear. She said in a daze, "Is he carrying the Marquis to send Miss off?" Chun Lu guessed half of it right. The old Duke was indeed going to send her off, but not to Gu Jinyu. On the other side, Gu Changqing and Gu Qingfeng also got up from their respective courtyards. The two finished washing up, changed into new clothes and tidied themselves up to look handsome and elegant. Especially Gu Qingfeng, he even used perfume to style his hair to ensure that he looked the most handsome today. There was still some time before daybreak. Gu Qingfeng did not plan on waking Gu Qinglin, but when he opened the door, he saw a neatly dressed Gu Qinglin. "You're up so early?" he asked in confusion. Gu Qinglin stammered, I want to go with you." Gu Qingfeng said seriously, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to the Duke's residence opposite." Gu Qinglin replied. "Yes, I know." Gu Qingfeng crossed his arms and narrowed his eyes. "You know and you're still going? Don't you dislike interacting with them?" He was referring to Lady Yao, Gu Jiao and Gu Yan. "It's been so long, why are you still bringing it up?" Gu Qinglin muttered sullenly. He raised his hand to scratch his bald head and stammered, "But if I stay here, I have to agree to grandmother's request, to carry Gu Jinyu. I don't want to carry her." Gu Qingfeng looked at his brother suspiciously. Just as he was doubting, Nanny Zhang's voice came from outside the courtyard. "Is third young master awake? Second miss is almost done, it's time for third young master to go over." Gu Qinglin hurriedly leaned close to his brother and whispered, "Did you hear? Did you hear?" Gu Qingfeng's eardrums almost blew a hole. He hurriedly waved his hand, Okay, I heard." He hated Gu Jinyu and naturally did not want his brother to carry her to the bridal sedan. He grabbed Gu Qinglin's wrist and used his qinggong to bring him out. "Ha will definitely be the first." After they left the residence and landed, Gu Qingfeng let go of Gu Qinglin's hand and proudly patted his own. Gu Qinglin counted with his fingers. "The first one? Then who's not human?" Gu Qingfeng, in the new courtyard of Marquis Xuanping's residence, Princess Xinyang tied the ribbon and red flowers for little Jing Kong's wedding gown and put on a small groom's hat for him. A mini version of the little groom was born. Little Jing Kong came to the Marquis's residence with the new bed a few days before the wedding. His original task was to press the bed. After that, he decided to stay in the Marquis's residence to ensure that no one else had slept on the bed before the wedding. He guarded Jiao Jiao's bed day in and day out. This coincidentally gave him a chance to pick up the bride. Xiaohing changed his clothes himself. The moment he entered the room, he saw a little groom who was dressed exactly like him. The corners of his mouth twitched. "What do you want?" he asked. "I want to get married to Jiao Jiao." Little Jing Kong put his hands on his hips and said confidently. Xiaohing chuckled. "The groom has to ride a horse. You don't have a horse so you can't go." "Who said I don't have a horse?" Little Jing Kong looked at the gate and shouted loudly, "Little Shi!" The horse with a small braid, a big red flower on its head, and red lipstick on its lips rushed into the courtyard. Xiaoheng looked at the extremely eye-catching horse and his body trembled. Wasn't this horse not brought to Zhao country? How did it appear? The 3-year-old horse king who had maxed out his tracking skills was not a problem at all. In fact, the horse king had just appeared. Gu Jiaojiao had chosen a gentle little black horse for little Jing Kong. But last night, when little Jing Kong went to find the little black horse, he accidentally found the horse king who was secretly forcing the little black horse to lead the way to Gu Jiaojiao. Little Shi. Hearing this demonic voice, the horse king was so scared that it did a split on the spot. But it was of no use. Little Jing Kong decisively caught it and brought it to Marquis Shuamping's residence. At this moment, there was a child's saddle on the horse king's back. It was drawn by Gu Jiaojiao and given to Gu Shaoshan to make it. Little Jing Kong walked out valiantly and said politely to the guards in the courtyard, "Please give me a hug, thank you." The guards picked him up and put him on the horse's back. He skillfully fastened the buckle and said proudly, "I'm going to pick up Jiao Jiao." Everyone in the courtyard couldn't help but laugh. How could Xiaoheng lose to a little monk? He snorted and went out of the courtyard. Then he turned over and rode the tall horse. Little Jing Kong was a cute little groom. Xiaoheng was a handsome young man of the Xiao family. He was dressed in bright clothes and rode a majestic horse. Everything in the world was overshadowed by him in an instant. His handsome face still had a trace of clean youthfulness, but his eyes had more of the calmness and charm of a mature man. Looking at him like this, Princess Xinyang suddenly felt a strong sense of melancholy and reluctance to part with him. Her son had grown up. He had really grown up. At 5 o'clock, Gu Jiaojiao pursed her bright red lips for the last time. The well-rounded woman looked at the beautiful bride and nodded with satisfaction. Then she put the veil on Gu Jiao's head. Almost at the same time, the sound of gongs and drums came from outside the residence. Yu Yer's eyes lit up. The son-in-law is here. Chapter 924. There are novels with connotations that can't be found online here. Is the son-in-law here? The bride stood up abruptly. Mrs. Sun's veil was not put back on. Mrs. Sun composed herself and said to Gu Jinyu, "Miss Gu, sit down first. The son-in-law shouldn't be here so soon, right? It's not the auspicious time yet." Gu Jinyu realized that she had lost her composure. She slowly sat back in her chair and said, "Chun-Lu, go take a look." "Yes, Mississippi." Chun-Lu turned and left. She came back very quickly. Her expression was ugly. She gripped her handkerchief tightly and lowered her head in silence. Gu Jinyu had messed up the phoenix coronet just now. Mrs. Sun was helping her put it back on. She glanced at Chun-Lu and asked, "What's wrong? If you have something to say, say it. Don't hesitate." The sound of gongs and drums became louder. Chun-Lu reported softly, but was quickly drowned out by the noise outside. Gu Jinyu reminded herself that today was her wedding day. She had to be happy and not angry. "Louder," she said to Chun-Lu. Chun-Lu braced herself and repeated in a slightly louder voice, "It's not Third Master Quan outside. It's the young Duke of Zhaodu." It really was the son-in-law. But it was not the second son-in-law but the eldest son-in-law. Gu Jinyu clenched her fists. There were still at least 2 hours before they set off. Was Xiaoheng mistaken? He couldn't have foolishly come so early on purpose. They were already husband and wife in the countryside. Was there a need to act as if they had never been married? "Miss Gu, don't move." Mrs. Sun was a step too late. Gu Jinyu was so angry that she trembled. The phoenix coronet caught her hair and she gasped in pain. Mrs. Sun had been a perfect married woman for so many years, but she had never encountered such a situation. Although it was not serious, it was not auspicious. She naturally did not dare to say it out loud. She smiled and said to Gu Jinyu, "Your hair is loose. I'll comb it for you again." Gu Jinyu also knew that he had lost his composure and could not blame a perfect woman. He took a deep breath to suppress his anger and said to Chun-Lu in a normal tone, "That's right, didn't you call my father just now? Father hasn't woken up yet?" How would Chun-Lu dare to tell him that the Marquis had long been taken away by the old Marquis? "Go and urge father. I'm almost done here," Gu Jinyu said as he looked at the beautiful woman in the bronze mirror. Chun-Lu hesitated for a moment, but still summoned up the courage to explain. "Both the old Marquis and the Marquis have left the residence. The Crown Prince, and the 2 young masters have also gone out." "What?" Gu Jinyu's expression changed. This time Mrs. Sun reacted quickly and stopped in time. She didn't hook her hair. "Where did they go?" Gu Jinyu asked coldly. Chun Lu lowered her head and said in a voice that was almost smaller than a mosquito, I heard from the old woman guarding the door that the old duke and the others have all gone to the house of High Duke. Gu Jinyu was so angry that she pulled off the phoenix coronet on her head and slammed it on the dressing table. The people in the room were so frightened that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Mrs. Sun suddenly regretted accepting this job. She had good fortune in her life. She had sent so many brides, but this was the first time she had met someone like this. All the men in the family had gone to attend the eldest young miss wedding. They did not leave any face for the second young miss. It was not good for her to meddle in other people's domestic affairs. She could only put on a smile and take the phoenix coronet. She said to Gu Jinyu, don't be angry. You just got married today. You should be happy. You will soon be marrying into your husband's family. This time, sure, you did not need to interact too much with his maternal family. She swallowed the last sentence. You are right. When I get married, I will have nothing to do with Marquis Ding and Fu. In any case, Mrs. Sun had already seen quite a bit of a joke. She might as well be more indifferent and save some face for herself. After the wedding, I will be leaving the capital and going to the fief with Third Master. Third Master is the Marquis of Chongping's most beloved son. Presumably my days won't be too bad. Old Madame Gu's trusted aide, Granny Zhang, was still in the room. She dared to speak like this. It was clear that she was deliberately throwing a tantrum. Granny Zhang smiled and did not speak. Mrs. Sun, am I beautiful? Gu Jinyu looked at herself in the bronze mirror. Mrs. Sun said, beautiful. Of course you are beautiful. Gu Jinyu continued, how do I compare to my elder sister? Mrs. Sun was stunned. To be honest, she had seen that eldest young miss before. Last month, she had gone to Miracle Hand Hall to get medicine. She had accidentally heard a servant call her eldest young miss. She had asked around and found out that she was the rumored adopted daughter of Dukan. She was also the true daughter of Marquis Ding and Fu. She shook her head and smiled. She sincerely said, second young miss, your beauty is far above that of eldest young miss. Gu Jinyu touched her flawless face and calmly said, no matter how much she tries to please grandfather and my brothers, she's still just an ugly freak. Mrs. Sun did not dare to agree. That eldest young miss face was damaged, but to say that she was ugly was not entirely true. The eldest young miss had a cold and indifferent temperament. It was very special. In the Duke's Fu, Gu Jiao had finished her preparations and could set out. According to the customs of the country of Zhao, Gu Yan and the others could block the door for Xiao Heng. But Xiao Heng had already bribed his brothers-in-law. The problem in front of them was not whether or not the groom could take the bride away, but who would carry the bride onto the bridal sedan. In the reception pavilion, Gu Changqing and the others were engaged in an intense debate. I am the eldest brother. Of course I should carry her. Gu Changqing said, unwilling to pass on this responsibility. He did not expect that his suggestion would be opposed by everyone, including Gu Yan. Except for Gu Qinglin. If it was in the past, Gu Yan would not fight with him. But this matter concerned his elder sister. Gu Yan also joined the ranks of the competition. She and I are fraternal twins. We are the closest. I will carry her. Gu Xiaoshen was usually the most peaceful person. Today he was not to be outdone. My sister and I grew up together. No matter what, I should carry my sister onto the bridal sedan. Gu Changqing, Gu Qingfeng, and Gu Yan all turned to look at him and said in unison, you have already carried her once. In the countryside. Gu Xiaoshen touched the bridge of his nose. No, no, Gu Qinglin opened his mouth. That, the other four, you shut up. Gu Qinglin closed his mouth, feeling wronged. As the brothers argued until their faces turned red, Gu Changqing suddenly felt that something was wrong. He looked around and found that there was only the expressionless Marquis Gu left on the chair in the reception pavilion. His grandfather, who should have been waiting in the reception pavilion with Marquis Gu, was nowhere to be seen. Where is grandfather? He asked Gu Qinglin. They were arguing so fiercely. Only Gu Qinglin did not join them. Gu Qinglin said, grandfather went out. I think he went in the direction of the courtyard you were talking about. Gu Qingfeng also looked at him. Why didn't you say so earlier? Gu Qinglin pursed his lips. I wanted to say it, but you all told me to shut up. Gu Changqing and Gu Qingfeng looked at each other and their hearts skipped a beat. Grandfather went to carry sister. How could we forget that grandfather is that girl's sworn brother? Gu Qingfeng gritted his teeth. Grandfather, you are too much. Gu Changqing flashed out. Wait for me. Gu Qingfeng followed closely behind. Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshen also quickly chased after them. Gu Qinglin looked at them and then at his father, who was still in a daze. He reached out to the door. "Wait for me." The group of people pulled each other, desperately trying to shake each other off. When the brothers arrived at the courtyard where Gu Jiao was waiting to get married, they were very surprised to see the back of their grandfather. "Why didn't he go in? Grandfather, why are you in a daze?" Gu Qingfeng walked forward and asked as he followed his grandfather's gaze to the courtyard. Then he was also stunned. On the path covered with red silk, Dukin sat quietly in his wheelchair facing Gu Jiao's boudoir. Everyone around him looked at him nervously. Xinyuan Qi and Liao Qin stared at him without blinking. The people outside the courtyard couldn't see his expression, but they could feel that he was using a lot of strength. He supported himself with both hands on the armrests of the wheelchair and stood up little by little. It was obvious that he used a lot of strength. Even so, he didn't immediately sit back down. Instead, he stubbornly took a step forward. Then 2 steps, 3 steps. When he went up the steps, he almost fell. Steward Jing gasped in shock. Xinyuan Qi and Liao Chen's fingers twitched. He raised his hand, indicating to everyone that he was fine and that they didn't need to come over. After he steadied himself, he walked up the steps with 10 times more difficulty than normal people. Seeing him appear at the door of the boudoir, Yao Shi was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Gu Jiao heard the slow but firm footsteps. She blinked under the veil and a slender hand reached for her. "Jiao, father will send you off to get married." In the Xinyuan family, there was a custom of the father carrying his daughter when she got married. When Xinyuan Zi married Dukin, who was still heir Jing, Xinyuan Li carried her to the bridal sedan. He had once promised Zi that there would be a day when he would personally carry their daughter to the bridal sedan and give her to a man she could entrust her life to. 3 years of being in a vegetative state had tortured him to the point that he didn't look human. He had finally recovered a bit, but he still couldn't compare to a normal person. His legs were sore and weak. It was difficult for him to support himself, not to mention carrying someone on his back. However, even though he walked very slowly, he walked very steadily. When he was alone, he could fall countless times. But when he carried his daughter, he couldn't fall even once. Gu Jiao lay on his thin back. She could clearly feel the muscles all over his body exerting strength. With every step, his legs trembled slightly. It was very difficult for him to walk. In just a few steps, he was already sweating profusely. "Why don't we?" Gu Qingfeng couldn't bear to watch. He wanted to go forward and help, but he was stopped by Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing shook his head slightly at him. Gu Qingfeng sighed. "Okay." Dukin carried Gu Jiao to the gate. Seeing that it was him who carried the bride out, Xiao Heng and little Jing Kong were also surprised. Little Jing Kong even forgot to babble. Dukin carried Gu Jiao on his back and solemnly told Xiao Heng, "From today onwards I will give my daughter to you. Don't let her suffer and don't let her shed a single tear." Xiao Heng solemnly replied, "I promise you, father." Although he was her foster father, he was more like her biological father. He deserved to be called father. Dukin sent Gu Jiao to the bridal sedan carried by 8 people. Black Wind King also followed. Today was Gu Jiao's big day, so it also wore a big red flower. In the mansion, Madame Yao held Gu Xiaobao's hand and watched Gu Jiao leave in the bridal sedan from afar. Her tears fell uncontrollably. Liao Qin, Xinyuan Qi, the old duke, and Gu Changqing all came to the gate to see Gu Jiao off. After greeting them one by one, Xiao Heng got on the horse. Little Jing Kong was not familiar with his child's saddle and could not undo the buckle. He sat on the horse and waved to everyone. "I'm leaving. Goodbye, foster father. Goodbye, granduncle. Goodbye, master. Goodbye, big brother. Goodbye, brother Qingfeng. Goodbye, brother Yan. Goodbye, brother Xiaoshan. Goodbye, brother Qinglin. Goodbye, brother Yan, grandfather." It was so tiring to wave goodbye to so many people. "Everyone, hurry up and go, little guy. Your horse is almost blinding us." The Horse King walked away valiantly with brisk and proud steps. It hopped to Black Wind King's side. Black Wind King, who was wearing a big red flower, had a look of disdain. "Stay away from me." The sound of drums and gongs went further and further away. After the commotion, the long street was unusually quiet. Gu Qingfeng gave a few instructions to the guard at the side. The guard understood and went to Marquis Ding An's residence to drive a spacious carriage over. He walked down the steps and came to the side of the carriage. He did not hear any movement behind him, so he turned to look at everyone. "Hey, why are all of you in a daze? What are you doing?" Gu Yin asked him. He grabbed the reins and checked the 2 horses pulling the carriage while saying, "It's a big day, what do you think?" Of course, We're going to Marquis Xianping's residence for the wedding banquet. There's no rule that says the bride's family can't go to the wedding banquet. If you don't want to go, then forget it. I won't force you. You don't have to wait for me to come back tonight. I'm not drunk." Before he could finish his words, he sensed that something was wrong. He turned his head around with a swish. Everyone got on the carriage. Even Gu Xiaobao was sitting obediently on Gu Yan's lap. He was dumbstruck. "It can't be? At least leave a seat for me." After they had walked for a full 2 hours, the Quan family's procession finally arrived. Gu Jinyu was carried onto the bridal sedan by the wedding nanny. The procession was a man wearing a navy blue brocade robe. He smiled warmly and said, "I am second brother. I've come to escort third brother's bride." Beside the bridal sedan, Chun Lu could not help but ask, "Why didn't third young master come personally?" The man smiled and explained to Gu Jinyu in the bridal sedan, "Third brother injured his foot last night. Younger sister, please forgive him." Gu Jinyu tightened her grip on her handkerchief and said in a normal tone, "I know." The wedding nanny said, "Husband and wife, bow to each other." Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao looked at each other. There were no excessive words or solemn vows. The two stared deeply at each other through the red veil. After 4 years they finally waited for this moment. The two bowed deeply to each other. "Thank you for marrying me. Thank you for marrying me. Please take care of me for the rest of my life." Princess Xinyang's tears finally fell with a pitter-patter. Marquis Xianping held her hand tightly. The wedding nanny raised her handkerchief and said with a smile, "Send it to the bridal chamber." Chapter 925. Xiao Heng held Gu Jiao's hand and went to the princess's residence amidst the cheers of the men. Princess Xinyang had renovated the Lanting courtyard, which had the best view, to serve as the couple's residence after their wedding. The red silk on the ground had not been broken since they entered the residence and had been spread all the way here. Even the wedding of Princess Xinyang and Marquis Xianping hadn't been like this. The main reason was that Princess Xinyang refused to let anyone spread the red silk inside. Now, for the sake of her son and daughter-in-law, the two residences were almost connected. It was the most intimate time in 20 years. "Be careful." When they arrived at the entrance of the courtyard, Xiao Heng softly reminded Gu Jiao to step over the threshold. Gu Jiao nodded and stepped over. The quality of the veil was too good. It was impossible to see through it. She could only walk carefully under Xiao Heng's reminder. It was still early. The peonies and begonias in the courtyard were competing with each other in the sun, filling the courtyard with their fragrance. The two maidservants lined up on both sides bowed to the two of them. Yuya hugged Gu Jiao's small medicine box and followed behind them. Today was Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng's big day. Even the Black Wind King was wearing a big red flower, so the medicine box was no exception. It was a celebratory medicine box today. The medicine box was as quiet as a chicken in Yuya's arms. However, Yuya's heart was unable to remain calm. Wow, so big! She couldn't tell the difference between the Marquis residence and the Princess residence. She only felt that they had been walking for a long time, but they still hadn't reached their destination. Moreover, this mansion was just too beautiful. The fake mountain is the same as the real thing. She inadvertently blurted out her thoughts. Xiao Heng smiled and said, "It's a real mountain." Yuya was startled. "A real mountain?" Xiao Heng nodded. "Yes, Jinshan." Princess Xinyang was a very particular person. She didn't want fake things. The stone mountain in the princess's residence had been dug up and transported from elsewhere. The green hills were already there. Even the lotus pond was original. Wild lotus flowers bloomed in it. The Lanting courtyard was near the lotus pond. Just now, when he passed by, a gentle breeze blew across the water surface, bringing with it the fragrance of lotus flowers, which was very refreshing. After entering the bridal chamber, Xiao Heng held Gu Jiao's hand and sat down on the wedding bed. This was the bed that little Jing Kong had pressed down on before. According to the folklore, letting the little boy press down on it would allow the newlyweds to have a baby sooner. Little Jing Kong did not know the meaning behind it. Anyway, he was more than willing to sleep on Jiao Jiao's bed. When the maidservant saw the young master and young madam coming over, she tactfully retreated. Suddenly, only the two of them were left and the room suddenly became quiet. It wasn't the first day the two had met, nor was it the first time they were alone, but the feeling was very different from before. Perhaps it was because this time they could become a real husband and wife. Thinking about what would happen next, Xiao Heng's heart surged with anticipation, and he was a little nervous with Shi Yi. "Your heart is beating so fast. Under the veil, Gu Jiao suddenly spoke. Xiao Heng was slightly stunned. He lowered his head to look and saw that a certain person's slender fingers had unknowingly placed on his pulse. She was indeed a physician. She could take someone's pulse anytime, anywhere. He opened his mouth. For a moment, he didn't know how to resolve the awkwardness in front of him. My heart is also beating very fast. Gu Jiao pulled his fingers over and placed them on her fair wrist. Her skin was cold, but Xiao Heng only felt that his fingertips were burning. His heart was beating so fast that even his breathing was irregular. Young Mississippi Yuya-er's voice came from outside the door. What's the matter? Gu Jiao asked. Yuya-er said, someone came to the front hall and urged the young master to hurry over. It was still daytime, so it wasn't time for the wedding night yet. Xiao Heng still had to entertain the guests at the banquet. Gu Jiao said, oh. Hearing her emotionless tone, Xiao Heng couldn't help but laugh. He said to Yuya, got it? Have them wait a little longer. Yes, young master. Yuya happily went to pass the message. She knew it. In the young master's heart, her young miss was the most important. Are you tired? Xiao Heng asked Gu Jiao. I'm not tired, Gu Jiao said. She wasn't being polite. She really wasn't tired. The phoenix coronet and robe were very heavy for a normal woman, but it wasn't as heavy as her armor. She hadn't complained about being tired even after wearing her armor and fighting for a day and a night. What was so tiring about getting married? She still had a lot of energy. Rumbled her stomach growled. Xiao Heng smiled and said, you haven't eaten for half a day. You must be hungry, right? I'll have someone go get some food. Gu Jiao said, Yuya can go get it. You go entertain the guests at the front. Xiao Heng's lips curled up as he looked at her. Are you sure? Gu Jiao nodded. Go early and come back early. Yes, if you don't go, they'll punish you with alcohol. It was Eugene's voice. Eugene smiled as she walked in with a box of food. Yuya smiled and bowed to her at the door. At Eugene. Eugene smiled and patted her hand. You should go eat something too. I'll be here. Yuya shook her head. No, I have to take care of the young miss. Eugene said gently, don't worry, I'll take good care of her for you. Yuya looked at Gu Jiao in the room. Then, listen to Aunt Eugene, Gu Jiao said. Give it to me, Eugene said to Yuya. Since Gu Jiao had spoken, Yuya was no longer stubborn. She stuffed the small medicine box tied with red silk and big red flowers into Eugene's arms. Thank you for your trouble, Aunt Eugene. Bye. Eugene called over the servant girl beside her. The servant girl took Yuya to eat. Eugene carried the box of food into the room and said to Xiao Heng, Young Marquis, I'll be here. You should go quickly. Xiao Heng glanced at Gu Jiao and said softly, I'll be back soon. Gu Jiao nodded. Xiao Heng left the Lanting courtyard. Eugene took out the pastries in the box one by one. She put them on a tray and placed them next to Gu Jiao's hand. Gu Jiao didn't like sweet food, so these pastries were very light. She took a piece of crab cake and put it under the veil. Eugene poured her a cup of scented tea. She took the cup and asked, Aunt Eugene, what are you looking at? Eugene was shocked. How did you know I was looking around through the veil? Eugene smiled embarrassedly. Nothing. The princess said she'll come see you in a bit. As soon as she finished speaking, Princess Xinyang walked over in her luxurious clothes. Eugene retreated. Princess Xinyang sat down on a stool by the bed. Seeing that Gu Jiao was almost done eating, she coughed lightly and handed over the bundle in her hand. What is it? Gu Jiao asked. Princess Xinyang looked a bit embarrassed. Fortunately, Gu Jiao was wearing a veil and couldn't see her expression. She said in her usual tone, see for yourself. Gu Jiao took the bundle and opened it. She was instantly dumbfounded. You came here under such a hot sun just to show me this? Princess Xinyang suppressed the discomfort in her heart and lightly said, look at it first. If there's anything you don't understand, ask me. What's there to not understand? Gu Jiao muttered. Princess Xinyang curled her lips. Still stubborn? I heard from your mother that you two have never consummated your marriage. The mark on your face is not a birthmark, it's a chastity mark. Princess Xinyang would never read this kind of book. But for her son and daughter-in-law to successfully consummate their marriage, she could only throw caution to the wind. She was a fastidious person. She didn't like those vulgar and rough picture books on the market. She spent a lot of money to hire an artist to draw it, and it was very beautiful. Even she wouldn't be disgusted by it. Moreover, the paper she used wasn't coarse paper that cost one tael on the market, but the extremely expensive water-patterned paper. More importantly, this book wasn't a black and white picture, but a colored picture. "You really don't have anything to ask?" she lightly said. Her tone was calm, but her heart was embarrassed. But who told the two little ones to be inexperienced? If Shang Guanyin was here, she would definitely let them learn without a teacher. Princess Xinyang couldn't let it go, so she was able to do such a feat. Gu Jiao gave her face and asked, "Can you first put ginger and onions, then blanch it?" Princess Xinyang frowned. "What ginger and onions? Blanch it?" Gu Jiao handed the book to her and pointed to a page. "Here, marinated pork belly." Princess Xinyang was startled. She took the wrong book. Princess Xinyang closed her eyes in annoyance. In order not to be discovered, she put a cookbook on top of the book to cover it up. She hurriedly returned to her courtyard. Just as she arrived at the door, she saw a tall and sturdy figure sitting in her room. It was Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping didn't seem to notice her arrival. He was concentrating on reading a book on the table. When Princess Xinyang saw the painting on the page, she was so shocked that she staggered and almost fell to the ground. Marquis Xianping didn't move his gaze away and continued to stare at the book without blinking. As he read, he turned the pages and said, "Qin Fengwen, Qin Fengwen, I really didn't expect you to like reading erotic pictures." Princess Xinyang walked over with a red face and snatched the book. "Who let you into my room?" Marquis Xianping looked at her strangely. "Didn't you ask me to come?" "When did I?" Halfway through her words, she realized something and suddenly turned her head to look at Yujin at the door. Yujin lowered her head resentfully. "Just now. You was crying a lot. You had something to do, so I went to call the Marquis over." She gritted her teeth and hid the book behind her back. "But I didn't let you go through my things." Marquis Xianping defended himself. "It's just on the table. No, Qin Fengwen, it's no big deal that you like to read this. Who doesn't have a hobby?" She said coldly, "I don't like to read it." "If you don't like to read it, then why are you reading it?" Marquis Xianping looked her up and down. Her face was so red that it was dripping blood. After being married for so many years, this was the first time he saw her so embarrassed. In a flash, he understood something and said in realization, "You want to learn?" Princess Xinyang was confused. Marquis Xianping took a step forward, and Princess Xinyang subconsciously took a step back. She forgot that there was a table behind her and her but pressed against the edge of the table. Marquis Xianping placed one hand on the table behind her, and his powerful aura enveloped her. She was used to being so close to people, so she instantly held her breath. He stared at her and smiled. "Or are you hinting something to this, Marquis? Qin Fengwen, don't tell me you haven't been plotting against me for a long time." Princess Xinyang. The wedding at Marquis Xianping's estate was very lively. There were hundreds of tables set up, and the entire estate was packed with people. Empress Dowager Zhuang and the emperor also came. Empress Xiao had received permission to go home to visit her relatives. His colleagues from Hanlin Academy also came over. Feng Lin, Lin Xingye, Du Ruhan, and Ning Ziyuan pulled Xiaoheng to drink several cups. They were all a little drunk. Du Ruhan said drunkenly, "You rascal. I told you, you're not Lulang, right? I didn't say anything wrong, right?" Feng Lin. He slapped Feng Lin's back. Feng Lin was already drunk and looked up in a daze. Drink more." Du Ruhan raised his wine cup. "Let's have a drink with the young Marquis." Lin Xingye leaned on the table. "Let's have a drink." Lin Xingye and Feng Lin were married. Feng Lin was a father, and Lin Xingye's wife was pregnant. Du Ruhan studied hard and didn't think about marriage for the time being. They had just found out about Xiao Liulang's true identity not long ago, so it would be a lie to say that they weren't shocked. But after thinking about it carefully, they felt that it was reasonable. How many geniuses could there be in this world? The young Marquis took up 9 out of 10 points of wisdom, and the remaining 10 points were divided among all of them. Drink. Ning Ziyuan made Du Ruhan drink 2 more cups, and Du Ruhan completely collapsed. There were still a few colleagues at the table who hadn't collapsed. Ning Ziyuan winked at Xiaoheng. "Leave it to me. Go." Xiaoheng bowed to Ning Ziyuan. "Thank you very much." "I don't dare to accept the young Marquis's bow." Ning Ziyuan hurriedly held him. Xiaoheng patted him on the shoulder and left gratefully. At the other table, the Gu family, who had discussed in the carriage that they would go to the bridal room to make a scene, were all stopped by Shang Guanqing. In terms of martial arts, Shang Guanqing was no match for Gu Changqing, Gu Qingfeng, Shen Yuanqi, and the old Marquis. But in terms of drinking games, 100 masters together couldn't even compare to one of his fingers. With his own strength, he had successfully defeated a table of bigwigs. Shen Yuanqi, the old marquis, and the others were lying on the lawn. The army of the Gu family was completely wiped out. Sheng Guanqing sat on a stool with one foot on the corner of the stool. He casually raised his head and took a sip of wine. Being invincible is so lonely, Liaochen, who was sitting on the treetop, sneered in amusement. Sheng Guanqing said, "Monk, what are you laughing at?" Liaochen laughed. "Have you forgotten that I'm not drunk yet? It's not certain if that boy can walk to the bridal room tonight." "Oh really?" Sheng Guanqing raised his eyebrows and looked at Liaochen with a faint smile. Liaochen narrowed his eyes. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Sheng Guanqing smiled evilly. "Turn around." Liaochen turned around. Under the bright moonlight, Taoish Qing Feng, who was wearing a dark blue robe, stood in the wind. His expression was cold and his eyes were full of murderous intent. Liaochen's scalp went numb. Taoish Qing Feng looked at someone on the treetop and said word by word, "You said you would wait for me in Qing capital. You broke your promise. If I didn't break my promise, would I be hunted down by you?" Liaochen clenched his fists and looked at Sheng Guanqing. "Did you get him here?" Sheng Guanqing spread his hands innocently. "I don't have that ability. It was his stinky younger brother. Even he had been bribed by his stinky younger brother's new gun. Otherwise, who would be willing to drink for that boy?" As night fell, Xiaoheng returned to the bridal room. The dragon and phoenix candles had been lit, and the room was covered with the word happiness, reflecting the charming candlelight. Xiaoheng used the jade rui to gently lift her veil. A delicate and bright face came into his sight. He had never known that she could be so captivating. It wasn't that she wasn't beautiful in the past, but tonight, in her phoenix coronet and robe, she was extremely beautiful. He looked at her and couldn't look away. Gu Jiao also stared at him in a daze. He always wore cool clothes. She didn't know that he could be so handsome in a bright red wedding robe. He smiled gently. "Wife, it's time to drink the wedding wine." Gu Jiao was dazzled by his smile. They hadn't even drunk yet, but she was already drunk. Xiaoheng poured the wine. He thought of something and asked her, "Will you get drunk again?" He remembered that this girl could never drink more than one cup. "I won't," Gu Jiao said. There was some hangover medicine in the medicine box. She had just taken it. The two of them drank the wedding wine. The sound of singing could be heard from the stage in the front yard. Occasionally, it would be accompanied by the excited cheers of the guests. It came from the distant sky, making the already quiet courtyard seem even more peaceful. The two of them didn't make a sound. They didn't make a move. They just sat on the bed obediently. Xiaoheng pressed his palpitating heart and asked her, "What are you thinking about?" Gu Jiao honestly said, "I'm counting." Xiaoheng looked at her in confusion. "Why do you need to count?" Gu Jiao counted with her fingers. "The book says that women need to be reserved, so I can only eat you when I count to 100. Xiaoheng's eyes deepened and his breathing almost stopped. "Then how many have you counted now?" he asked in a hoarse voice. Gu Jiao counted and said, 59, 60, 61. He couldn't wait anymore. The remaining 39 would take his life. "Jiao Jiao, you don't need to count to 100. The book is a lie." He raised his slender hand and gently held the back of her head. He lowered his head and covered her soft lips. The moonlight was gentle and the night was endlessly dark. The large red curtain was slowly lowered and the clothes scattered on the ground. There was a tempting fragrance. On the branches outside the window, Xiao Jiu used his large wings to cover his head. Shame, shame. On the tall candlestick, the dragon and phoenix candles shed tears, looking like the blood of a virgin. Chapter 926. For the young Marquis wedding, the Marquis Manor was lively for an entire night. The opera troupe changed shifts 3 times, and they sang until smoke came out of their throats. Only when the sun began to rise did the performance end and everyone leave. Xiao Yi was so noisy that she could not sleep. She cried in her room until the middle of the night, causing Princess Xanyang to also sleep late. When she opened her eyes, she found that the sky was already bright. Massaging her aching forehead, she said, "Why didn't you wake me up earlier?" Eugene helped her up and gently said, "You slept too late last night. It's still early. How about you sleep a little longer?" Princess Xanyang tiredly waved her hand, "I can't sleep anymore. In a moment, Aheng and Jiao Jiao will be coming over to offer tea." On the first day of the wedding, the daughter-in-law had to offer tea to her parents-in-law. Only like this could she be considered to have received the approval of the family. Although Princess Xanyang approved of Gu Jiao, she was a person that valued rules. Etiquette could not be ignored. After she finished washing up, she changed into a set of dignified clothes and sat down in front of the dressing table. Eugene came behind her and began combing her hair. She said, "You also didn't sleep well, right? You don't need to be on duty today. Have Hua Ping come over." Eugene smiled. "I slept well. I wasn't here last night." Speaking to this point, she paused and looked at her own princess in the mirror. Sure enough, the princess' expression was ugly. She gently coughed and no longer spoke, silently combing Princess Xen Yang's hair. As she combed, her expression began to look a little off. Princess Xen Yang saw it from the mirror and strangely asked, "What's with that expression?" Eugene's eyes flashed. "I don't have it." Princess Xen Yang, "You do." Eugene opened her mouth and braced herself to say, "You. Next time, have the Marquis pay more attention." "Pay attention to what?" Just as Princess Xen Yang finished asking, she looked in the mirror at where Eugene was staring. It was her neck and there was a bright red mark on it. She inhaled sharply, finally understanding where Eugene's expression came from. She sternly said, "It was a mosquito bite. It's not what you think." Eugene continued combing her hair. When she heard Eugene's tone, she knew that Eugene did not believe her. She sighed and said, "It's really a mosquito bite." "Whatever you say." Eugene raised her eyebrows. She tied her combed hair into a bun and fastened it to Princess Xinyang's head with a white jade hairpin. "The Marquis only left last night?" Princess Xinyang gritted her teeth. "That's because he made a ruckus for half the night." Eugene smiled. "If you say so. Anyway, I don't believe it." Princess Xinyang found it hard to defend herself. Just at this moment, Marquis Xianping came over looking refreshed. Men and women were indeed different. They had both gone to bed in the middle of the night. She was exhausted, but he was full of energy. Princess Xinyang glanced at him and discovered that there was a red mark on his neck that was similar to the one on her own. Marquis Xianpingho sensed her gaze. "Qin Fengwan, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my neck?" He looked at himself in the bronze mirror. "When did you bite me? No wonder it's so itchy." Eugene snickered. Princess Xinyang glared at her. Eugene held back her laughter. "Marquis, was it a mosquito bite? It couldn't have been a human bite, right? You two were too intense last night." Eugene really misunderstood. Nothing happened last night. There were just too many mosquitoes. Now that she thought about it, Yi's crying wasn't entirely because the troop was too noisy. She might have been bitten too. But what should she say to make Eugene believe her? Princess Xinyang was so gloomy that she wanted to beat someone up. Her current appearance was another matter in Marquis Xianping's eyes. He sat lazily on the dressing table and smiled coldly. "Qin Fengwan, are you suspecting that I went out to find another woman last night?" Princess Xinyang looked coldly at Eugene. "Look at what you've done." Eugene pinched the comb. I think I heard Jing Kong's voice. I'll go check on him." With that, she fled the scene like a wisp of smoke. Princess Xinyang was too lazy to explain. It was useless anyway. He would have 100 reasons why he wouldn't listen. "You can go find whoever you want. It has nothing to do with me." She stood up coldly and walked toward the cradle. Marquis Xianping looked at her back and suddenly said, "I didn't. I come to your place every night. Where would I have the time to find another woman?" Princess Xinyang held the cradle and didn't look back. She said coldly, "If you want to go, then go. I'll take care of Yi myself." Marquis Xianping raised his brows. "That won't do. You can't coax her." Princess Xinyang took a deep breath and secretly warned herself to calm down. She mustn't beat him to death. Otherwise Yi wouldn't have a father. "Then why did you come here in the morning? Yi doesn't cry in the morning." At least she could pinpoint one of his faults. Marquis Xianping sighed innocently. "Today your daughter-in-law served tea. You didn't go to the Marquis estate, so I had no choice but to come to the Princess estate." Princess Xinyang clenched her fists. Truly, an irrefutable reason. For the sake of her son and daughter-in-law, Princess Xinyang suppressed her raging anger and didn't bicker with a certain fellow who deserved a beating. The two of them sat down in the room. Xiao Yi opened her eyes and saw her beautiful father. She was so happy that she danced for joy. "Where's Qing'er?" Marquis Xianping asked Qin Fengwan while holding his daughter. Princess Xinyang said, "She hasn't come yet. She should have taken Jing Kong out. Otherwise, Jing Kong would be looking for Gu Jiao everywhere." Marquis Xianping, "Then, Princess Xinyang, don't talk anymore." Xiao Yi, "Wah, you too." Both father and daughter obediently shut their mouths. The two of them exchanged glances. Marquis Xianping looked bitterly at his daughter in his arms. Your mother is so fierce. Xiao Yi looked at her father aggrievedly. Your wife is so fierce. Princess Xinyang dressed herself up and prepared to welcome her new identity. However, she waited from morning to noon and then from noon to night. The sun had already set, but the two of them still hadn't come. Marquis Xianping stood up with a smile and brushed his wide sleeves. As expected of my son. Princess Xinyang. Lanting courtyard. Xiaoheng slowly woke up in the twilight. In fact, he had already woken up once. Looking at Gu Jiao sleeping soundly in his arms, he didn't have the heart to wake her up and fell asleep again in a daze. Thick curtains covered the doors and windows, and the room was dark, making it impossible to tell whether it was day or night. Until a trace of golden twilight penetrated through the gaps in the curtains, leaving bright spots of light on the red gauze canopy. The spots of light faintly fell on her tightly shut eyes. He raised his hand to block her eyes. He maintained this posture of blocking the light for her for an unknown amount of time. His arm was stiff, but he didn't feel tired. If it wasn't for, he could still. The person in his arms moved and an unclear murmur came out of her small mouth. Jiao Jiao, are you awake? He asked softly. Gu Jiao opened one eye and looked at him before quickly closing it again. I'm not awake. I still want to sleep. Wait, why is my voice so hoarse? My voice doesn't even belong to me. My legs don't seem to belong to me either. I can't move. It's so sour. What happened last night? The first half of the wedding night was normal. Although the couple didn't have any practical experience, they had plenty of theoretical experience, so they still managed to complete the ceremony. But the first experience wasn't very good. The two decided to try again. At this time, Gu Jiao was thirsty and accidentally drank the flower wine instead of water. After that, the scene went out of control. Xiaoheng had no choice but to dismiss all the servants in the courtyard and ordered them not to return without his orders. This was also why no one went to Princess Xinyang to report the situation in Lanting courtyard during the day. Gu Jiao vaguely remembered that she opened the medicine box, but she didn't know what she took from it, or that indecent medicine box had conjured up something indecent for her again. Xiaoheng said, You're awake. Gu Jiao closed her eyes. I'm not. Rumbled Gu Jiao's stomach growled. The spot of light moved to another place and no longer shone directly into her eyes. Xiaoheng put down his stiff arm and gently stroked her soft face. Get up and eat something. Gu Jiao moved her slender legs. Xiaoheng gasped and said hoarsely, Jiao Jiao, don't move. Gu Jiao stopped moving. It wasn't that she was obedient, but that she really didn't have the strength to move. How could it be more tiring than fighting a war? She wouldn't feel so sore and weak even if she fought a whole night. What did she do last night? While thinking, she secretly opened her eyes and inadvertently glanced at the pillow. Who knew that she would almost choke? What did she see? Little doo-doo. She endured the soreness in her arm and stealthily walked over with 2 fingers. She planned to take the box back when Xiaoheng wasn't paying attention and destroy the evidence. It's used up. Xiaoheng said calmly. 2 boxes. Gu Jiao. Chapter 927. It was a small box of 3 in a box with various flavors. Little Marquis said that he liked the blueberry flavor the most. He used to think that it was a golden sore medicine, but he didn't expect it to be used like this. As an ancient person, he naturally didn't know how to use it, so it could only be. Gu Jiao hated that she couldn't bang her head on the pillow and die. She was going to lose her memory. She was going to lose her memory. The sky was completely dark. Gu Jiao was very tired. It wasn't the kind of tiredness that one would feel after a battle, but a kind of soreness and weakness that she couldn't describe. You didn't control yourself. She complained first. Young people need to control themselves. Xiaoheng nodded with a smile. Yes, it's this husband's fault. Then, in order to express my apology, this husband will go and get some food for my wife? Gu Jiao raised her small chin and said seriously, seeing that your attitude can be considered sincere, okay. The light in the room was dim to begin with. After that ray of twilight slipped away, the room was completely dark. Xiaoheng was worried that the light would hurt her eyes, so he didn't light the lamp. He tidied up and planned to go to his mother's courtyard to pay his respects. He also planned to ask the chef to make some hot food and send it over. Just as he arrived at the entrance of Lanting courtyard, he bumped into Eugene, who was carrying a food box. Eugene came to deliver food for the 2 of them. It had been an entire day, so they would starve if they didn't eat. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Xiaoheng's face. Fortunately, there was the cover of the night. He pretended to be calm and greeted Eugene. Aunt Eugene. Eugene couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. Sleeping so late, everyone knew what was going on. Xiaoheng could only lie flat and let himself be mocked. This was just Aunt Eugene. When he saw his parents later, that would be. Eugene glanced at him and smiled. All right, the princess and the marquis took ye out. You can come and pay your respects tomorrow. Xiaoheng heaved a sigh of relief. Eugene passed the lunchbox to him and told him and Gu Jiao to eat while it was still hot. Before she left, Eugene looked at him meaningfully and pointed at her neck. Xiaoheng understood. He coughed lightly and returned to the Lanting courtyard with the food box. Gu Jiao had fallen asleep again, the kind that couldn't be woken up. Xiaoheng placed the lunchbox on the table, cleaned up the room and lit a weak oil lamp. He carried the oil lamp in front of the bronze mirror and looked at the place that Eugene had reminded him of. He suddenly smiled, this girl. He placed the oil lamp on the table and lifted the curtain to see how she was doing, only to find that her body was even worse than his own. This was awkward. So it's really because I didn't control myself. He quickly covered Gu Jiao with a blanket. Gu Jiao felt hot and turned over. Her face, which was originally facing the inside, suddenly turned to face him. Earlier the room was too dark, so Xiaoheng didn't have a chance to see her face. Now that he used the light of the oil lamp to take a closer look, he was so shocked that he directly picked up the stool on the ground. Who are you? Oh. Gu Jiao groaned in her sleep. He was startled and seemed to wake up from a dream. He carefully looked at her face again. It was her lips, nose and eyebrows, but the blood-red birthmark on the left side of her face was gone. It was white and flawless. She was as beautiful as a sleeping fairy. Xiaoheng was stunned. He even forgot about the stool in his hand. His hand loosened and the stool fell on his shoulder. He cried out in pain and quickly grabbed the stool to prevent it from falling on the ground and waking her up. He looked at the blood on the brocade handkerchief and his gaze fell on her beautiful face again. He muttered in disbelief, it really is the chastity mark. Gu Jiao didn't know anything about her appearance. She slept until the morning of the 20th. Xiaoheng had woken up early and was sitting in front of the window reading a book. The morning light shone through the window and fell on his handsome face. Seeing such a pleasing scene early in the morning, Gu Jiao was in a very good mood. Xiaoheng had been in this pose for half an hour and his body was almost stiff. Finally he was able to show his perfect and handsome side to a certain someone. He calmly put down the book and turned to look at her with a faint smile. You're awake. Did you sleep well? Are you tired? Her husband looked really good when he smiled. Gu Jiao couldn't help but curve her lips. She didn't know how enchanting her smile was. I'm much better. She said, I'm someone who has fought in a war, so I still have some strength. Then she stood up, but her legs gave way and she fell back down. Gu Jiao, Xiaoheng. Gu Jiao sat for a while and finally got used to it. She looked at the pajamas on her body and said, Did you put it on for me? Yes. Xiaoheng nodded. Gu Jiao said, Thank you. Xiaoheng smiled gently, It's my honor. Shouldn't he be blushing and saying that if you mind, I won't make decisions on my own next time? Gu Jiao narrowed her eyes and looked at a certain someone. His skills had improved. However, this kind of husband was also very interesting. Gu Jiao looked away and asked, How many days did I sleep? 2 days, Xiaoheng said. You slept for so long? No wonder your voice is not hoarse anymore. Gu Jiao muttered to herself and asked seriously, Then, did I miss serving tea to the princess and the marquis? She remembered that before she got married, her mother had reminded her that she had to serve tea to her parents-in-law on the second day of the wedding. If the other relatives in the residence were also present, then she had to go and greet them. Old Madame Xiao and Old Master Xiao had both passed away. The second branch and Marquis Xuanping's 2 illegitimate sons were far away in the east guarding the border. There was no one else in the residence that she needed to meet. Xiaoheng said, It's okay. They weren't here yesterday. Are they here today? Gu Jiao asked. Xiaoheng smiled gently, You have rested well. They are here. Gu Jiao did not like to look in the mirror after she came to ancient times because of the birthmark on her face. Out of sight, out of mind. Therefore, even after she finished washing up, Gu Jiao still did not notice the changes on her face. Xiaoheng chose the latter between telling her and letting her discover it herself. Yuya heard the movement in the room and came in to help Gu Jiao wash up. As soon as she entered the room, she was stunned. She looked at the unfamiliar woman in the room and said, You are, what is it? Gu Jiao asked strangely. It was the young Miss's voice. This person, young Miss. It was no wonder that Yuya did not recognize her. The birthmark on her young Mrs. face was too iconic. If the birthmark suddenly disappeared, anyone would suspect that the wrong person had entered the room. Young Miss you. She stammered and could not speak. She looked at the young master beside her. The young master shook his head slightly at her. She understood and suppressed the stormy waves in her heart. She said, "Why did you come out like this? You are married. You can't comb your hair like this." Gu Jiao was a fool in the village. No one asked her what kind of hairstyle she wore. After coming to the capital, her family knew that she and Xiaoheng were not a real couple. Therefore, they did not force her to comb her hair like a married woman. "I don't know how to," Gu Jiao said. It was very difficult to comb a married woman's hair. "Let me do it," Yu said with a smile. Gu Jiao directly sat down at the square table. She did not go to the dressing table. Yu took a comb and combed her hair like a married woman's. However, she still looked like a little girl. Her face was young and tender. Yu said, "Children always look like this when they comb adults' hair." "Gu Jiao, you speak as if you are older than me." Xiaoheng and Gu Jiao went to Princess Xinyang's place to serve tea. Marquis Shenping was also there. When the two of them saw Xiaoheng walk in with a little fairy, they were both stunned. Marquis Shenping's first reaction was that the bride had been changed. He almost kicked his son out. He had only been married for 2 days and he had already brought another woman to his parents. Who was he trying to anger? Xiaoheng said, "Father, Mother, Jiao and I are here to pay our respects." Marquis Shenping? Gu Jiao whispered to Xiaoheng, "Why are father and mother looking at me like that? Is there something on my face?" Xiaoheng whispered back, "There is nothing on your face." Gu Jiao did not understand. The husband and wife looked at their son and had a tacit understanding not to expose him. Gu Jiao went to hug Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi touched Gu Jiao's face and looked left and right. "What? That's it?" Gu Jiao offered tea to her parents-in-law, and Princess Xinyang gave Gu Jiao a huge red packet. Marquis Shenping was also generous for once. He was generous, but it was definitely not Qin Fengwan who plundered him. Most of the servants in the residence had never seen Gu Jiao's true appearance, but that did not stop them from hearing about it from others. A purchasing manservant said, "I heard that our young madam's appearance is extremely ugly. She's not worthy of our young marquis." There were a few craftsmen surrounding him. One of them said, "It can't be? Who did you hear that from?" The manservant said, "I heard it from someone from Marquis Ding An's residence. It was their second Mrs. Maid who personally told my sister-in-law." The craftsman said, "How does your sister-in-law know someone from Marquis Ding An's residence?" The manservant said, "She doesn't know them. She just happened to meet them at the jewelry store." That maid said, "What's so great about her? She's so ugly. If she marries over, she'll be disliked by the young marquis." The craftsman said, "Then why does the young marquis want to marry her?" The manservant sighed. The young marquis is indebted to her. Moreover, her luck is good. She's the daughter of a noble family and is well matched. The young marquis can only accept his bad luck. Hey. The craftsman tugged at his sleeve. "What?" he asked. The craftsman pointed not far away. "The appearance you said was ugly, is it like that?" Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing at and gasped in shock. In the midst of the flowers, the young marquis in a crescent white brocade robe and a woman in a green dress walked over hand in hand. A gentle breeze blew up her light muslin skirt. If she didn't walk out of the mural, she must have fallen from the ninth heaven palace. A sentence floated in everyone's mind: "This is ugly? Are you ***king blind?" After serving tea to her parents-in-law, the two entered the palace to greet her grandaunt and the empress. Empress Dowager Zhuang fell this morning. After receiving the news, everyone rushed over. The empress, the old chancellor, and the whole family in Bishui Alley, except for little Jing Kong. He was taken to the capital for a 3-day tour by Shangguan Qing. Empress Dowager Zhuang was fine, but eunuch Qin was crushed and limped. Empress Dowager Zhuang gave him a few days off. She didn't want the young couple to worry, so she didn't send the news to the princess's residence. Who knew that the young couple would come today? "Newlyweds, are you sure you don't want to spend a few more days in the residence?" After the empress left, Gu Xiaobao was taken to the back by the palace maid to play with eunuch Qin's little tortoise. The rest of the people sat under the trees in the garden. Gu Jiao used to be a frequent visitor to Renshou Palace. All the old people here had seen her before, but no one recognized her today. If she wasn't held by Xiaoheng, they wouldn't have dared to let her in. Empress Dowager Zhuang, who was lying on a rattan chair and secretly eating preserved fruits, saw a certain little one who had transformed into a fairy. She raised her eyebrows and said meaningfully, "Oh, you consummated your marriage?" Her little great-granddaughter could finally be put on the agenda. She wanted the chubby type, one who was cuter than Xiao Yi. Yao Shi made an N sound and nodded in a daze. "I think so." The old chancellor stroked his beard. He was very shocked and happy. "That's great, I can hold my little grand-disciple now." Gu Yin sighed regretfully. "My brother-in-law got off too easy." Gu Xiaoshen scratched her head with a confused expression. "Am I the only one who doesn't understand what you're saying? Also, that person, is she really my older sister? I don't dare to recognize her." Gu Jiao had announced long ago that she and Xiao Heng had consummated their marriage. Of course she could not slap her own face at this time. Even if nobody believed her at that time, she did not know. She had always thought that she had been wearing her little disguise properly. She puffed out her small chest and said with a stern expression, "I already told you. Aheng and I have already been a true married couple for a long time. We have already consummated our marriage in the countryside." Gu Yin, liar. Yao Shi, impossible. Empress Dowager Zhuang, you haven't. Gu Jiao's small body stood perfectly straight. Her eyes were resolute, and her aura was incomparably strong and confident. "How could I not? Could it be that it's written on my face that I have only just consummated my marriage?" Everyone nodded in unison. "That's right. Gu Jiao?" Chapter 928. Something was wrong. Everyone's reaction was not right. Gu Jiao asked Xiao Heng in a small voice, "Did you spill the beans?" Xiao Heng coughed softly and said in a low voice, "No." He could not take the blame for this. Then what is going on? Gu Jiao muttered in confusion. No matter how smart she was, she would not have guessed that the birthmark on her face was actually a chastity mark. After all, who put the mark there? And after all, who put such a large mark? Xiao Heng could not bear to see her continue to be kept in the dark. He planned to tell her the truth about the chastity mark. Who knew that just as he was about to speak, Gu Xiaobao was carried over by a palace maid. Gu Xiaobao was sweating from the sun and the palace maid carried him over to change his clothes. He immediately saw the fairy like Gu Jiao. Children always had no resistance to beautiful things and would be uncontrollably attracted to them. He twisted his small body and got down from the palace maid's embrace. He was a lazy baby and could not walk more than 5 steps a day. It was clear how attracted he was to someone who could get off the bed voluntarily. He came to Gu Jiao's back and walked around Gu Jiao. He raised his small head to take a look. Then he exclaimed in surprise, "Oh? Xiaobao?" Gu Jiao's lips curved. She bent down and reached out to lift the little guy up. Gu Xiaobao widened his black gem-like eyes and blinked as he looked at Gu Jiao. He looked at the left side of her face and then looked at the right side of her face. He was certain that the person in front of him was his older sister, but it seemed like something had disappeared from her face. He turned his head to look at Madame Yao and his great-aunt. He waved his small hand and said seriously, "Nothing." "Xiaobao, what do you mean nothing?" Gu Jiao asked him. Gu Xiaobao looked at her again and pointed at her face. He waved his small hand and said, "Nothing, Fei Fei." "What Fei Fei?" Gu Jiao still did not connect the dots to her birthmark, but Gu Xiaobao's reaction made it obvious that there was something wrong with her face. She passed Gu Xiaobao to Xiao Heng and turned to enter her room in Rinshou Palace. Everyone exchanged glances. Gu Yan counted, 3, 2, 1. Just as he finished counting, an earth-shattering scream came from the room. Wah, bang. It was much louder than Xiao Yi's and the roof was almost blown off. The birds on the trees fluttered their wings and fled in all directions. The fallen leaves scattered all over everyone. Xiao Heng removed the leaf from Gu Xiaobao's mouth and raised his eyebrows. "Your reaction is much better than mine." When Xiao Heng led Gu Xiaobao into the house, Gu Jiao had already stopped. She sat quietly in front of the dented bronze mirror. Actually, it was just a birthmark, but for some reason, the difference between having it and not having it was so great that even Gu Jiao herself did not recognize it. When she first saw an unfamiliar face in the bronze mirror, it completely overturned her understanding. She thought that she had seen a ghost and punched down. After punching, she realized that the person was herself. She slowly turned around and looked blankly at Xiao Heng. "Husband, they say that a woman who has been nourished by love is the most beautiful, but I'm thinking, isn't this nourishment a little too much?" Xiao Heng chuckled softly. He bent over slightly and covered Gu Xiaobao's small ears with both hands. He could not help but say, "It's the chastity mark." Gu Jiao's almond eyes widened. "A chastity mark?" Xiaoheng laughed helplessly. Mother knows more about this matter. Gu Jiao quickly went to ask Yao Shi. Thanks to her, Gu Xiaoshan also heard the whole story. Gu Jiao's small face darkened. So it's the abbot. What's going on? Do all the monks in your temple drink wine? After drinking, they even gave people the chastity mark. Their hands trembled and they lit up such a big pile. Gu Jiao said, I'll settle the score with him when we get back. But how did I Yan know? Gu Xiaoshan asked. That day when Yao Shi confessed the situation to Xiaoheng, Gu Xiaoshan and Gu Yan were not present. The ones present were Grand Aunt, the old Chancellor, Gu Changqing and Gu Qingfeng. I guessed, Gu Yan said. He did not like to study, but it did not mean that he was not smart. On the contrary, he was very observant and meticulous. Nothing in the family could be hidden from him. Gu Jiao pursed her lips. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Thinking of how she had shamelessly said that she had consummated her marriage with the chastity mark in front of them, it really was a black history that could not be erased. Yao Shi held her daughter's hand and said with unconcealable relief, Mother's Jiao Jiao has finally become beautiful. In fact, no matter what Gu Jiao looked like, it was the best appearance in her eyes. But if one could have a good appearance, who would not want it? She had once been angry with the abbot, but she later thought about it. In the countryside, where there was no one to protect her daughter, an ugly appearance was not a bad thing. Otherwise, with this face, who knew how many disasters it would attract? Grand Aunt? Gu Jiao cleverly looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang. Do I look good? Was she showing off just like that? Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted. More arrogant than a little monk. Naturally she looked good. Although she had guessed that she would no longer be ugly after removing the chastity mark, she did not expect her to be this beautiful. Her beauty had been completely sealed by the chastity mark. She was still young and her facial features had not fully developed. When she grew older, she would become more and more beautiful. Perhaps one day she would be extremely beautiful. She was already old and did not know if she could stay with her for that long. Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng went to pay respects to the emperor and empress. As expected, the emperor and empress Xiao were both shocked. They asked Gu Jiao what had happened to her face. Gu Jiao cared about her face, so of course she didn't say that it was her chastity mark. I used some medicine to remove it, Gu Jiao said. What kind of medicine? Is it so magical? Empress Xiao expressed that she also wanted it. Gu Jiao, no, you don't want it. Auntie, how is little Qi these days? Seeing that the topic was about to develop in an indescribable direction, Xiaoheng quickly changed the topic and asked about Qin Chuyu. Qin Chuyu and little Jing Kong studied in the prodigy class of the Imperial College and were very close friends. There was also the youngest son of the Minister of War, Su Tsongtsong. At the mention of her son, Empress Zhao's attention was successfully diverted. He's almost 10 years old, but he's still as noisy as when he first entered the Imperial College. The two came from the emperor and stayed at Renshou Palace for a whole day. When it was almost dark, they said goodbye to their grand aunt. Gu Xiaobao stayed in Gu Jiao's arms and did not want to get down. Come back with me, okay? Gu Jiao teased him. Okay, he agreed. Yao Shi. You don't want your mother anymore? Gu Jiao looked at him with a smile. You just called me sister. Gu Xiaobao, I didn't. Gu Jiao, you did. You did. Gu Xiaobao, I didn't. Gu Jiao, you didn't call me what? Gu Xiaobao, sister. Gu Jiao, eh. Gu Xiaobao, who was tricked. Gu Jiao laughed and carried the adorable Gu Xiaobao into the carriage. Halfway through the journey, Gu Xiaobao fell asleep in her arms. Yao Shi carried Gu Xiaobao over and said to the two, It's getting late. You should go back quickly. The two bid farewell to Yao Shi, Gu Yan, and Gu Xiaoshan and took another carriage back to the princess's residence. The two planned to pay respects to the princess and the marquis first. When they entered the courtyard, they were told that Marquis Xianping and Princess Xinyang had taken Xiaoyi to see the lanterns. Gu Jiao said, Oh, the second spring is here. Is that how you use it? Xiaoheng looked at her in amusement. This look made him unable to look away again. She was like a little peach that had just ripened. Her entire body was filled with an alluring scent. Gu Jiao sensed his burning gaze and asked strangely, Why are you looking at me like that? Are you still tired? He asked softly. Gu Jiao did not realize that he was asking if she was still tired from entering the palace. She shook her head and said, I'm not tired. 2 hours later, the maids in Lanting courtyard all left the courtyard with red faces. They did not need to be on duty tonight. Marquis Chongping's residence. Gu Jinyu had just finished bathing and was wearing a cold, tight-fitting red nightgown as she sat on her wedding bed. "Chun-Lu, do I look good like this?" she asked. "You do," Chun-Lu said sincerely. It was not flattery. Her young miss was really becoming more and more beautiful as she grew. Her body had also matured. Her figure was graceful and her skin was smooth. How could the word beautiful be enough? "Go to the study to see Third Master," Gu Jinyu said. "Yes." Chun-Lu quickly left. About half an hour later, Chun-Lu returned sheepishly. "Is Third Master still not coming over?" Gu Jinyu asked expressionlessly. Chun-Lu said awkwardly, "Third Master is coughing badly. He said he's afraid that his illness will affect young Mississippi. He wants young Miss to sleep first. He'll rest in the study tonight." Illness, it's illness again. Gu Jinyu clenched the handkerchief in her hand. She had married into the Marquis of Chongping's mansion on her wedding night. It was fine if the groom did not come to pick her up, but he did not come to their wedding night either. Chapter 929. 3 days after she married, he was sick for 3 days. Until now she was still a virgin. Gu Jinyu calmed her emotions and instructed Chun-Lu, "Go and tell Third Master that I am in good health and am not afraid of getting sick. Invite him to my room to rest." For a woman to say such words, it could be said that she was throwing away all her pride and face. If he still did not come, she had grown up in a house. No one knew better than her how difficult life could be for an unfavored woman. She could not follow in the footsteps of those women. Yes. Chun-Lu braced herself and went to the study again. However, the results were the same. Third young Master Quan still insisted on resting in the study. Chun-Lu said, "But Third Master said that he will rest well tonight and accompany Miss home tomorrow morning." Hearing this, Gu Jinyu's expression softened. "Third Master is really sick. He does not want to pass his illness on to me. He dotes on me." Chun-Lu hurriedly nodded. "That's right. Third Master dotes on Miss. Otherwise, why would he cut his finger and let someone take the bleeding to the Marchioness?" Gu Jinyu sighed. "You are right. Third Master is considerate. I should not let my imagination run wild." Chun-Lu smiled. "That's right. This servant will wait on you to rest?" Gu Jinyu did not object. Chun-Lu let down the bun on her head. Gu Jinyu asked, "What do you think is going on with my sister? Marrying the same person twice. Only she could think of that." Chun-Lu snorted and said, "In my opinion, the young Marquis has long been tired of her. Anyone who has looked at the same face for 4 years will be tired of it. Moreover, she is so ugly. The young Marquis had no choice but to marry her. She is the benefactor of the Empress Dowager and His Majesty. She also used her good medical skills to treat Yen Kingdom's Dukan. Other than this, she has no other skills. In my opinion, young Marquis only marrying her as a decoration. As time passes, she'll suffer." Gu Jinyu lowered his eyes and straightened the corner of his clothes. "She and the young Duke have been married for 4 years and still have no children. Tell me, why is that?" Chun-Lu combed her hair with a fine-tooth comb and said disdainfully, "Of course it's because she can't give birth. It turned out to be a hen that couldn't lay eggs. Young Miss, don't worry. Her days in the Marquis' estate won't be easy." Gu Jinyu sighed faintly. "She's my elder sister after all. I still hope for the best for her." The next day, Gu Jiao woke up late again. While she sat in front of the dressing table and was combed by Xiao Heng had already been busy for more than 2 hours. He had prepared all the gifts for the return trip. In addition, Princess Xinyang and Marquis Xianping had also paid their respects. His parents teased him, saying that Yi was going to have a nephew soon. Xiao Heng smiled but didn't say anything. He didn't tell his parents that they had used protection, except for the first time, which wasn't a good experience. But they probably wouldn't fall for it that time. The probability was too small. Breakfast was red bean and barley porridge, carrot and mutton buns, scallion rolls, crab cakes, and some exquisite and delicious side dishes. The two had good appetites and ate a little of everything. Gu Jiao still went to sit with Princess Xinyang. Marquis Xianping was also there. Marquis Xianping usually didn't come over in the morning. Ever since he came once on the day of the tea ceremony, Xiao Yi knew that her beautiful father could also come in the morning. Thus, she started looking for her father every day when she opened her eyes. "Are you used to living here?" Princess Xinyang asked Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao said, "I'm used to it. It's all very good." Lanting Courtyard was decorated according to Gu Jiao's preferences. Some details that Gu Jiao herself didn't notice were noticed by Princess Xinyang in Jade Water Alley. Princess Xinyang was the same as her grandaunt. She never said anything and hid her love in the details. In truth, mother doesn't have to live here the entire time. Gu Jiao was referring to the Princess Manor. Princess Xinyang understood her meaning and said, "It's nothing. Previously I moved out of here because Aheng died. When I came to the Princess Manor, I would think of Aheng. Now that Aheng has safely returned and Qin has also returned, there's nothing but. Being too close to a certain person had no other shortcomings." She silently glanced at Marquis Xianping. Forget it, this person didn't seem to be asking for a beating recently. Marquis Xianping was currently holding his daughter in the corridor to enjoy the cool air. He inadvertently turned his head and met Princess Xinyang's gaze. He raised an eyebrow. "Qin Fengwen, you're peeking at this marquis again." Princess Xinyang clenched her fists and took back her earlier words. This person was truly asking for a beating. Princess Xinyang didn't want to see him again and coldly said, "Don't you need to go to court?" Marquis Xianping smiled. "This marquis is on vacation." Princess Xinyang chuckled. "What vacation? Aheng is getting married, not you." Marquis Xianping looked at the daughter in his arms and shamelessly said, "Maternity leave." Princess Xinyang. Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng came out of the Princess Manor and sat in a carriage headed to the Duke's Manor. Today was also the day Gu Jinyu would return home. She wasn't as willful as Gu Jiao, who could get up whenever she wanted. Before the sun rose, she went to her mother-in-law's place to set the rules. After serving her mother-in-law breakfast, she returned to her own courtyard to check the gifts for her return home. After everything was tidied up, third young Master Quan finally got up. At this time, they had already paid respects to old Madame Gu and Marquis Gu and were preparing to return home. The carriage had barely taken 2 steps when Gu Jinyu heard the sound of horses galloping in their direction. Speaking of which, it was strange. She wasn't familiar with Gu Jiao, but every time it was her horse she could always tell. It was the Black Wind Cavalry that had fought on the battlefield. They carried a fierce murderous aura. Even though they were far away, the horses of Marquis Champing's manor were still a little frightened. Gu Jinyu lifted the curtain to take a look and happened to see a group of carriages stop in front of the Duke's manor. Xiao Heng, who was dressed in a white brocade robe, led Gu Jiao, who was dressed in a green robe, out of the carriage. Gu Jinyu snorted sarcastically. That girl knew martial arts. Did she still need someone to help her? They were so careful. Did they treat that girl like a treasure? Stop the carriage, Gu Jinyu said. Third young Master Quan, who was resting with his eyes closed, immediately opened his eyes and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Gu Jinyu smiled gently and said, "I saw my sister and brother-in-law. I want to go and greet them." Third young Master Quan asked, "Young Marquis?" Marquis Champing's manor was in the eastern region and had some connections with the Xiao family. This time, because the wedding was coincidentally on the same day, they couldn't attend each other's wedding. However, he heard from his family that they still sent congratulatory gifts. Third young Master Quan said, "All right." The two of them got off the carriage. Third young Master Quan got off first and left immediately, completely ignoring Gu Jinyu. There was no harm if there was no comparison. This was how they got off the carriage when they came to the Marquis's manor. Gu Jinyu didn't feel that anything was wrong. However, when she saw how Xiao Heng treated Gu Jiao, she immediately felt unbalanced. She gritted her teeth and glanced at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was wearing a veil today covering most of her face. Only her bright forehead and exquisite eyes were exposed. Sister, brother-in-law, what a coincidence. She took third young Master Quan's hand and walked towards them. Third young Master Quan frowned and pulled his hand back. Gu Jinyu felt awkward, but she didn't show it on her face. She continued to smile and said, "Sister, are you coming home today? Why are you so late? Don't tell me you slept until late in the morning? Do you still think you're an unmarried girl?" Third young Master Quan greeted Xiao Heng with an eager gaze. "Young Marquis." Xiao Heng nodded slightly. The two families weren't close, but they weren't hostile either. It was just that he was impatient with Gu Jinyu's words. Gu Jiao asked in return, "Do I have to get up earlier than the rooster when I'm married?" Gu Jinyu choked. Gu Jiao asked Xiao Heng in a small voice, "But isn't it not good for me to get up so late?" Xiao Heng stroked her head dotingly and said, "How could it be? My mother doesn't need you to set rules. She told me not to wake you up and let you sleep a little longer." There were 2 messages in his words. First, Princess Xinyang doted on Gu Jiao. Second, Xiao Heng woke up earlier than Gu Jiao. She didn't need to serve her mother-in-law and husband. Gu Jinyu couldn't believe this was true. Even if Lady Yao was so doted on by Marquis Gu, she still had to give old Madame Gu face in the manor. Xiao Heng said calmly to third young Master Quan. If there's nothing else, we'll go in first. Young Master Quan will meet again. Third young Master Quan's status wasn't as high as Xiao Heng's. He hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed. Brother-in-law, take care. Elder sister, take care. Gu Jiao couldn't be bothered to argue with Gu Jinyu. She turned and walked up the stairs with Xiao Heng. Be careful. Xiao Heng held her hand and reminded her of the box on the stairs. For years, shouldn't they have given up on her long ago? Why did they seem even more inseparable than when she had met them before? Gu Jinyu's heart was filled with jealousy. Why did all the good things in the world happen to Gu Jiao? In what way was she inferior to her? Elder sister. She called out to Gu Jiao. Is there something else? Gu Jiao asked. Gu Jinyu said arrogantly, no, I just wanted to say that elder sister's veil is very beautiful. Elder sister originally didn't wear a veil, but I didn't expect that in order to see me twice she would wear a veil. Actually, elder sister, you don't have to be like this. Why do you have to feel ashamed in front of me? Gu Jiao said, I feel ashamed of my inferiority? Third young Master Quan had also heard that the new wife of the young Marquis was an ugly woman. One had to know that young Marquis Xiao was the #1 handsome youth in the entire capital. To have an ugly wife was really a pity. At this time, many commoners had gathered around to watch the show. Even the passing carriages had stopped. They all wanted to know what this ugly wife of the young Marquis looked like. Was she ugly to the point that both man and God would be enraged? Chapter 930. There are novels with connotations that can't be found online here. A person's rationality would not collapse overnight. To be honest, Gu Jinyu's actions today were not wise. Even if she made Gu Jiao make a fool of herself in front of everyone, it would not benefit her in any way. It was an action that harmed others without benefiting oneself. But after Gu Jiao returned, Gu Jinyu had suffered too many blows from Gu Jiao. Her rationality had been eaten away until there was not much left. She did not care what she could get. As long as she could make Gu Jiao the laughingstock of the capital, she would accept it even if she hurt herself and the enemy by 1,000. It was not the first time Gu Jiao's appearance had become so ugly. But in the past she had only been a mediocre little female doctor. No one had any requirements for her appearance. Now that she had climbed up the social ladder and married the young Duke of Jiaodu, there would naturally be people who would feel that her appearance did not match. This marriage was like a fresh flower being stuck in cow dung. And men all cared about face. His wife had embarrassed him so much in front of everyone. The young duke would probably have a knot in his heart and would not dare to go out with her in the future, right? Gu Jinyu thought with schadenfreude. She looked at Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng with a mocking gaze. She felt that Gu Jiao must be furious, but the truth was the opposite. Gu Jiao's expression was very calm. Elder sister, are you not angry? She asked. Gu Jiao glanced at her and said, I'm not angry. I just feel that you are very pitiful. There is so much light in the world, but you only see darkness. Gu Jinyu's eyes narrowed. Let's go. Gu Jiao said to Xiao Heng. Gu Jiao was actually a young girl who loved to be beautiful, but she would not have strange thoughts because she loved to be beautiful. She didn't feel inferior because of her ugly appearance, nor did she feel proud because of her beauty. She didn't care what others thought of her, and she didn't want to tear off her veil just because of a few words of provocation. Xiao Heng didn't care what other people thought of him. They might laugh at him for marrying an ugly wife, but he didn't want Gu Jiao to be wronged, not even a little bit. Wait a moment, he said to Gu Jiao. After that, he looked at Gu Jinyu and said in a low voice, you said that my wife feels inferior in front of you. Then let me ask you, when my wife was saving lives and helping the injured, what did you do? What did you do when my wife invented the bellows? My wife fought on the battlefield, guarded the borders, cured the plague and defended the country and its people. Where are you, Gu Jinyu? His gaze swept across the crowd of onlookers who didn't mind the commotion. My wife has made outstanding military achievements in ancient Moon City and was personally conferred the title of Protector Infanta by His Majesty. Which one of you didn't obtain stability in this world with the blood of my wife and the soldiers of the 3 armies? What right do you have to criticize her appearance? It's Xiao Heng's good fortune that my wife is willing to marry me. I've been waiting for this marriage for 4 years. I begged the Empress Dowager and Uncle Emperor to finally set the wedding date. My wife is the most beautiful woman in the world. There's no need to prove it to anyone. If we're talking about feeling inferior, it's all of you who should feel inferior in front of her. His words made everyone blush with shame. As a woman, she had done something that even men couldn't do, but they were criticizing her appearance. Gu Jinyu's heart was in turmoil. She had originally planned to embarrass Gu Jiao, but she didn't expect that the young duke would confess to Gu Jiao in public instead. This cleared up all the unfavorable rumors about Gu Jiao and the wedding. He was the one who begged for this marriage, it was his good fortune, it was him. He was the one who wanted to marry her. He waited for 4 years just to marry her with his real identity. Why? Why was Gu Jiao able to meet such a good man? Xiao Heng sighed and said, "Wife, appearance isn't important anyway. If they want to see it, let them see it." Everyone, what happened to not proving it? Gu Jiao wasn't someone who liked to wear a veil. Last time she wore it at Yao Shi's request. This time it was to give Dukin a surprise. Yi came down from the carriage. She coldly looked at Gu Jinyu and came to Gu Jiao's side. She harumphed and said, "Some people want to seek their own humiliation. Young miss, help her out." Chun Lu rolled her eyes. "Ha, we don't know who's the one seeking humiliation. No matter how much you flatter yourself, you're still ugly." Gu Jiao's veil was blown open by the wind. Chun Lu looked at that indescribably peerless face and her throat couldn't make a sound. How could it be like this? She had clearly seen the eldest young Mrs. face in the jewelry store last time. She didn't look like this. Where was that eye-catching red birthmark? Why did it disappear without a trace? Gu Jinyu's shock was no less than Gu Jiao's. Chun Lu had only seen Gu Jiao once, but Gu Jinyu had seen her up close countless times. She had even drawn Gu Jiao's portrait with her own hands. No. Impossible. Impossible? She looked in disbelief at that flawless face. She could not accept Gu Jiao's transformation from an ugly girl to a heavenly beauty. She had already lost to Gu Jiao in everything. The only thing she was proud of was her own appearance. But now, even her appearance had been ruthlessly beaten. Saying that she was better than her was already praising her. Before Gu Jiao took off her veil, her face could still be seen. After the veil was gone, she instantly lost all color. All the light in the world seemed to gather on Gu Jiao's face. Gu Jinyu had completely withered. No. No. It's not like this. You're not my older sister. You're not. You're not. Enough. Don't talk so much. Third young Master Quan could not take it anymore. The people around were pointing and gossiping. He had married such an ignorant woman. He would not have the face to go out in the future. He gritted his teeth and glared at Gu Jinyu. He cupped his hands and said to Xiao Heng, "Brother-in-law?" Xiao Heng said indifferently, "Don't call me brother-in-law. We're not close." After saying that, he held Gu Jiao's hand and walked into the duke's public house. The rest of the people were still immersed in Gu Jiao's stunning appearance and did not regain their senses for a long time. Which damnable rumor spread that the young duke had married an ugly wife? Was it purposely ruining the young duke and his wife's reputation? If he had really seen her, then he was blind. If he had not seen her and still spread this rumor, then he was bad. Stupid and bad. It's her. It was her last time too. Yes, she came to the duke's public house to cause trouble. She was so eccentric. She was scolded badly by the duke's public house steward. The old duke ignored her. He even told her not to call him grandfather. How did the Marquis of Chongping's public house marry such a woman? The crowd began to point fingers at Gu Jinyu. Third young Master Quan only felt that he had lost all his face and wished he could find a hole to hide in. It's all because of you. After saying that, there was no longer a trace of pity for Gu Jinyu in his eyes. He looked at Gu Jinyu with disgust one last time and left in the horse carriage. Chun Lu hurriedly chased after him. Young master. Young master. Young miss hasn't gotten into the horse carriage yet. On the day of her return, Gu Jinyu was thrown out on the streets by her new husband. The real despair was that the last trace of superiority she had in front of Gu Jiao had disappeared. She had completely lost. But actually she did not lose. Because Gu Jiao had never competed with her. Steward Zheng had been in the backyard adjusting Duke An's new wheelchair. When he heard the commotion and went to the front to show off his skills, the battle had already ended. He wrung his hands. He felt that he had missed out on 100 million. Duke An was teaching Xinyuan Qi how to play chess in the backyard. Liaochen was being chased by Taoist Master Qing Feng and could not bring his father around the capital. Xinyuan Qi could only accompany Duke An in the residence. You can stop here with this step. Duke An had just finished speaking when the chess piece in Xinyuan Qi's hand fell on the chessboard with a bang. Why are you? He looked at Xinyuan Qi and followed Xinyuan Qi's shocked gaze to the entrance of the garden. The young girl was dressed in a long green dress and had a slender figure. She held Xiao Heng's hand and walked over leisurely. They looked like a couple who had walked over from the Sanxing stone. They were so compatible, as if they were born for each other in this lifetime. Of course, Xin Yuanqi and Duke N's focus was not on this, but on Gu Jiao's face. There was no veil or birthmark. She had regained her beauty. Gu Jiao came to Duke N's side. She bent down and put her face in front of him. She smiled like a child who was playing tricks. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Duke N raised his hand and touched her cheek. I'm surprised. I'm so surprised. Xin Yuanqi looked at the childish Gu Jiao, and a trace of emotion flashed across his eyes. Compared to her appearance, the change in her temperament surprised him more. Brother, if you were still alive, you would be very happy to see her like this, right? Duke N and Xin Yuanqi did not know about the chastity mark, but now that they knew, they did not know what to say. This mistake was too big. Xin Yuanqi secretly put forward the plan to beat up the abbot on the agenda. Xiao Heng took Duke N's place and continued to teach Xin Yuanqi how to play chess. The father and daughter went to the courtyard to open the gifts. Xiao Heng carefully selected each gift. In order to show how much he valued his son-in-law, Duke N wanted to see each gift one by one. After that, he asked someone to bring in a big box. What is this? Gu Jiao asked. Duke N sat in his wheelchair and smiled. He said, the state preceptor asked someone to send it over. He said it was the wedding gift that he promised you before. Gu Jiao immediately remembered. Ah, the weapons that Jin Kingdom offered as a tribute. Such a big box. Are they all for me? Duke N was amused by her impatience. There are 2 more boxes. Here it comes. Here it comes. Steward Zheng ordered the servants to bring in the other 2 boxes of weapons and open the lids. Gu Jiao began to choose carefully. Jin Kingdom had spent a lot of money this time. They offered all good things as a tribute. Suddenly, Gu Jiao's gaze fell on a long and narrow mahogany box. Miss wants to see this? Steward Zheng cleverly walked over and opened the mahogany box. He presented it to Gu Jiao with both hands. Inside was a long sword made of dark iron with peacock feathers that shone with cold light. When Gu Jiao saw it, a strange feeling arose from the bottom of her heart. She held the sword in her hand and looked at it carefully. When she pulled the sword out of the scabbard, the cold light reflected in her eyes. Suddenly, an image flashed in her mind. Is this? In the dream of the battle, she saw her own ending, dying under this sword. Chapter 931. Duke N looked at her and said, Jiao Jiao, what's wrong with you? Is there something wrong with this sword? Duke N loved Gu Jiao dearly, so he saw every little expression on her face. Gu Jiao didn't know how to explain for a moment. Duke N knew his precious daughter too well. She was amenable to persuasion but not coercion. He said with a worried face, Jiao Jiao, you must tell father anything. Don't hide it from me. Otherwise I will be worried. Godfather was also father. He called himself that on the day of his wedding, so Gu Jiao didn't think much of it. His tone was so soft that it was hard to resist. But where did this come from? Just as Gu Jiao was thinking about how to say it, Xiao Heng and Xin Yuanqi came over. As soon as the 2 entered the room, they noticed that the atmosphere was a bit strange. Father Jiao Jiao. Xiao Heng greeted and asked, did something happen? Your expressions are strange. Duke N looked at Gu Jiao as if waiting for her answer. Gu Jiao sighed helplessly. Okay, Steward Zheng, please take everyone away first. Okay. Steward Zheng called the servants in the room out. They sat around the square table. Gu Jiao sat on Duke N's left, Xin Yuanqi on her right, and Xiao Heng on the opposite. Speak, Duke N said. I had a dream. Gu Jiao told him about her dream of dying under this sword. It's just a dream. Jiao Jiao, don't take it seriously, Duke N comforted her. It wasn't clear if he was comforting Gu Jiao or himself. Xin Yuanqi's expression turned solemn. He remained silent. What else did you dream of? Xiao Heng asked. Gu Jiao thought for a moment and decided to tell the truth. I dreamt that the Yan Kingdom was at war with the Liang Kingdom and the Jin Kingdom. The Xinyuan army and many others died at the hands of Chu Feiping and Gong Sunyu. She was dead. Jing Kong was dead. Everyone was dead. Xiao Heng finally understood why she wanted to personally lead the Black Wind Cavalry into battle. She wanted to change everyone's fate. In fact, she had done it. She had killed Gong Sunyu with her own hands. She had spun the wheel of fate. It was his Jiao Jiao. How lucky was he to marry such a good Jiao Jiao? He gripped her hand and said softly, Gong Sunyu is dead and Chu Feiping has become a cripple. Everything that happened in the dream will never happen again. Okay. Gu Jiao nodded. Shen Yuanqi suddenly asked, "Is that swordsman dead?" Dukan looked at him. "This is just a dream. Why did you really believe it?" From his point of view, those dreams on the battlefield could be interpreted as nervousness before the battle. Xiaoheng also looked at Shen Yuanqi in surprise. Judging from Shen Yuanqi's tone, it seemed that he also believed that Gu Jiao's dream had a special meaning. Shen Yuanqi, did he know something? Gu Jiao was focused on thinking about the sword. She did not spare any extra brain power to think about Shen Yuanqi's reaction. She shook her head in a daze. "I don't know who that swordsman is, so I can't be sure if he's dead or not. Many people had died in this battle. Perhaps that swordsman was already dead, or perhaps he was not. Moreover, the battle in Puqing happened 9 years earlier than in her dream. In other words, she would only meet that swordsman 9 years later. That swordsman might still be a child. Maybe after 9 years he wouldn't be a swordsman anymore. He would not be like Gong Sun Yu's 4 subordinates who were already malignant tumors. You have to be careful." Shen Yuanqi did not want to be careless when it concerned Gu Jiao. He asked again, "Is that swordsman from Jin State? Or from Yang State?" Gu Jiao shook her head. "I'm not sure either." She knew nothing about the swordsman. She was stabbed in the heart from behind. If it were not for the extra perspective in her dream, she would not even know what kind of mask the swordsman was wearing. "Can you draw that mask?" Xiaoheng asked. "Let me try," Gu Jiao said. Xiaoheng went to get a brush and paper. Gu Jiao's brush was not very good at drawing, so she sketched with charcoal. After she finished, she was quite satisfied. "Something like this." She put the drawing on the table. The 3 of them stared at the fanged mask in the drawing. They really could not imagine its origin. "And this sword," Shen Yuanqi said. "Write a letter and ask the state preceptor about the sword's origin." And Guogong nodded. "Okay." Gu Jiao paused and said, "About this sword I suddenly remember someone. Maybe we don't need to ask the state preceptor. Just ask him." After the newlyweds left, and Guogong sat in his wheelchair and turned to look at Shen Yuanqi, who was deep in thought. He voiced his doubts. "You seem to really believe in Jiao Jiao's nightmare." Shen Yuanqi said, "She can see in her dreams." And Guogong was stunned. Shen Yuanqi said, "She has been rewriting everyone's fate. Now it's someone's turn to rewrite hers. It would be best if that assassin died. If he was still alive, he would find him personally and kill him." It was June in the capital and the weather was hot. A master and servant walked listlessly on the busy street. Peddlers pushing stalls passed by them from time to time, almost knocking into them. "Be careful. How can you walk?" The guard in gray dodged to the side and used his body to block his master. The peddler who was scolded by him saw the sword at his waist. He was angry, but he didn't dare to say anything. He rolled his eyes and left. "Master, oh master, how long do we have to stay in Zhao country? That monk won't tell us anything. We can't beat him or persuade him." "We can't." As the guard in gray spoke, he felt that there was no movement behind him. He turned around and was shocked. "Master, where did you go?" Master Mingyu was put in a gunny sack. Gu Jiao dragged the small gunny sack into an alley. Here, the carriage of Marquis Schwamping's residence had been waiting for a long time. Gu Jiao threw him into the carriage. She clapped her hands and jumped in as well. She sat down beside Xiaoheng. After the battle, Gu Jiao didn't move her body. Her hands were itchy. She looked at the gunny sack on the ground and said seriously, "I don't think he will confess obediently. We have to torture him." "I'll confess," the person in the gunny sack said. "Gu Jiao? I haven't said what I want to ask." Gu Jiao's raised foot froze in midair. She felt very wronged. Xiaoheng smiled gently and held her soft hand. His thumb gently rubbed her fingertips. He said softly, "I'll compensate you when we get back." Gu Jiao said, "I want the kind that is fermented by Jiangjiang." Xiaoheng laughed softly. His eyes sparkled. "Okay." The person in the gunny sack. "Hello? If you want to interrogate, then interrogate. Don't give me dog food." Gu Jiao released Master Mingyu from the gunny sack. Master Mingyu sat down on the stool beside Xiaoheng. He waved the fan in his hand and said, "What do you want to ask?" "This master is in a good mood today. I won't argue with you." Gu Jiao looked at Xiaoheng. "He's stubborn. Can I beat him up?" Master Mingyu's body trembled. Why did this little girl always want to beat people up? "Wait, little girl. What happened to your face?" The light in the carriage was dim, but his eyesight was very good. He could clearly see that breathtakingly beautiful face. He almost couldn't shift his gaze away. Heavens, was this little girl poisoned? How did she become such a beauty in just a month? Xiaoheng said, okay, you can beat him up now. Master Ming Yu? I won't look. I won't look. He closed his eyes, filled with the desire to live. No. Gu Jiao said. No, you. He was only halfway through his sentence when he felt something flying towards him. He instinctively raised his hand to grab it. It was a sword. The familiar touch made his heart tremble. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked down at the sword in his hand. In order to let him see it more clearly, Gu Jiao lit up the oil lamp on the small table. Gu Jiao saw his reaction. Gu Jiao had a rough idea of what was going on, but she still asked for confirmation. Is this the sword you're looking for? Yes, this is it. Master Mingyu did not deny or hide anything. He stroked the sword in his hand in disbelief. Because he was too nervous and excited, his arm and fingertips were trembling. It really is in your hands? Gu Jiao did not explain that she had only obtained it today. Where did this sword come from? Don't lie. I'm afraid you won't be able to leave the carriage alive. A cold light flashed in Master Mingyu's eyes. Killing intent burst out from his body. However, it only lasted for a moment before he groaned and clutched his chest. The killing intent also dissipated. Are you injured? Gu Jiao asked. No, it's not an injury. As for what it was, he did not want to say more. He turned to the two and said, I'll tell you where it came from. Can you return it to me? Not for free. Name a price. He said, return it. Xiaoheng said indifferently, tell us first. If we're satisfied, we'll consider whether to agree to your conditions. Gu Jiao nodded. That's right. That's it. A trace of conflict appeared in Master Mingyu's eyes. Logically speaking, he could not reveal his identity. However, in order to take back the sword, he could only betray his promise. He said resignedly, it's my master's sword. Xiaoheng asked, who is your master? Chapter 932. Novels with content that cannot be found online can be found here. Sir Mingyu frowned. Clearly he was conflicted about what to say next. It's fine if you don't want to say it, but I can't give you the sword. Xiaoheng stretched out his hand and acted like he wanted to take the sword back. Sir Mingyu hurriedly hugged the long sword. I'll say it. Gu Jiao said fiercely, say it or I'll beat you up. Sir Mingyu suppressed his anger. He was getting weaker and weaker and was no match for this girl. He had no choice but to lower his head. Have you heard of the sword hut? He asked. The couple nodded in unison. When Gu Jiao went to the eastern border of the Yan Kingdom to attack the Liang Kingdom and the Jin Kingdom, she repeatedly fought with the people of the sword hut. After the battle, the Jin Kingdom surrendered, but there was no news about the people of the sword hut. It was unknown whether this sword hut was the same sword hut. Sir Mingyu said, my master is the master of the sword hut, the leader of the sword hut. This sword is called Xianyu and is the leader's keepsake. I came to the Zhao Kingdom because there was a traitor in the sword hut who escaped with the sword. I came to find its whereabouts. But who would have thought that the moment I found it, it was snatched away by that stupid monk? Gu Jiao said, did you say Liaochen? Liaochen did not snatch your sword. He picked it up. Sir Mingyu said, I don't believe it. Gu Jiao laughed. It's up to you to believe it or not. Sir Mingyu wanted to say something but stopped. There was no point in investigating the monk's actions. The important thing was that Xianyu had been found. He could finally return to the sword hut. Gu Jiao said again, how many sword huts are there in the world? Sir Mingyu said without hesitation, only one. He thought of something and said, but we can't rule out the possibility of some small sects using the name of the sword hut to swindle people. Gu Jiao touched her delicate chin. Is the sword hut that colluded with the Jin Kingdom's royal family? Young Master Mingyu was slightly stunned. The royal family of Jin Nation? Ah, you're talking about that? I guess so. That's a branch of the sword hut. Only two of them are from the inner sect. Gu Jiao asked, Sky Splitter and Enhun? You know them? Young Master Mingyu was surprised. Gu Jiao thought to herself, not only do I know, but I'm also very familiar with it. I fought with Enhun, I fought with Heaven Splitter. It was no wonder that Long Yi and Enhun were so powerful, but the masters of the sword hut at the border were so weak. It turned out that only the two of them were inner sect disciples. Mr. Mingyu snorted and said, the Jianghu does not know that the sword hut is divided into the inner and outer sections. You are lucky to have met me. Otherwise, you would never have known that the sword hut that interacts with the Jin Nation is just a branch. Gu Jiao was puzzled. Why are you colluding with the royal family of Jin Nation? Young Master Mingyu's face darkened. We're just friends. What do you mean by collusion? I'm not sure about the details. I'm not in charge of it. However, the two people you mentioned just now, according to seniority, perhaps I should call them senior brothers. Who's older and who's younger? Gu Jiao asked. Young Master Mingyu said, and Hun is the eldest senior brother, Sky Splitter is the youngest. Now I'm the youngest. When they went to the branch I was still young so I didn't meet them. I only heard about them from my master. Gu Jiao nodded. Continue. Young Master Mingyu looked at her strangely. Are you asking about my sword or my senior brother? Gu Jiao said, I'm asking about both. Why did they go to the branch? Young Master Mingyu thought for a while. It seems to be to kill someone. Kill the second Master of Shadows, Xianyuan Qi. That year Long Yi came to Zhao Nation with such a mission. However, for some unknown reason Long Yi gave up his mission. Thus, an Hun replaced him and stayed in the branch. Together with the royal family of Jin Nation, they secretly carried out the annihilation of Xianyuan Qi and the Shadow Division. Long Yi? I miss him a little. Gu Jiao whispered. Xiao Heng held her hand and didn't say anything. He also missed Long Yi. He missed him very much. He didn't know if he had found the answer he wanted. Are you done asking? Can I take the sword now? Young Master Mingyu asked. I can't yet. Xiao Heng took the sword. He said angrily, you don't keep your word. Xiao Heng said neither too fast nor too slow. I only said that if your answer satisfied us we might consider it. He gritted his teeth and said, then is there something you're not satisfied with? I didn't hide anything. Xiao Heng said without changing his expression. We're satisfied, so we're considering whether to give you the sword or not. Young Master Mingyu was made a fool of, so he was furious. Have you seen this before? Xiao Heng took out Gu Jiao's sketch paper. He turned his face. Why should I tell you? Xiao Heng said, it seems you don't want your master's sword back. Young Master Mingyu coldly glared at him and looked at the fanged mask on the sketch. He said, I've never seen it before. Xiao Heng looked at him seriously. Are you sure? He sighed. You're just a mask. If I've seen it then I've seen it. If I haven't seen it then I haven't seen it. Why should I lie to you? Xiao Heng looked into his eyes without blinking. Last question, where is the sword hut? After half an hour, the gray-robed guard found his master in the alley who was supporting himself against the wall and gasping for breath. He walked over in large strides and supported his master's arm. He worriedly said, Young master, are you all right? Why did you leave me here alone? It's nothing. Young Master Mingyu covered his chest. I met the young Marquis of Jiaodu and that girl from Jade Water Alley. The gray-robed guard was shocked. Those two. Did they bully you? Young Master Mingyu shook his head. No, they only asked me some questions. The origin of the Xianyu sword, my two senior brothers, and the location of the sword hut. The gray-robed guard frowned. Why did they suddenly ask about this? Then did you tell them everything? Young Master Mingyu looked in the direction where the carriage disappeared and said lightly, I told them a little. In the carriage. Gu Jiao played with the long sword in her hand and asked Xiao Heng, what do you think? Did that Mingyu lie? Xiao Heng said, he didn't lie but he didn't tell the whole truth either. He hid something. Gu Jiao said, oh? Xiao Heng said, it's not strange. Every sect has its own secrets. Gu Jiao pointed at the paper on the table. Then is the map of the sword hut he drew real or fake? Xiao Heng said seriously, it should be real. Also he said that he had never seen that mask. It doesn't seem like he was lying. They still didn't know who the swordsman in Gu Jiao's dream who killed her was. Xiao Heng stroked her hair and said softly, don't worry. If he is still alive we will definitely find him. They were no longer alone and helpless. Behind them were the royal families of two countries, the Imperial Preceptor Hall, the manor of Marquis Shenping, and the powerful Black Wind Cavalry and the Shadow Troop. Gu Jiao shook her head. I'm not worried. Xiao Heng took her hand and smiled. That's right. It's not easy to get married. Don't worry about anything. Just wait to be the wife of the Imperial Preceptor. Gu Jiao blinked. Wife of the Imperial Preceptor? Xiao Heng smiled. I forgot to tell you. Grand Secretary Yuan proposed the Imperial Preceptor examination to my uncle last year. My uncle agreed. But for some reason the examination was postponed for a year. It will be held next month. Gu Jiao was surprised. You don't plan to be the prince of the Yin Kingdom? Xiao Heng smiled. The identity of the prince was given by my parents. The position of Imperial Preceptor was obtained by me through the examination. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. You speak as if you have already passed the examination. What if you don't? Xiaoheng looked at her gently. I'll be punished by my wife. But if I pass the examination you have to reward me. It didn't sound like a serious reward. Gu Jiao said seriously, today's account hasn't been settled yet, but you are already thinking about the future. Xiaoheng held her soft hand and leaned close to her ear. He said in a low and magnetic voice, my wife means that we should go back early and settle today's account. Gu Jiao said, I didn't say that. Xiaoheng said, you did. Gu Jiao was speechless. The two returned to the princess residence. They first went to Princess Xinyang and paid their respects to her and Marquis Xianping. Then they played with Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi was getting more and more energetic. She lay in the cradle and kicked her legs happily. Princess Xinyang asked about their return and whether they had gone to visit Lady Yao. We went, Xiaoheng said. They went to the Duke's residence in the morning and Jade Water Alley in the afternoon. They only went to catch Master Mingyue at dusk. Father, I have something to say to you, Xiaoheng said to Marquis Xianping. It has to do with the Sword Hut. During the war at the border, the person who had interacted with the Sword Hut the most was Marquis Xianping. In the end, the elders of the Sword Hut had all died at his hands. Come to the study. Marquis Xianping put his hands behind his back and strode outside. Princess Xinyang glared at him and muttered, that's my study. The father and son went to the study next door. Eugene brought over a bowl of black medicine and looked meaningfully at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao felt her hair stand on end. What? Princess Xinyang said, drink it. Gu Jiao smelled it. She was a doctor, so of course it was not difficult for her to recognize the medicine. This is, Princess Xinyang admitted, pregnancy medicine. Drink it while it's hot. When it cools, the medicine won't be effective enough. Gu Jiao was speechless. Should I tell you that I've already used little Tao Tao? Princess Xinyang glanced at her and asked, why aren't you drinking it? Are you afraid it's bitter? Fine, I'll drink it. There's no baby anyway. Gu Jiao raised her head and drank the pregnancy medicine in one go. Chapter 933. You're saying that the people of the Sword Hut might kill Jiao Jiao? In the study, Marquis Xianping listened to his son's narration. It would be a lie to say that he was not surprised. However, he did not feel that his son was making things up. Xiaoheng said seriously, Jiao Jiao's dreams have always been very accurate. Back then you almost lost your life to the mudslide. It was thanks to her that you saw the storm and the mudslide in your dream. Marquis Xianping was a person who always had his head tied to his belt. Everything he had was obtained through his own martial arts. If it were anything else he would definitely scoff. However, this matter concerned Gu Jiao, so he was very cautious. Those bastards from the Sword Hut are all dead. He was somewhat annoyed. If he had known that this would happen he would have left a few alive. Xiaoheng said, those are all outer sect disciples. Their understanding of the inner sect is limited. They are not as valuable as Mingyu. Marquis Xianping said thoughtfully, I'll capture that guy another day and interrogate him. Xiaoheng did not object. One had to be merciful. Sometimes, being merciful to one's enemy was being cruel to oneself. Father, have you seen any ace from the Sword Hut wearing this mask? Xiaoheng handed the sketch paper he carried with him to Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping took it and looked carefully. He shook his head. No. Why would the people of the Sword Hut wear masks? This question stunned Xiaoheng and Gu Jiao. Because this was an established fact, Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng did not question the irrationality of this phenomenon. However, Marquis Xianping was a bystander and immediately sensed that something was wrong. Xiaoheng quickly came back to his senses and said, I was almost led astray by you. And Han and Shirtian both wore masks. I'm guessing that only the inner sect disciples would wear masks when they come out to carry out missions. Marquis Xianping nodded. This makes sense. I'll get to the bottom of this. You can focus on preparing for the upcoming exam. Xiaoheng looked at him in confusion. Did I tell you that I'm going to take an exam? Marquis Xianping snorted. Do you think I won't ask if you don't tell me? He was now a father who cared for his son, and would not be indifferent or pretend to be indifferent to his learning. Xiaoheng laughed. Thank you, father. Marquis Xianping said with an unruly expression. Why are you thanking your own father? If you really want to thank me, give birth to a little nephew for you to play with. Xiaoheng, there are two big things in life that cannot be avoided, urging marriage and urging children. Xiaoyi was about to sleep. The two of them bid farewell to Princess Xinyang and Marquis Xianping and returned to their own courtyard. As soon as he entered the room, Xiaoheng asked, "My mother didn't say anything strange to you, did she?" "What strange words?" Gu Jiao asked. Xiaoheng said, "For example, urging you to give birth to a fat boy or something like that?" "No," Gu Jiao said. Xiaoheng secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, before he could finish his sigh of relief, he heard Gu Jiao say, "She just gave me a bowl of pregnancy medicine." Xiaoheng. As expected of his mother, she was even more ruthless than his father. Xiaoheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Tomorrow, I'll talk to my mother and tell her not to do these things in the future." Gu Jiao said, "It's fine. Actually, it's just some medicinal herbs that replenish blood and qi. There's no harm in drinking it." Xiaoheng thought for a moment. That's fine too. It was better than telling his mother that they didn't plan to have children for the time being. "Do you want a baby?" Gu Jiao asked him. The two of them had never discussed this topic in depth. It was Gu Jiao who took out the contraceptive measures after getting drunk, and the two of them seemed to have accepted it naturally. Xiaoheng smiled and said, "You're still young. It won't be too late to give birth when you're older." Gu Jiao lowered her eyes. "What if I don't want to give birth?" Xiaoheng's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. He didn't hesitate for too long. He stared at her and said, "Then don't give birth. In any case, there's still my older brother. At worst, I'll just let him carry on the family line." Gu Jiao took a step forward and pressed her forehead against his chest. "Rub my head." Xiaoheng smiled gently and gently rubbed her head. Gu Jiao felt his comfort. It was the intimacy that she hadn't been able to obtain from her parents when she was young. After a long time, she said in a low voice, "I'm a little monster. I'm afraid that if I give birth to a baby, it'll also be a little monster." This was the first time she had said that she was afraid in front of him. She had never been afraid of anyone or anything. War, bloodshed, plagues, and death, she had never shown a trace of fear. Xiaoheng's heart clenched and he hugged her tightly. "You're not a little monster. You're my Jiao Jiao." Gu Jiao didn't say anything. She just leaned quietly in his arms. She knew that Xiaoheng wasn't her parents in her previous life, and neither was she. They wouldn't treat their children like that. But there were some shadows in her subconscious that she couldn't control. She could bear all the pain in the world, but she didn't want her baby to be full of wounds. "It hurts," she said. "They don't want me. Really hurts." Duke's mansion. It was late at night, but Dukin didn't feel sleepy. He went to Xin Yuanqi's courtyard. Xin Yuanqi always went to bed early. As expected, the lights in his room were still on. Dukin pushed the wheelchair into the room. "Can't you walk?" Xin Yuanqi pushed the door open and pushed him in. Dukin smiled and said, "I can't walk too much." "What's the matter?" Xin Yuanqi stopped the wheelchair beside the square table and sat down opposite Dukin. Dukin said bluntly, "You seem to know Jiao Jiao very well." "We fought together," Xin Yuanqi said. Dukin remembered that Gu Jiao and Xin Yuanqi fought against Gong Sun Yu and the Jin army in Ghost Mountain and Pu City. He nodded and said, "Is that so? But I feel that you know more about her than that." Xin Yuanqi didn't answer him. Instead, he asked seriously, "Why are you so quick with your words?" Dukin fell off the horse and was in a vegetative state for 3 years. It was much worse than Xin Yuanqi. Dukin smiled and said, "Because I'm smart." Xin Yuanqi's face darkened. He went to the door and said, "Goodbye." Liao Chen returned to Duke An's mansion in the middle of the night. He was chased for 3 days and finally got rid of that guy. He climbed over the wall and returned to the courtyard. After walking for 3 days, he didn't know if his father went out to look for him or if he was worried sick. He immediately went to tell his father that he was safe. Father really didn't sleep. "It seems that he was very worried about me." Liao Chen knocked on the door. "Come in," Xin Yuanqi said. Liao Chen pushed the door open and entered. He saw his father sitting in front of the window, carefully wiping a wolf tooth pendant with a handkerchief. This pendant was his father's personal item. He had worn it for decades. It was said that it was a birthday gift from the First Lord of Shadows. He had treasured it until now. He smiled and said, "Father, I'm back. I'm sorry that I ran into some trouble these days and made you worry." Xin Yuanqi glanced at him and decisively put away his pendant, as if he was afraid that his own son would take it away. Liao Chen was speechless. "You don't have to be so guarded against me. I won't steal it." Xin Yuanqi snorted. "Who knows?" Liao Chen was speechless. Xin Yuanqi said lightly, "I'm not worried." Liao Chen was stunned for a moment before he realized that his father was answering his first question. He expressed his confusion. "I've been missing for 3 days. You're not worried?" Shen Yuanqi said calmly. Qing said that you should go and chase after your wife. He told me not to look for you. Liao Chen was speechless. Shen Yuanqi, come out. I promise I won't beat you to death. Shen Yuanqi's martial arts were so good that he woke up halfway after getting drunk. Seeing that his son was not there, he wanted to find his son. Shen Yuanqi had an idea and came up with this plan to fool Shen Yuanqi. In the name of congratulating Shen Yuanqi, he once again made Shen Yuanqi drunk. Where's my daughter-in-law? Shen Yuanqi asked expectantly. Liao Chen was speechless. On the 22nd of June, little Jing Kong and Shang Guanqing finally returned to the princess mansion after a 3-day tour of the capital city. Little Jing Kong got off the carriage and ran quickly to the Lanting courtyard. Shang Guanqing couldn't stop him even if he wanted to. Looking at the little guy's small back, Shang Guanqing, who had lost a layer of skin, sighed wearily. I can only help you this much, brother. It had only been 3 days and he had already broken down. He really didn't know how his brother had taken this little guy from Zhao State to Yen State. Also, a new gun was not enough. Stinky brother should at least give him 3 guns. Young master. A servant saw Shang Guanqing and hurried over to salute him. Shang Guanqing said stiffly, come here and give me a hand. I can't move. The little monk had squeezed out all his energy. Little Jing Kong was mercilessly stopped by his brother-in-law as soon as he entered the Lanting courtyard. His bad brother-in-law held him and took him to the practice room. I want to see Jiao Jiao, he said with a dark face. Jiao Jiao is not awake yet. I'll take you to see her later, Xiaoheng said. Little Jing Kong looked up at his bad brother-in-law. Why is she not awake yet? Is Jiao Jiao sick? It was no wonder that little Jing Kong asked this. Gu Jiao's work and rest were too regular. She was always the one who got up early in the family. She would only get up a little later when she was not feeling well. Xiaoheng said calmly, she's not sick. Jiao Jiao slept late. Why did Jiao Jiao sleep late? Little Jing Kong asked. Of course, Xiaoheng could not tell him the real reason. He could only say, Jiao Jiao is getting married. She's a newlywed and has a lot of things to do. For example, the luggage, dowry and so on. She needs to organize them. She did bring a lot of things on the wedding day. Little Jing Kong nodded seriously. Then he looked at Xiaoheng disapprovingly. Why didn't you organize them? Why did you let Jiao Jiao organize them? You're too lazy. You didn't put in any effort at all. Even Xiaobao is more diligent than you. Xiaoheng, who had been working hard all night, was speechless. Chapter 934. The Lanting courtyard had prepared a separate practice room and backyard for little Jing Kong, so he could play to his heart's content. After putting him down, Xiaoheng went to the study to do his own things. Shang Guanqing was carried into the study by 2 servants. His cheeks were thin and he looked miserable. Xiaoheng was tidying up the desk and was shocked by his appearance. What happened to you? Were you beaten? Shang Guanqing motioned for the servant to help him to the chair opposite the desk. The servant helped him to the southeast corner. He shook his head and said, I want the seat over there. That seat was facing his younger brother, and he could show his miserable state without any blind spots. It had to be said that the 3 of them had excellent wisdom and talent when it came to showing themselves. After he sat down painfully, he said to the servants, Okay, you can leave. The 2 servants left without saying a word. Xiaoheng flipped through the books in his hand and picked out the ones that needed to be dried. He glanced at him and said, You are my father's son. No one in Jiaodu would dare to beat you, right? Let me guess, you want a gun again? Shang Guanqing gasped. What kind of monster was his stinky younger brother? Could he see through his thoughts at a glance? He opened his mouth. Xiaoheng didn't give him a chance. Don't deny it. I saw through it. Shang Guanqing's handsome face darkened. In the next second, he removed his disguise and casually placed his feet on the table. He crossed his hands behind his head and leaned his body against the back of the chair. He said casually, Tell me, where did I expose myself? Xiaoheng said with amusement, You didn't expose yourself. I tricked you. Shang Guanqing's body shook. That girl tricked me, but you tricked me too. You two are really a match made in heaven. I don't care. He turned his face and said angrily, I'll lose half my life if I have to take care of the little monk for you. No matter what, you have to make me at least 10 new firearms. 2. Xiaoheng bargained. Shang Guanqing withdrew his feet from the table and sat up straight. He stared at Xiaoheng and said, Don't you always cut the price by half when bargaining? Xiaoheng thought for a moment. Then, 1 round? If the 2 swords were half and half, it would be one sword. Sheng Guanqing narrowed his eyes dangerously. I'll tell the princess's mother that you bullied me. Xiaoheng said calmly, you've already cured the poison, yet you're still being bullied by a weak scholar like me. It seems that you don't practice the horse stance enough. The corner of Sheng Guanqing's mouth twitched. 3 no less. Xiaoheng, deal. Sheng Guanqing asked, are you not going to struggle this time? If I had known earlier, I would have said 4 rounds. Sheng Guanqing returned to his courtyard after the daily Can't Beat My Younger Brother series ended. Little Jing Kong finished practicing, reading and doing his homework. It was almost late in the morning when Gu Jiao finally came out of her room. He jumped down from the swing and ran towards Gu Jiao with all his strength. Jiao Jiao. He opened his little arms and was about to throw himself into Gu Jiao's arms as usual. However, he stopped in time when he was halfway to her. He gathered his qi in his lower abdomen and stabilized his lower body. His little feet were firmly nailed to the ground, and his little body swayed as he tried not to fall to the ground. He raised his head and looked at Gu Jiao in disbelief. He pointed at her face with his little finger. Jiao Jiao? Gu Jiao smiled and walked forward. She raised her hand and patted his little head. Wow, what have you been doing? You're tanned again. On the wedding day he was still a boiled egg. Now he was almost a shiny little egg. He quickly covered his head and said with grievance and resentment, it's all Brother Qing's fault. He took me with him on the boat for 3 days. I've become dried fish under the sun. Gu Jiao thought of that scene and laughed until she bent over. She laughed very happily. Little Jing Kong was addicted to her smile and felt very happy. Jiao Jiao. He looked at her left face curiously. Why are the flowers on your face gone? Flowers? Gu Jiao was stunned. She suddenly realized that little Jing Kong did not say the word fold just now. He had grown up and was no longer the 3-year-old monk who had just left the mountain. Gu Jiao felt an indescribable feeling in her heart. Was it relief? Or melancholy? There seemed to be a trace of reluctance. She wanted to rub him back and be the little dumpling who followed behind her all day long and called her Jiao Jiao in a childish voice. When he opened his eyes and did not see her, he would cry until the sky was dark. He would let her plant kisses on his little face and water them every day while waiting for them to sprout. He would always sit on the threshold and wait for her to come home. Jiao Jiao, what's wrong with you? Little Jing Kong saw that Gu Jiao suddenly looked at him and did not speak, so he could not help but ask her. His little eyes could not hide his concern and worry. No matter how much he had grown up, he was still her Jing Kong. Gu Jiao stroked his little head and said softly, because I've grown up too, so the flowers are gone. The 6-year-old little Jing Kong thought about it seriously and combined all his written knowledge and agricultural knowledge. He said, like the begonia flower? Will it bear fruit when the flowers are gone? The pea seedlings he planted in the countryside would bear fruit when they grew up. Gu Jiao thought about it and said, I don't know yet. He thought about the pea seedlings in the countryside again. He was not sure if all of them had borne fruit, so he decided to plant a few more to observe. Little Jing Kong looked at Gu Jiao, his big eyes full of innocence and innocence. He said, Jiao Jiao, don't be sad. Even without the flowers, you're still very beautiful. You're the most beautiful. Children had their own unique sense of beauty. In little Jing Kong's eyes, Gu Jiao was the most beautiful girl in the world regardless of whether she had a birthmark or not. On the other side, Marquis Xianping personally went out and caught young Master Mingyu and his bodyguards near Jade Water Alley. He brought the 2 of them back to a place in Marquis Xianping's mansion that specialized in interrogating disobedient people. A person like him, whose hands were stained with blood, was secretly not a gentleman. The carriage stopped at the gate of the courtyard. The bodyguards lifted the curtain. Marquis Xianping took a handkerchief and wiped the blood on his hands. He said lightly, Chang Jing is not here, so I have to deal with such trivial matters personally. The bodyguards did not dare to say anything. Young Master Mingyu was not easy to deal with. Ordinary secret guards could not do anything to him. Marquis Xianping threw away the handkerchief that he used to wipe the blood on and got off the carriage with a cold expression. Young Master Mingyu and his bodyguards were tied up in a secret room that did not see the light of day. They were hung on a wooden frame. The bodyguards were not able to withstand the beating and had already fainted. Young Master Mingyu was still conscious. He had not been tortured for the time being. The injuries on his body were from the fight with Marquis Xianping. He opened his arms and was unable to move because of the iron chains. The blood at the corner of his mouth meandered down and dripped onto the cold floor along his dusty chin. He looked at Marquis Xianping coldly, his eyes full of murderous intent. Marquis Xianping walked onto the execution platform fearlessly, like the king of the night. Young Master Ming Yu's murderous intent was instantly suppressed by his aura, like a clay ox entering the sea. Young Master Ming Yu's eyes trembled violently. This man was very dangerous. Marquis Xianping said arrogantly, "I don't like to talk nonsense and I'm not used to beating around the bush. Tell me honestly who you are, who Shirtian is, and what is your relationship with the Sword Hut. Also." As he spoke, he gave a look to the bodyguard at the side. The bodyguard understood and went forward to pull open young Master Ming Yu's lapel, revealing his strong and muscular chest. Above his heart, there was a dark red and black area. Marquis Xianping narrowed his eyes slightly. "So you were poisoned by a venomous insect. No wonder your skills have been eaten away and you can't use them." Young Master Ming Yu gritted his teeth and turned his face away. "I won't say it." Marquis Xianping smiled faintly. "You don't need to say it. I've already guessed it." Young Master Ming Yu looked at him and frowned. "What have you guessed?" Marquis Xianping chuckled. "You secretly escaped from the Sword Hut. That sword was also secretly brought out by you. But without it you can't go back." Young Master Ming Yu's pupils suddenly contracted and he looked at him in disbelief. Marquis Xianping paced a few steps in front of him and said thoughtfully, "It seems that the sword is the key to going to the Sword Hut. There must be some passage or mechanism that can only be opened with it. No wonder you were so generous as to draw out the map. You were certain that we couldn't get onto the island. Even if we did, we would all die in those mechanisms." Young Master Ming Yu couldn't believe that this was true. Marquis Xianping of the Zhao country. He had stayed in the Zhao country for so long. How could he not have heard of such a person? But wasn't this person a brute with all brawn and no brains? Why was he completely different from the rumors? Marquis Xianping turned around and walked down the steps leisurely. He waved his hand and said carelessly, "Kill him." "Yes." The bodyguard cupped his hands and pulled out the long sword at his waist. Young Master Ming Yu's heart skipped a beat. Didn't he want to interrogate him? How far was this? He didn't say anything about Shirtian or his background. Did he not want to know anything about it? "Aren't you being too careless like this?" Marquis Xianping turned around and smiled arrogantly. "With the map and the key you no longer have any value. Whatever I want to know, I will naturally be able to find out when I get to the island." The bodyguard's sword chopped down at his head. Young Master Ming Yu almost instinctively blurted out, "I am the young master of the Sword Hut. The sect leader is my father." Marquis Xianping waved his arm and shot out a hidden weapon that knocked away the bodyguard's long sword. Young Master Ming Yu had never felt death so clearly before. His entire body was covered in cold sweat. It mixed with the blood and stuck to his clothes. This man was too terrifying. Did he really plan to kill him, or was he certain that he would confess? What was worse was that people didn't have time to lie in the face of death. Everything he said was true. Damn it. Marquis Xianping looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. "Then, young master of the Sword Hut, happy working together?" Chapter 935. After coming out of the secret chamber, it was getting late. Marquis Xianping went back to his courtyard and asked someone to prepare a hot bath. Steward Lu looked at him strangely. "Didn't you just wash up after practicing in the morning? I've never seen you so clean before." "What do you know?" Marquis Xianping took off his blood-stained clothes, revealing his strong upper body. His body was covered with scars. It was the body of a general who had been on the battlefield for many years. His muscles were firm, strong, and well-defined. Steward Lu was a man, but he couldn't help but say that he was very envious. He put the clothes into the basket and sighed. "I know you're going to see the princess." Marquis Xianping raised his hand to untie his belt. "I'm going to see..." "Forget it, I'm too lazy to talk to you." After bathing, Marquis Xianping changed into dry and light clothes, then went to see his precious daughter. Today the whole family was eating at Princess Xinyang's place. Little Jing Kong, Shangguanqing, and the newly married couple. When Marquis Xianping entered the house and saw the big family, he was in a daze. Little Jing Kong looked like a young Xiaoheng. It was as if he had returned to the past, but it wasn't just the past. Gu Jiao, Shangguanqing, and Yi were also there. He had been alone all these years. He was not used to the sudden bustle. "What are you doing? The food is getting cold." Princess Xinyang said lightly. "You're here." He calmly sat down beside Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang's rule was to eat without talking, but she couldn't stand Yi, who was just 6 months old and couldn't stop talking. Little Jing Kong responded to her from time to time, and Shangguanqing and Xiaoheng bickered. The meal was lively, and there was a bit of the atmosphere of a common family. After eating and drinking, Marquis Xianping and his two sons went to the study. Princess Xinyang and Gu Jiao took the two little guys for a walk. By the time they returned from their walk, the conversation between the three of them had also ended. The brothers' courtyards were in the same direction, so the four of them left together. Shangguanqing snatched little Jing Kong's toy, and little Jing Kong chased him all over the mansion. The two of them were in hot pursuit. The newlyweds held hands as they strolled along the flower-filled path. Xiaoheng told him about young Master Mingyue. Gu Jiao did not expect Marquis Xianping to act so quickly. It was really surprising. Xiaoheng looked at Shangguanqing, who stuck out his tongue and made a face at little Jing Kong. He couldn't help laughing and said, "My brother and father are usually not serious, but when they meet someone they care about, they will risk everything." Gu Jiao nodded. Xiaoheng smiled gently and said, "There's no need to be envious. They're your brothers and father now." Gu Jiao, "Then I'll envy myself." Xiaoheng smiled. Gu Jiao said, "So, young Master Mingyue is actually the young master of the sword hut. Then are he and Long Yi fellow apprentices?" Xiaoheng nodded and said, "Yes, his father is the master of Long Yi and Enhan. Long Yi and Enhan are both orphans. They are also the first batch of children to survive the purple grass poison." Gu Jiao asked, "Are the people of the sword hut using the purple grass poison to cultivate men of sacrifice?" Xiaoheng said, "He's not sure. He only said that he had this guess." Young Master Mingyue's situation was somewhat similar to Chang Jing's. They both lived on the island and were also the young masters of hidden sections. However, young Master Mingyue's situation was not as optimistic as Chang Jing's. He was not the son of the island master's wife. The island master's wife could not bear a child, so she adopted a nephew from her maternal family. She wanted him to inherit the sword hut. Who would have thought that not long after, a maid on the island gave birth to a son for the island master? Young Master Mingyue left the island without permission to look for new purple grass. Who would have thought that not long after he left the island, he would be hunted down? Not only did he lose his mystic moon sword, he was also poisoned by the other party. This kind of poison came from the island. If he wanted to detoxify it, he had to return. However, without the mystic moon sword, he could not break the mechanism at the entrance of the island. Gu Jiao suddenly realized, so it was like this. Xiaoheng said, "Mingyue said that if this kind of poison is not used, it will take effect very slowly. Once the internal force is used, it will produce a large amount of poison. No wonder he did not fight with us." Gu Jiao touched her chin. "I'm really curious about his strength. I also have a question. If the mechanism on the island can only be opened by the sect master's sword, how did the rest of the people return to the island?" "They can't return." Xiaoheng said, "In the past, when the people on the island went out to do something, they only needed to send a signal when they returned. Then a disciple would take the mystic moon sword and open the mechanism. Since the disappearance of the mystic moon sword, the mechanism has never been opened. The people on the island have never returned." Thinking of something, Gu Jiao frowned and said, "So, Long Yi can't go back either?" Xiaoheng said, "What he said is the truth that he knows. But maybe there are still things on the island that he does not know." Gu Jiao thought that this made sense. Xiaoheng continued, "No matter what, with the young master of the sword hut in our hands, the following actions will be much easier." Gu Jiao nodded, "Yes." To be honest, this incident happened suddenly, but she did not feel that it was very difficult. Perhaps the most difficult days had passed. Now she did not have to tread on thin ice no matter what she did. "Do you have a plan?" she asked. Xiaoheng told her the result of the discussion between the three of them. "There are two plans. First, release the news of the mystic moon sword and lead the people of the sword hut to come and find it. Second, go to the sword hut personally. The sword hut is not far from the Dark Night Island. If the first plan does not work, my father said that he would go and see Changjing on the way." Little Jing Kong played with Shangguanqing and exhausted all his strength. After taking a bath, he was listless. He carried his small pillow to the wedding room. Gu Jiao thought that he wanted to sleep with her. However, he rubbed his eyes, yawned and said, Jiao, I'm going to sleep. See you tomorrow." Gu Jiao said in a daze, Okay. See you tomorrow." Little Jing Kong went out with his small pillow in his arms, looking sleepy. Xiaoheng had gradually let little Jing Kong get used to sleeping alone since 3 months ago. The effect was obvious now. Children had to grow up. They had to be separated from their parents and learn to grow their own wings. The next day, after sending little Jing Kong to the Imperial College, Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng went to Puishui Alley. Qinghe Academy was on holiday today. Gu Yin and Gu Xiaoshan were both at home. They were very happy to see Gu Jiao and her brother-in-law. Gu Xiaoshan put down the half-filled water and walked over. He said, "Sister, didn't you just come back? Why are you back?" Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and said, "You don't want to see me?" "No." Gu Xiaoshan scratched his head and stammered. He did not know what to say. He liked his sister very much and wished that he could see her every day. He was afraid that his sister would not stay in the mansion and make his parents-in-law unhappy. Princess Xinyang was a very open-minded mother-in-law. If Gu Jiao really stayed in the mansion and did not go out, she would be worried. What's more, today was a special day. Gu Yin saw through it but did not say anything. He greeted his sister and brother-in-law and looked outside. "What are you looking at?" Gu Xiaoshan asked him. "Here." Gu Yin used his eyes to signal Gu Xiaoshan to look outside. Gu Xiaoshan looked carefully. Another carriage stopped in front of the door. Eunuch Qin, who was in disguise, helped his great-aunt, who was dressed like an old lady, out of the carriage. "Great-aunt." Gu Xiaoshuan's eyes lit up. "Is your foot okay?" Eunuch Qin corrected, "It's my foot that is not okay." The Empress Dowager fell and he became a human cushion. Gu Xiaoshan coughed softly and asked, "Is Eunuch Qin's foot okay?" Eunuch Qin limped into the room and gave Gu Xiaoshan a look that said, "Go figure it out yourself." "Is Eunuch Qin's temper so bad?" Gu Xiaoshan scratched his head and said to his great-aunt, who was sweating profusely and was about to get a heat stroke, "You don't like to go out on hot days, right? Why did you come here to play the Yi card?" "Yi card, ha." Empress Dowager Zhuang rolled her eyes at him and entered the room with a sour face. Gu Yin said to him, "Fool." Then he also entered the room. Gu Xiaoshan was confused. "What's going on?" Gu Jiao curled her lips. "You've even forgotten your own birthday?" "His birthday?" Gu Xiaoshan was stunned. There were 5 children in the family. Gu Jiao and Gu Yin were fraternal twins. Xiao Heng and little Jing Kong's birthdays were on New Year's Eve. They were easy to remember. Only his birthday was lonely. It wasn't a special day just like him. "What's so good about a small birthday?" He curled his lips and muttered. The tip of his nose was sour and his eyes were a little hot. Recently, the family was busy with his sister and brother-in-law's marriage. He even forgot his own birthday. "No way, Gu Xiaoshan, are you crying?" Gu Yin had unknowingly grown out from behind him. Gu Xiaoshan quickly wiped his tears and said seriously, "I'm not. I'm a man. How can I cry?" Gu Yin snorted. "You haven't even grown all your hair. How can you be a man?" Gu Xiaoshan asked back, "Have you grown all your hair?" Gu Yin was full of superiority. "I'm older than you." Gu Xiaoshan stretched out a finger. "Just 1 year old." Gu Yin looked up at the sky. "That's still big." The two bickered. Suddenly Yuya rushed in a panic. "Oh no. Something happened." Gu Jiao heard the noise and came out of the room. She asked Yuya, what happened?" Yuya rushed in front of Gu Jiao and grabbed her arms. She sobbed and said, "Madam took Xiao Bao to the tea house to buy snacks. The tea house suddenly caught fire. Xiao Bao and Madam are trapped inside. They didn't come out." Chapter 936. Today was Gu Xiaoshuan's birthday. Early in the morning, Yao Shi brought Gu Xiaobao to the tea house to buy tea and snacks. She never expected to encounter such a situation. A madman actually set fire to the tea house. The fire on the first floor had been extinguished, but none of the customers on the second floor dared to rush out. There was no other reason than the madman had splashed kerosene all over the corridor and even the backyard. He stood on the roof with a torch in his right hand. There were several large holes in the roof that faced the stairs and corridor. No one could guarantee that the madman would not throw the torch at them the moment they tried to escape. Yuya was able to escape because Gu Xiaobao shouted that he wanted to eat candied haws. She went across the street to buy a skewer. She had just paid when the fire started. The tea house was at the corner of the east end of Chang and Avenue, not far from Jishui Lane. When Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng arrived at the scene, the nearby officials were also alerted. To prevent unnecessary harm, the officials used their bodies as a wall to keep the people far away. The shops across the street were crowded with onlookers. At this time, the Rinshou Temple token was useless. Fortunately, Xiao Heng was an official from the Ministry of Justice. The Ministry of Justice is investigating. He handed his Ministry of Justice warrant to the officials. After checking the warrant and confirming that it was authentic, the official's expression softened. Then he looked at Gu Jiao. Who is she? Xiao Heng said without a change in expression. A doctor invited by the Ministry of Justice. The commotion was too big and many people were injured. The officials did not suspect anything and let the two enter. When the two arrived at the front of the tea house, they unexpectedly saw a familiar figure. Gu Jiao blinked in surprise. Tang Yueshan? Tang Yueshan's left hand was clutching his abdomen, blood seeping from his fingertips. His face was pale and his breathing was rapid. He was injured. He heard Gu Jiao's voice and turned to look at Gu Jiao. At the same time he saw Xiao Heng. He frowned and hesitated. It was obvious that he was embarrassed and distressed. The two of them looked at the arsonist on the roof at the same time. The arsonist's hair was unkempt, and it took them a lot of effort to recognize him. Tang Ming? Gu Jiao was puzzled. It's him, Xiao Heng said. The last time he saw Tang Ming was 2 or 3 years ago. At that time, no matter how dark and despicable he was in his heart, he was at least a playboy on the surface. He was like a completely different person from the crazy arsonist in front of him. What happened? Gu Jiao asked Tang Yueshan. She glanced at his abdomen. You're injured. Yueshan, Tang Yueshan, did he do this? Gu Jiao was referring to Tang Ming. With Tang Yueshan's martial arts skills, it would be difficult for anyone to hurt him in a one-on-one fight, unless the big shots intervened. Tang Yueshan sighed. After I returned to the capital, I found him hanging out with some shady people. I had a big fight with him and he ran away from home. This morning I found him lying in a gambling den taking cold food powder with those people. Cold food powder was a drug used to treat typhoid fever. However, it had a side effect. It could make people feel absent-minded, which was similar to ecstasy. Long-term consumption could be addictive. No wonder Tang Ming's mental state seemed abnormal. Tang Yueshan's mood was complicated. He was angry and annoyed. I beat those people, beat him up too. I ordered him not to have any contact with them in the future, or I would kill them all. Gu Jiao asked, and then he attacked you? Tang Yueshan said bitterly, he wanted to kill himself. I went to grab the knife and accidentally injured myself. As the saying went, don't wash your dirty linen in public. To outsiders they were uncle and nephew. However, Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng knew that Tang Yueshan and Tang Ming were actually father and son. Now that things had turned out this way, it was really embarrassing. What are you going to do? Gu Jiao asked Tang Yueshan. With Tang Yueshan's archery skills, he could shoot him down with one arrow. The problem was that the torch in his hand would fall after he fell. It would be terrible if it ignited the whole tea house. Tang Yueshan looked at the delirious Tang Ming on the roof and said with difficulty, I want to calm him down first and lure him down. But he doesn't seem to be listening to me now. Gu Jiao said, he just took cold food powder. His mood is unstable. You talk to him here. I'll go up and catch him. Tang Yueshan stopped her. No. There's kerosene all over. Gu Jiao said seriously, my mother and brother are in the tea house. Tang Yueshan choked. After a while, he awkwardly squeezed out a few words. I'm sorry, Gu Jiao said calmly, let's not talk about this for now. Let's stick to the plan. Tang Yueshan clenched his fists and agreed. You have to be careful. Xiao Heng reminded Gu Jiao. I understand. Wait for me here. Gu Jiao said and turned into the back of the tea house through the alleyway. The back of the tea house was burned into a mess. The fire was extinguished, but there were still many small flames left. The officials extinguished the fire while trying not to make too much noise. They were afraid that they would provoke Tang Ming on the roof. Tang Ming's body was on the verge of collapse. It was as if he would fall down with the torch in the next second. Tang Yueshan hurriedly said, Ming, come down. We can talk things out. I won't stop you from making friends. Just do whatever you want to do. Uncle won't stop you. Uncle? Tang Ming seemed to be provoked by this word. He suddenly became alert and looked at Tang Yueshan mockingly. The 5 minerals powder was so strong that he could not see clearly. But even so, he could still recognize that this person was his good uncle. He suddenly laughed crazily. Uncle. Are you my uncle? Are you? Do you dare to swear to the heavens that you're my uncle? The onlookers all looked at Tang Yueshan. What did Tang Ming mean? Tang Yueshan was his father's younger brother. Didn't that make him his uncle? Everyone's attention was focused on the first word, biological uncle. Could it be that Tang Yueshan was not old Master Tang's biological son, so they were not uncle and nephew? That was impossible. Tang Yueshan looked very similar to old Master Tang. Everyone who saw him believed that they were not father and son. Tang Yueshan's cheeks were burning. Ming, come down first. We'll talk at home. Tang Ming roared, who wants to go home with you? Do you dare to tell the whole world what you've done? The onlookers were even more curious. It seemed that there was a big problem in the Tang family. Xiao Heng said indifferently, Tang Ming, what do you think of your mother by doing this? You don't care about others, but don't you care about your mother? Once the relationship between father and son was exposed, Tang Yueshan would be criticized, but Mrs. Tang would not be able to escape unscathed. Mrs. Tang could not bear the loneliness and seduced her brother-in-law. If such a reputation was spread, Mrs. Tang would be drowned in the public spit. Perhaps Xiao Heng's words had awakened Tang Ming's last bit of rationality. He swallowed the shocking secret that was about to come out of his mouth. Xiao Heng said airily, your mother will be worried. Come down quickly. Tang Ming sneered. You want me to come down? In your dreams? Xiao Heng asked Tang Yueshan in a low voice, is there anything he wants in particular? Tang Yueshan had an idea. The Tang family Bao. Tang Ming had always wanted to get the Tang family Bao and become the heir of the Tang family army. Unfortunately, Tang Yueshan was never satisfied with him. Just before Tang Yueshan went to war, the two of them had a conflict because of the Tang family Bao. Tang Yueshan remembered that his tone was a little harsh at that time. Is it because of this that he went to take the cold food powder tomorrow? Tang Yueshan was insensitive when it came to family matters. Only now did he realize that Tang Ming had always been trying to be the heir in his mind, even if he was almost crippled by Gu Jiao. But he never gave up. He worked hard to practice martial arts and recover his body. He was full of expectations and wanted to take over the Tang family Bao, but his father strongly opposed it. He said that he was not worthy, Xiao Heng said decisively, give him the Tang family Bao. Tang Yueshan was stunned. What? Xiao Heng said calmly, announce that he is the next owner of the Tang family Bao. Tang Yueshan's face changed. No. Xiao Heng said, is the Bao more important or your son more important? Tang Yueshan frowned. Both are important, but, no buts. Xiao Heng said and stopped arguing with Tang Yueshan. He looked at the man on the roof and said, Tang Ming, if you die, the Tang family Bao will belong to someone else forever. Hearing the Tang family Bao, the obsession in Tang Ming's heart disappeared. At this time Gu Jiao slowly climbed up the wall. Because it was covered in kerosene, it was very slippery. She almost fell down several times. Xiao Heng's hands, which were hidden in his wide sleeves, suddenly clenched. He said to Tang Yueshan, if you don't give it to me, your son and Jiao Jiao will die. Tang Yueshan gritted his teeth and went to the carriage to get his Tang family Bao. Tang Ming looked at the Bao greedily. Tang Yueshan took a deep breath and said with difficulty, come down. I'll give you the Tang family Bao. Tang Ming said coldly, give it to me first, then I'll come down. Give it to him. Xiao Heng said. Tang Yueshan gritted his teeth and threw the Bao in his hand onto the roof. Even though Tang Ming had been poisoned by the cold food powder, he was still vigilant of his surroundings. However, the moment the Tang family Bao flew toward him, he completely forgot about everything. All that was left in his eyes was the Tang family Bao. He held the torch tightly with one hand and eagerly reached out with the other. Now was the time. Gu Jiao leaped up and grabbed onto the roof with one hand. She pulled up forcefully and flipped her entire body in the air. She landed steadily behind Tang Ming and kicked him down with one foot. Chapter 937. Tang Ming and the torch in his hand fell to the ground together. There was an empty space in front of them, so it was fine if the torch fell. As for what kind of pighead Tang Ming would become, Gu Jiao didn't care. Gu Jiao stretched out her hand and caught the Tang family's Bao. Tang Yueshan ignored the injury on his upper abdomen and flew up to catch the falling Tang Ming in midair. The torch fell to the ground, but it didn't cause any injuries. He paused in midair and looked at Gu Jiao, who was playing with the Tang Bao, and said fiercely, don't touch my Tang Bao. Gu Jiao nonchalantly said, oh. She arrogantly touched the Tang Bao from head to toe, not even letting go of the bowstring. Tang Yueshan. Tang Ming's acupoints were sealed by Tang Yueshan and he was sent to the carriage. With the crisis averted, the officials rushed into the tea house to save the people. Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng found Yao Shi and Gu Xiaobao in a room at the end of the second floor. The ones who were scared out of their wits were Yao Shi and Gu Xiaobao. Gu Xiaobao was a quiet child, but sometimes when he was too quiet, it made people's hearts ache. Xiao Heng carried Gu Xiaobao over. Gu Xiaobao lay in his brother-in-law's arms, not moving at all. They were scared out of their wits. Gu Jiao helped Yao Shi, whose legs were weak, up and asked, "Mother, are you hurt?" Yao Shi rubbed her chest and said in a shaken voice, "No, we're not hurt. Your hand is bleeding." Gu Jiao noticed that the back of Yao Shi's right hand was covered in blood. Yao Shi raised her hand and looked at it, saying, "Maybe I accidentally knocked it just now." Gu Jiao looked at the injury on her hand. It was an open wound, but it wasn't too serious. She said, "It's not safe here. Let's go out first." The four of them went downstairs. Their horse carriage was parked nearby. Gu Jiao first went to the carriage to clean up and bandage Yao Shi's wounds. Xiao Heng sent Yao Shi and Gu Xiaobao back to Jade Water Lane while Gu Jiao went to treat the other injured citizens. Tang Yueshan didn't leave. He was waiting for Gu Jiao. However, he did not rush Gu Jiao. He waited until Gu Jiao finished treating the last patient before calling Gu Jiao to his carriage. Tang Ming had fainted, and his pulse and breathing were unstable. Tang Yueshan said awkwardly, "I know you hate Ming. I won't blame you if you don't want to treat him." Gu Jiao said, "He doesn't need me to treat his illness. If he quits the cold food powder, he will recover without any medicine." Tang Yueshan found it hard to believe. "Really?" "Of course." Gu Jiao nodded. She didn't lie to Tang Yueshan about this. The grudge between her and Tang Ming was over. Tang Ming had paid the price for what he did in the past. As long as Tang Ming didn't provoke her again, she wouldn't kill him. "It's not that easy to quit," she emphasized. "I will accompany him," Tang Yueshan said. Gu Jiao looked at him in surprise. The Grand Marshal of the world's armed forces had such a profound side to him. Tang Yueshan said sadly, "He already knows that he was wrong. The reason he indulged himself like that was all because of me. He holds a grudge against me and my eldest brother. He had deliberately raised him astray, and that was why he had such a personality and a sense of right and wrong." Tang Yueshan didn't say these words. He said guiltily, "These 2 years he tried very hard to change himself. He wanted to prove to me that I was the one who cruelly denied him time and time again." Gu Jiao asked, "Why did you deny him? Is it because you don't like him?" Tang Yueshan shook his head. "No, he's my son. How can I not like him?" He denied Tang Ming for other reasons. Gu Jiao asked curiously, "He did so many horrible things. Have you never thought of abandoning him?" Tang Yueshan said firmly, "Never. If he did something wrong, I would hit him, scold him, and punish him. But I will never abandon him." Gu Jiao was deep in thought. Tang Ming's episode had a slight impact on Gu Jiao's thoughts. It wasn't strange for smart and sensible children to be doted on by their parents. But for a son like Tang Ming, Tang Yueshan had never thought of abandoning him. Gu Jiao sensed a power from Tang Yueshan that she had always been lacking in. This power affected her, causing her state of mind to change. When they returned to Jade Water Lane, Madame Yao and Gu Xiaobao were already fine. Madame Yao was playing cards with her great-aunt in the courtyard. Gu Xiaobao was pulled to the backyard by little Jing Kong, who had just returned from school, to comb the horse's manes. The 2 horses were lying on the ground. The Horse King rolled his eyes in disgust. But it couldn't kick the horse because the Black Wind King would beat it. Although it was already 3 years old, it was still no match for the Black Wind King. It was a story sadder than sad. The Black Wind King was very friendly to human children. Gu Xiaobao's small body lay on its neck. He had just experienced a scare. The Black Wind King's strong and gentle aura comforted him. Gu Xiaobao was not so scared anymore. In the evening, Xin Yuanqi and his son as well as Dukan came over. Dukan was very particular when he visited. He would usually choose when her great-aunt was also present. The 3 of them gave Gu Xiaoshan the birthday gifts they had prepared. Gu Xiaoshan was a little confused. It was just a small birthday celebration. Why were there so many big shots? Then at night, Gu Changqing and Gu Qingfeng also came over. Looking at the birthday gifts stuffed in his chest, he became a little confused. Fruit on the tree. "There's no need to make such a big fuss. I'm only 17 years old. I'm not even 20 years old. Are you celebrating my birthday, or finding an excuse to come to Jade Water Lane?" Gu Qingfeng squinted his eyes. "What do you think?" Gu Xiaoshan had an epiphany. He clenched his fist and said, "Of course it's to celebrate my birthday." The Gu brothers were speechless. Gu Qingfeng laughed dryly. "It's good to be a little naive." The weather was hot. Dinner was placed in the courtyard. Tonight, the old chancellor was in charge of cooking. He cooked a table full of Zhao country specialties according to the children's tastes. He also cooked a few Yen country dishes according to Duke and Shen Yuanqi's tastes. Little Jing Kong said, "Young master, I want to eat brown sugar glutinous rice cake." The old chancellor said without hesitation, "No more. It's gone so fast." Empress Dowager Zhuang muttered. She also wanted to eat it. The old chancellor coughed lightly and said to little Jing Kong without changing his expression, "There seems to be some glutinous rice flour left in the jar. I'll go and take a look." Little Jing Kong crossed his arms and snorted. "Grandaunt has it when she eats it, but I don't have it when I eat it. Granduncle is biased." The old chancellor was flustered. "What are you talking about? I just remembered that I have it. I'll make it for you. I'll make it for you now." Then he went to the kitchen seriously and made a bowl of brown sugar glutinous rice cake. He sprinkled white sesame seeds and put it in front of Empress Dowager Zhuang. It was 108,000 miles away from little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong, who couldn't even reach with a ladder, was speechless. At the end of the dinner, Gu Xiaoshen ate a bowl of longevity noodles. Little Jing Kong and Gu Xiaobao each got a small bowl of longevity noodles. Today was Gu Xiaoshuan's birthday, so she didn't force the children to practice martial arts. Shen Yuanqi went to the backyard to play with little Jing Kong and the others. Gu Yen dragged Gu Changqing to his granduncle's courtyard when no one was paying attention. "What's the matter?" Gu Changqing asked Gu Yen. Gu Yen said, "Give me special treatment." Gu Changqing was stunned for a moment before he realized that Gu Yen wanted to continue practicing the boxing technique from last time. Gu Yan's motive for practicing martial arts was very simple. He wanted to show off to the little monk. He didn't expect himself to become a martial arts master or a swordsman. Gu Changqing didn't care about his motive. Practicing martial arts could strengthen the body. As long as he was willing, he had no reason not to teach him. He looked at Gu Yen lovingly and said, "You finished learning the boxing technique from last time. I'll teach you a set of palm techniques." Gu Yan's eyes lit up. "Iron sand palm? The kind that can stay in hot sand for a long time?" Gu Changqing smiled. "No. If you want to practice to that level, you won't be able to do it without 7 or 8 years of hard work." Oh. Gu Yen only wanted to show off quickly. He didn't want to practice hard. Gu Changqing taught him a set of palm techniques that looked impressive, but in reality, could only be used to strengthen his body. It was late at night. The children were tired from playing. Gu Jiao and the others also went home. Grandaunt was old. Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng didn't tell her and granduncle about the sword hut. Shen Yuanqi and Duke knew about it. They asked Xiaoheng in private and got the information from young Master Mingyue. They sat in the carriage with little Jing Kong, who was sleeping soundly as soon as he got on the carriage. Shen Yuanqi was carrying little Jing Kong. Horse King and another black wind horse were pulling the carriage. With Horse King, the carriage was fully automatic. Black Wind King walked at a leisurely pace and stared at it. He didn't want it to run off to some corner to play. Shen Yuanqi said, "Are you planning to try and spread the news to attract the people from the sword hut?" Xiaoheng nodded. "That's right. If this plan doesn't work, my father will go to the sword hut personally." "The people from the sword hut won't come," Shen Yuanqi said with certainty. "What?" Gu Jiao looked at him in confusion. He said, "The young master of the sword hut has been missing for many years. If they wanted to come, they would have come long ago. Your father just had a daughter. It's inconvenient for him to be separated from his wife and child. Xing'er and I will go this time." Chapter 938. Liaochen had no objection to this. He had long wanted to go to the sword hut and take revenge for the Shadow Division. It was definitely not to avoid the pursuit of that cow-nosed man. "Right, where's my daughter-in-law?" Shen Yuanqi suddenly asked. Liaochen was speechless. On the other side, Empress Dowager Zhuang also returned to the palace. She glanced at the old chancellor who had rubbed against her carriage for the umpteenth time. Her eyes were like daggers. The old chancellor said without changing his expression, "I suddenly remembered that I have an urgent matter to report to His Majesty." After a pause, under the cold gaze of Empress Dowager Zhuang, he said, "My carriage is broken." Empress Dowager Zhuang was too lazy to pay attention to him. She hugged her candied fruit jar and closed her eyes to rest. Today's candied fruit was personally made by Gu Jiao, and Empress Dowager Zhuang cherished it very much. After entering the palace, Empress Dowager Zhuang glanced at someone and said, "Still not getting out of the carriage? Have we arrived? So fast." The old chancellor muttered with dissatisfaction and got out of the carriage resentfully under Empress Dowager Zhuang's sharp gaze. The carriage carried Empress Dowager Zhuang in the direction of Rinqiu Palace. The old chancellor looked in the direction of the carriage without saying a word until a palace guard on duty came over and bowed to him. Lord Hua, the palace gate is about to be locked. Do you have something to report to His Majesty? I'll ask them to wait. No need, it's fine. The old chancellor waved his wide sleeves, put his hands behind his back and strode out of the palace. Only the palace guard was left behind. He scratched his head and looked confused. You entered the palace in the middle of the night to admire the moon? Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao returned to the princess residence. They first went to greet Princess Xingyang, but were told that the princess was not there. The maid reported, something happened in the barracks today. The duke went to the barracks and didn't come back until night. Miss wanted her father and cried until she couldn't catch her breath. The princess had no choice but to take Miss out to see the lanterns. As she spoke, she looked around and whispered, actually, he went to look for the marquis. Everyone in the manor was well aware of this, but who would dare to expose Princess Xingyang? Did he not want to live anymore? Xiaoheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The princess of Xingyang, who had been the great empress of the household for so many years and who always kept her word, was actually being toyed around by a little kid one day. Not bad, she was more capable than her two brothers. The couple returned to the Lanting courtyard. Xiaoheng carried little Jing Kong back to the house and gave him a bath. Little Jing Kong was in a deep sleep and did not wake up even when his bad brother-in-law kept poking him. When Xiaoheng took the pajamas for him to change into, he suddenly realized that the cuffs and trousers were shorter. It was also at this moment that Xiaoheng truly realized that the little kid had grown up. Jing Kong was brought home by Gu Jiao when he was 3 years old. In the past 3.5 years on the surface, Jing Kong was more attached to Gu Jiao. This was because he always said Jiao 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 Jiao, but in fact he spent the most time with Xiaoheng. First of all, they slept in the same room, which took up 1/3 of their time. Secondly, Gu Jiao couldn't take him with her when she went to battle. But when he went to the Yin Kingdom to look for Gu Jiao, the little kid followed him closely. He had never raised a child before, so he had no experience in dealing with children. He accepted him because he was brought back by Gu Jiao. But after a difficult journey and a battle of wits and courage, the two of them became an inseparable part of each other's lives. Xiaoheng pinched the cuffs that were shorter and said, he's starting to grow taller. It's time to make new clothes. You really don't save the cloth. Little Jing Kong mumbled in his sleep, as if he was complaining about his muttering. When Xiaoheng returned to the upper room, Gu Jiao had finished washing up. She was wearing cold silk pajamas and sitting at the table, sorting out the medicine in the small medicine box. When Xiaoheng saw her, he felt a sense of peace. He smiled and said softly, I'm going to take a bath first. Okay. Gu Jiao continued to bury her head in sorting out the medicine. When Xiaoheng came out of the bath, she was still sorting out the medicine with a strange expression. What's wrong? He came to her side and asked. 1, 2, 3. Gu Jiao counted the anti-inflammatory medicine in the box and turned to Xiaoheng. Did you notice that it seems to have become bigger? Is it a medicine box? Xiaoheng looked at it carefully. Gu Jiao said, in the past, this box could only fit 2 boxes side by side. Today there are 3 boxes. Xiaoheng didn't have a deep memory of the internal structure of the small medicine box. He only knew that it looked small, but it was very big. In Gu Jiao's words, there was a different dimension inside. As for the box, Xiaoheng looked at it for a moment and measured its length, width, and height with his fingers. It seems to have grown by an inch. Gu Jiao opened her eyes wide and said, is that right? I just found out today. The main reason was that she had been busy with her wedding recently. After the wedding, she had been shameless and had almost no time to sort it out carefully. The small medicine box was too mysterious. Gu Jiao still couldn't completely understand it. She could only be sure that it came from a higher civilization and wasn't a product of this dimension. Xiaoheng sat down beside her and asked, how did you get this box in the first place? Godfather gave it to me, Gu Jiao said truthfully. Gu Jiao had confessed to Xiaoheng about her origins. She said that she came from another spacetime. In terms that Xiaoheng could understand, it was her soul that occupied this body. However, she rarely mentioned her specific experience in that spacetime. What's a godfather? This was a new term for Xiaoheng. Gu Jiao explained to Xiaoheng the meaning of a godfather in the market. However, in the organization it didn't mean father. It was more of a respectful title for the leader of one's group. In fact, her godfather wasn't much older than her. She clearly remembered that when she was 8 years old, her grandmother, the only person who took care of her, passed away. She sat alone under the muddy eaves and was drenched by the heavy rain. She shivered and thought that she was going to freeze to death. Then a pair of shiny black military boots stepped on the mud and walked towards her. The rain was too heavy. She raised her head to look at him, but she couldn't open her eyes at all. She only remembered that when she lowered her head, a cold and slender hand stretched out in front of her. It was the most beautiful hand she had ever seen. Who are you? King. In the future, call me Godfather. The 16-year-old boy's voice was low and deep, calm and cold-blooded. While Gu Jiao was deep in thought, Xiaoheng looked at her without blinking. This was the first time he heard from her about another man. You care about him a lot, he said. His tone was firm. Yes. Gu Jiao nodded without hesitation and said seriously, if it weren't for him, I wouldn't be who I am now. If her godfather hadn't picked her up, she would have frozen to death in the heavy rain. Her godfather had taught her all her skills. But when it came to her godfather's memories, she suddenly felt uncertain. She hadn't felt this way before. She couldn't tell exactly when it started, but recently she felt more and more like she had forgotten something very important. Wife, Xiaoheng said calmly, I'm jealous. The kind that couldn't be coaxed. Oh? Gu Jiao looked at him blankly. Why? Xiaoheng, the king of jealousy, confessed expressionlessly, you've never cared about me this much. Gu Jiao, the moon was dark and the wind was strong. A carriage traveled on the wide official road. You little troublemaker, do you have to go find your father? Inside the carriage, Princess Xinyang hugged the little fellow in her arms and asked with hidden bitterness. At this time, other children had already gone to bed, but her obedient daughter's gem-like eyes were still wide open, without the slightest hint of sleepiness. Have the carriage turn around. Princess Xinyang ordered Eugene. Eugene ordered the driver. As soon as the carriage turned around, the quiet little Yi in her arms clenched her fists and began to cry. Princess Xinyang stomped her feet in anger. The carriage finally stopped near the military camp. At this time, the civil officials had already finished their shifts, and the generals were a bit late. There were many carriages parked on both sides of the road. Princess Xinyang specially chose an inconspicuous position, so no one noticed anything strange. Little Yi obediently nestled in her mother's arms and waited for her father. Finally, Marquis Xianping came out. It's the Marquis. Eugene peeked through the gap in the rear window curtain. There seems to be another person with him? Is it General Qian? General Qian was a general of the imperial court. He was originally the Marquis' subordinate, but recently he had been transferred to the capital's west camp. Wait first, Princess Xinyang said. She didn't want people to find out that she had come to find Xiaoji. The two chatted happily for a long time, when General Qian suddenly mentioned that he wanted to invite Marquis Xianping to Soft Fragrance Pavilion to listen to music. Soft Fragrance Pavilion was a famous brothel in the capital. It was as famous as Immortal Music House, and the girls inside were all beautiful. Recently, many beauties have come to Soft Fragrance Pavilion. This one boldly invites the Marquis to listen to some music. General Qian said with a smile. Eugene looked at her family's princess without batting an eyelid. Princess Xinyang's expression didn't change at all. She said in a low voice, Princess. Princess Xinyang said firmly, he won't agree. He still has to go back and coax ye. Then Marquis Xianping boarded General Qian's carriage. After the two left, Eugene didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Return to the residence. Princess Xinyang said coldly. Aren't you going to take a look? Eugene asked in a low voice. Princess Xinyang said unhappily, what's there to see? If he wants to go to a brothel, do you think I'm going to stop him? He can go wherever he wants, it has nothing to do with me. Little Yi probably felt her mother's murderous aura, so she obediently stayed motionless and didn't cry for her father. Half an hour later, Princess Xinyang's carriage stopped at the entrance of Soft Fragrance Pavilion. Chapter 939. Princess Xinyang's face darkened. Why are we here? Eugene's eyes flashed and she smiled awkwardly. The carriage broke down. The coachman said, Aya, the wheels are loose. I have to fix it. Xiao Yi, who was nestled in the bride's arms, cried out, Wow! Princess Xinyang, she raised her chin like a proud peacock. Don't do these useless things. I won't go in and catch them in the act. She was a princess of a country. How could she lower herself and step into such a brothel? Besides, she and Xiaoji weren't real husband and wife. They had agreed that she wouldn't interfere with him no matter what he did. She lifted the curtain and said to the coachman, "Is it fixed? If not, you don't have to come to the princess residence tomorrow." The coachman trembled in fear and glanced at Eugene awkwardly. He could only help here. If this went on, his bowl would be gone. Xiao Yi pursed her lips. Princess Xingyang looked at her fiercely. "You too. Don't cry. Her mother was murderous." Xiao Yi shut her mouth, feeling wronged. Princess Xingyang put down the curtain and was about to leave when she caught a glimpse of a sneaky figure from the corner of her eye. She saw it first, so she put down the curtain. But people didn't react so quickly. When she lifted the curtain again, the figure was gone. She felt strange and felt that things weren't simple. "Hold Yi and wait for me in the carriage." She handed Xiao Yi to Eugene. Eugene didn't know what she had seen and thought that she had seen the marquis and was going to catch them in the act. "Princess, don't worry. I won't disturb you." Princess Xingyang didn't explain to her and got out of the carriage. That person first entered the alley and used a long knife to open General Qian's carriage. There was no one in the carriage, so he turned and entered Soft Fragrance Pavilion from the back door. At this point, Princess Xingyang was certain that the other party had come for Xiao Ji or General Qian. It was very likely that it was Xiao Ji. After all, this person was used to attracting hatred. It could be said that within 10 steps, there would always be an enemy. She chased after him. Soft Fragrance Pavilion didn't look big from the front, but in fact there were a few small gardens in the backyard. When she went around the corridor to the second small garden, she saw a figure in front of the rockery. She recognized that it was Xiao Ji. "Someone wants to kill." Before he could finish, Xiao Ji raised his knife and stabbed it into the assassin's heart. The assassin didn't even have time to scream before he fell into a pool of blood with his eyes wide open. Princess Xingyang froze in place. She only opened her mouth when Xiao Ji stabbed her. It was too late for her to withdraw her hand. She didn't want to be so bloody in front of her. He kicked the assassin's body into a crack in the fake mountain and threw the murder weapon inside. He wiped his hands with a handkerchief before turning to look at Princess Xingyang. He smiled nonchalantly. "Qin Fengwen, you followed me all the way just to say this?" "Followed me all the way? This guy already knew I was following him?" Princess Xingyang's heart shook, but she didn't show it on her face. She said calmly, "I didn't follow you. I was just passing by. You, on the other hand, knew that Yi was coming to find you, yet you still got into the carriage with someone else." Xiao Ji tilted his head to look at her, his good-looking lips curling up slightly. "Qin Fengwen, are you jealous?" Princess Xingyang glared at him fiercely but didn't want to argue with him. She turned to leave. At this moment, General Qian came over from another small garden and walked in their direction. She couldn't let anyone find out that she was here. Not only would it lower her status, but the rumor that she caught Xiao Ji in the middle of the night visiting a brothel would spread throughout the capital the next day. She, Qin Fengwen, couldn't afford to lose face like this. She gritted her teeth and quickly walked toward the rockery, planning to hide behind it. But when she got there, she saw how terrifying the bloodstains on the ground were. She couldn't step over them. "Marquis." General Qian smiled and greeted Xiao Ji. Qin Fengwen trembled all over. Xiao Ji glanced at her, pulled her over, and moved 2 steps to the side, pressing her against the other half of the rockery that wasn't splashed with blood. The grass under her feet was also clean. He used his broad body to block her, his arms on both sides of her. The two were so close that they were almost face to face. Their breaths intertwined. Princess Xingyang, who wasn't used to being so close to a man, felt her heart tighten. Her breathing instinctively quickened and became difficult, and her body started to tremble slightly. Xiao Ji took in her symptoms and frowned. He moved back slightly to create some space between them. Marquis, why are you here?" General Qian asked. "Don't come over," Xiao Ji ordered. He didn't look back and just stared at Qin Fengwen without blinking. "I have something to do. Go back to your room first." General Qian paused in his steps. He didn't understand why Marquis Xianping was like this. He craned his neck to take a look. Marquis Xianping was tall and muscular. He could block people, but he couldn't block Princess Xingyang's dress that was blown up by the night wind. General Qian smiled meaningfully. "So Marquis is here to meet a beauty in private. Is it Miss Qinxiang?" No wonder Marquis agreed so readily tonight. "You must be missing the beauty." Princess Xingyang looked coldly at Xiao Ji. Xiao Ji's teeth hurt. He wished he could turn around and give Qian a kick. General Qian didn't seem to know that his head was already tied to his belt and continued to court death. "Since Miss Qinxiang is also here, why don't Marquis bring her up to sit?" "It's not Qinxiang." Xiao Ji gritted his teeth. Then who is it? General Qian was curious. Xiaoji looked at Qin Fenghuan's cold gaze and narrowed his eyes. He suddenly laughed hoarsely. The new beauty is very shy, so she won't meet you all. His flirtatious tone made Qin Fenghuan want to raise her knee and kick him. That place. Make him unable to do it again. General Qian chuckled. Is there a shy girl in Soft Fragrance Pavilion? It's just a method to seduce men. Marquis just came down, and she created a chance encounter with Marquis. In my opinion, her methods are impressive. Listen, does this sound like something a human would say? It's not unreasonable that he hasn't been promoted for 10,000 years. Princess Xinyang wanted to sentence General Qian to death. Seeing her bristling with anger, Xiaoji couldn't help but smile. Her methods are indeed impressive. Princess Xinyang glared at Xiaoji. Xiaoji smiled unrestrainedly at her, but the words he said to General Qian didn't have the slightest bit of warmth. Go up. Marquis, military order. General Qian's expression turned solemn. Yes. After he left, Xiaoji released her from his arms and walked to the side. He looked at her indifferently and said, Don't come to this kind of place in the future and don't follow assassins. Princess Xinyang said expressionlessly, Just take care of yourself. Xiaoji said, I was followed yesterday. Today I purposely went to the military camp to lure them out. They were very cautious and didn't make a move. Princess Xinyang looked at him. Did I ruin your plan? Xiaoji sighed. Yes, he discovered you. If I didn't kill him, you would have been in danger. If I killed him, I would have alerted the enemy, and his accomplices would have all run away. Princess Xinyang lowered her eyes. Xiaoji looked at her and said with a faint smile, Qin Fenghuan, you're suddenly so concerned about me. Don't tell me you've really fallen for me? The guilt in Princess Xinyang's heart disappeared in a second. The king of atmosphere ruining, Xiaoji. Princess Xinyang returned to the carriage. Xiaoji also followed. Princess Xinyang didn't let him get on the carriage. What are you doing here? Aren't you going to continue visiting your brothel? Your Miss Qinxiang is waiting for you. Inside the carriage, Xiao Yi started crying. Daddy's here. Act coquettishly. Let's go. Xiaoji raised his brows and gestured in the direction of her hand. Princess Xinyang glared at the crying little fella in Eugen's arms with a dark expression. He really is your father's biological son. After returning to the residence, the first thing Xiao Yi did was to use her eyes to find a washboard for her father. Xiaoji. 3 days later, Xianyuan Qi and Liaochen set off, accompanied by young Master Mingyue and his servant. They brought a troop of the Dark Shadow Division and entered the Yen Kingdom through the waterway. Then they went all the way to the northwest and advanced towards the ice field. On the 3rd day of the 7th lunar month, the capital of the Zhao Kingdom held a junior advisor exam. It was jointly hosted by the Imperial Cabinet and the Ministry of Rights. The main content of the exam was 8-part essay and political theory. In order to not restrict talents to one category, Grand Secretary Yuan relaxed the requirements for the exam and raised the age limit to 25 years old. The original limit was 20 years old. Those who met this age requirement could participate in the exam. Feng Lin and Lin Xingye were of the same age, but unfortunately, one of them was ranked 123rd and the other was ranked 99th. They were both grand scholars. Du Ruhan, on the other hand, was ranked 13th and was ranked grand scholar on both lists. He was 1 day away from reaching 25 years old. Empress Dowager Zhuang held a letter in her hand. It was sent to the border. Zhuang Yuheng was the previous year's 2nd place. He was only 1 year older than Xiao Heng. But in the end, this letter was not sent out. He can't beat Aheng. This widow just wants to use this chance to have him return to the capital for this widow to take a look. This widow is already so old. I don't know how many years I have left to live. I want to see him. But that child might not want to return to the capital. The junior advisor exam had been registered the previous year. During this year, the other examinees had been busy preparing for the exam. Xiao Heng, however, had gone to the distant Yen Kingdom and was completely unaware of this matter. After returning to the country, he had been busy with the Ministry of Justice and the wedding. He had very little time to prepare for the exam. Even Princess Xinyang felt that her son had neglected his studies for too long and that his chances of passing were not high. When the results came out, everyone was dumbfounded. In the 3 exams, Xiao Heng had obtained 1st place with an overwhelming advantage. Looking at the exam papers sent by the Ministry of Rights, Princess Xinyang did not dare to believe her eyes. You're like a boy who has just eaten meat all day long. You're always together with your wife, but I don't see you studying. Little Jing Kong also ran over to look at his bad brother-in-law's exam paper. After reading it, he nodded seriously and turned to go to Xiao Heng's study. I heard that you're going to be a junior advisor. He got straight to the point. Is a junior advisor very good? Is it a very high-ranking official? Xiao Heng showed off. Of course it's very good. It's standard third rank. It's the same rank as son-in-law. Finally, the joke of being the last place could be passed. Little Jing Kong waved his small hand and sternly said, since you're going to be a high-ranking official, the rent for Bai Shui Alley should be increased. The family price is 100 taels per month. Yearly payment. Xiao Heng, on the 18th of July they had been married for a month. They could no longer live in the bridal chamber. The people of Chongping Marquis residence set off for their fief. Gu Jinyu did not bid farewell to anyone, including old Madame Gu, who had facilitated this marriage. The procession went out of the East City Gate. Gu Jinyu and Chun Lu sat silently in the carriage. The curtain was lifted by the breeze and light came in. Gu Jinyu's expression was cold. She still wore a veil in the carriage, but it could not hide the bruise on her brow bone. On the second day after Gu Jinyu left the capital, Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao discussed where to live in the future. They could move into the princess residence that her great-aunt gave to Gu Jiao at any time, but Lady Yao and her great-aunt were used to Bai Shui Alley. They decided to live in Princess Xinyang's residence and Bai Shui Alley. Sometimes, a small decision could affect the whole family. Because the children were here, Princess Xinyang did not mention moving back to Zhuke Avenue. Sheng Guanqing was also preparing to leave. He had stayed in Zhao country long enough and needed to go back to accompany Sheng Guanyen. But because the 2 new guns that Xiao Heng promised to give him were not ready yet, he had to wait for a few more days. In late July, a bolt of lightning flashed over the capital. The power was like 10 tons of gunpowder exploding. The windows of the princess residence trembled. Xiao Yi, who was taking an afternoon nap, was woken up by the thunder. She was so scared that she cried loudly. Eugene and Princess Xinyang were in the flower room. The wet nurse was guarding the room. The wet nurse hurriedly picked up the little master. Xiao Yi screamed at the top of her lungs. Her loud and clear cries seemed to want to shake down the thunder. The wet nurse did not know whether she was noisier or the thunder. Who would have thought that as she cried and cried, she suddenly stopped crying. She opened her big teary eyes and looked unblinkingly at the door. She did not know when, but a handsome and cold youth in black clothes appeared there. The terrifying lightning circled above his head like a dragon, but it seemed to be blocked by him. Xiao Yi's little face was covered in tears as she stared at him blankly. The youth in black clothes walked in. He thought for a moment and took out the candied haws in his hand. He handed it to her and said, "Do you want to eat, Xiao Yi?" Chapter 940. There are novels with connotations that can't be found online here. This was the first time Xiao Yi met someone who wanted to give her hard candied haws. She didn't even have teeth. When Princess Xinyang and Eugene returned to their room from the greenhouse, Xiao Yi was being held in the arms of the young man in black. Her small hands were holding a string of shiny candied haws, and she was licking them. The wet nurse stood at the side, trembling with fear, not daring to even breathe loudly. She didn't know this person, but she couldn't snatch it away from him. Eugene looked at the young man who suddenly appeared and was shocked. Chongjing? Marquis. In Marquis Schwamping's practice room, Xiaoji was helping Sheng Guanqing get into the horse stance when Steward Lu rushed over. "What's the matter?" Xiaoji glanced at him. Steward Lu raised his hand to wipe the sweat on his forehead and said with a smile while panting, "Chongjing is back. He's with the princess." He said come back, not come. In everyone's heart, Chongjing had long been regarded as a member of the Marquis's household. Sheng Guanqing looked at his father. Chongjing, the black-clothed young master? Xiaoji's expression was very calm, but his following words revealed his urgency. He said to his son, "Get into the horse stance first. There's still an hour left today. Don't be lazy. I'll go over. Lu Huan, watch him." Steward Lu hurriedly said, "Yes, Marquis." Xiaoji turned around and left. Sheng Guanqing changed his posture in a second and stood up calmly. Steward Lu sighed helplessly. Wasn't it a waste to let him watch the young master? How could he win against this little sesame rice ball? Xiaoji went to the princess's residence. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, he realized that something was wrong. Chongjing was back and should have come to the Marquis's residence first. Why did he go to the princess's residence instead? Could it be that this fellow is still thinking about Qing Fengwan? Chang Jing had been attracted to the princess residence by Xiao Yi's cries, but Chang Jing's longing for Princess Xinyang was not fake. Princess Xinyang didn't like Xiao Ji, but she didn't dislike Chang Jing. Once, Chang Jing passed by a house on Vermilion Bird Avenue injured and was seen by Princess Xinyang. She called him into the house and personally bandaged his wound. Since then he would often pass by that place when he was injured. After his wounds were bandaged, he would occasionally freeload a meal before returning to the Marquis's estate. Xiao Ji knew nothing about this. Chang Jing did not have a mother, only 7 older sisters. He felt the power of a mother from Princess Xinyang and he liked Princess Xinyang very much. When Xiao Ji entered the house, Xiao Yi had already been snatched away by her mother. She had washed her hands and was lying obediently in the cradle. Chang Jing sat at the table and ate yangcha noodles. He was hungry so he ate very fast. That was not the main point. The main point was that there were several exquisite dishes in front of him, all of which were his favorite. There were 2 possibilities. 1, he asked for it himself. 2, the princess residence prepared it for him. If it was the first possibility, he didn't treat himself as an outsider. If it was the second possibility, he really wasn't an outsider. The princess residence even knew what he liked. Xiao Ji suddenly felt that his status in the family had been affected. You guys chat. I still have something to do. Princess Xinyang saw him come over, so she took Yujin to the greenhouse to continue taking care of the newly bought peonies. The thunder had stopped and the sky was dark. It looked like it would rain in the next second. Xiao Ji first looked at his youngest daughter. She was playing happily by herself. He sat down opposite Chang Jing. They hadn't seen each other for more than half a year, and Chang Jing had grown taller again. He had a heroic spirit between his eyebrows, but he was still a young man. Did you run away from home again? Xiao Ji asked indifferently. Chang Jing finished his noodles before replying, No. This time I didn't. Not this time. Xiao Ji observed him. He hadn't noticed before, but today he noticed that his eating manners weren't bad. It was obvious that he had been restrained by Qin Fengwan. Chang Jing finished his bowl of noodles and drank the broth clean. He placed his bowl and chopsticks properly. Xiao Ji's mood became even more subtle. I came to find you. Chang Jing went back to the topic. I thought you were dead, so I brought people to collect your body. Xiao Ji choked. Thank you. Chang Jing continued, After we arrived at the border of the Yan Kingdom, we heard that you returned alive. Xiao Ji said indifferently, Then your father agreed to let you come all the way here to find me? Chang Jing said, No, he didn't agree. I couldn't leave the icy plains. Xiao Ji looked at him in amusement. Then why did you say you didn't run away from home? What's going on? Chang Jing said seriously, I told my father that you're my future father-in-law. You betrothed your daughter to me. He agreed to let me bring people to propose marriage. How can I have a daughter for you? Xiao Ji ate half of his noodles in disdain. His gaze turned and looked at Xiao Yi, who was playing with her feet in the cradle. He stood up and picked up the stool he had just sat on. How dare you have designs on my daughter? Chang Jing rushed to the door and explained, I didn't know you really had a daughter. I just said it casually. Chang Jing left the Zhao kingdom with Xiao Ji. The 2 of them didn't know that Princess Xinyang was pregnant. The ancient times weren't the information age, so the news of Princess Xinyang giving birth to a daughter couldn't spread to Dark Knight Island. Chang Jing was purely looking for a strong excuse to fool his father and 7 sisters. Xiao Ji didn't care. He was angry, very angry. He grabbed the stool and chased Chang Jing out of the mansion. Half an hour later, the 2 of them stood in the garden, out of breath. They were about a dozen steps away from each other. Xiao Ji had an injury on his waist and couldn't chase him. Chang Jing's face was already bruised. Xiao Ji glared at him, panting. He threw the stool away and turned to go back to the study. Chang Jing pursed her lips in grievance and limped after him. Xiao Ji didn't sit well in the study. He got up and went to the princess's mansion. He picked up Xiao Yi from the cradle and said seriously, You can't get married until you're 80 years old. Do you hear me? Xiao Yi? Xiao Heng had just gone to take measurements. The imperial court wanted to make a junior assistant robe for him. After everything was ready, he would officially go to court to receive his title. The moment he returned to the mansion, he heard about Chang Jing's return and how she was beaten up by Xiao Ji. Coincidentally, Gu Jiao was free at the moment, so he went to the Marquis's mansion with Gu Jiao. They bumped into Xiao Ji, who came from the princess's mansion. Father. Xiao Heng greeted him. I heard that Chang Jing is back. His father missed Chang Jing and must be very happy. However, his father didn't look at him and snorted coldly. Umph. Xiaoheng, what kind of reaction is this? Is he angry at me? Xiaoheng asked Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao said, I think he's angry at Chang Jing. What? Xiaoheng didn't understand. He had just returned from outside and didn't know the details. Gu Jiao pointed to the piles of gifts in the courtyard. Those are your sister's betrothal gifts. Xiaoheng. Chang Jing was joking, but Chang Kun took it seriously. Not only did he let Chang Jing go back to Zhao country, but he also asked Uncle Li, who had watched Chang Jing grow up, to bring a lot of betrothal gifts to show his sincerity. This was truly a huge blunder. After the beating and scolding, it was time to ask about serious matters. The four sat down in the study. Chang Jing sat on the other side of Gu Jiao and used Gu Jiao to block Xiaoji's murderous gaze. Xiaoji was still angry and didn't want to talk to him. It was Xiaoheng who spoke. He asked, Chang Jing, did you run into General Xianyuan and Liaochen on your way back? Chang Jing was confused. Why would I run into them? Xiaoheng said, they went to find the sword hut. They took the water route and left last month. You just came from that direction. The base of the sword hut was also on an island, not far from the Dark Night Island. Chang Jing shook his head. I took the land route and didn't run into them. Because they had brought a lot of valuable betrothal gifts, they were worried that the boxes would get wet if they took the water route, so they chose the official road. Chang Jing thought deeply. Did they go to the sword hut to take revenge for what happened to the shadow department? If so, they might have come for nothing. Why do you say that? Xiaoheng asked. Chang Jing said, the sword hut has been destroyed. Xiaoji looked up and glanced at him impatiently. Who did you hear that from? Chang Jing said seriously, I didn't hear it from anyone. I saw it with my own eyes. When spring came, my father took me to destroy the sword hut, the real sword hut. The sword hut thought that it had hidden well, but in reality the Dark Night Island knew its exact location. However, Chang Kun was not an ambitious person. If the sword hut didn't offend him, he wouldn't provoke the sword hut either. Xiaoji frowned. Why did your father want to destroy the sword hut? Chang Jing felt wronged. Isn't it because of you? My father died in the ice plains because of you. To make me feel better, he agreed to destroy your enemy, the sword hut. Strictly speaking, the sword hut was not Marquis Xianping's enemy. However, the sword hut had repeatedly attacked the Xianyuan family, Sheng Wanqing and Gu Jiao. Marquis Xianping really wanted to destroy them. Continue, Xiaoji said. Chang Jing continued, when the people of the Dark Night sect went to the island of the sword hut, we found that there were corpses everywhere. There were no survivors. Someone had destroyed the sword hut before us. The weather was not hot and the corpses were not badly decomposed. According to Uncle Li's guess, they were killed about 3 days ago. Gu Jiao made a sound of surprise. Who could be so powerful? The sword hut was arrogant. It was not strange for them to have enemies. But what kind of enemy could destroy the entire sword hut? Chang Jing said, the wounds on those people were all the same. My father and Uncle Li both thought that they died under the sword of the same person. Gu Jiao opened her eyes wide. You mean one person destroyed the entire sword hut? Xiaoji and Xiaoheng were silent. A name flashed through the hearts of the father and son at the same time. Xiaoheng narrowed his eyes and said, Long Yi. Chapter 941. Gu Jiao nodded. Yes, it's like Long Yi. Long Yi is going to find the sword hut, and other than him, I can't think of anyone else who has such strength. Cough cough. Xiaoji coughed heavily. The three of them looked at him in unison. Xiaoheng was speechless. Father, this is not the time to pretend, right? Gu Jiao touched her delicate little chin and said, Long Yi and you all went to the Sword Hut Island at the beginning of spring. Xianyuan Qi and the young master of the Sword Hut left with the sect master's sword last month. It seems that there is indeed another way to enter the Sword Hut Island. Chang Jing confirmed her guess. Yes, the entrance of the Sword Hut Island is full of mechanisms, but we know a secret passage. I don't know how Long Yi went up. Did he also go through that secret passage? Xiaoji raised his eyebrows. It's not certain whether it was Long Yi or not. Although he said this, he understood in his heart that if the sword hut was really exterminated by someone, that person could only be Long Yi. Gu Jiao frowned in confusion. But why did Long Yi exterminate the sword hut? He is a member of the sword hut. Does he have a deep hatred with the sword hut? Xiaoheng paused and guessed. He didn't complete the mission given to him by the sword hut in the past. Perhaps the sword hut wanted to clean up the sect, so they made a move against him first. Gu Jiao pondered and nodded. That makes sense. But I still don't understand. Why did Long Yi give up his mission at that time? He suddenly didn't kill Xinyuan Qi. It's really strange. Xiaoheng sighed. We can only wait for Long Yi to come back to know the truth. I hope he has already recovered all his memories. Gu Jiao, Xiaoheng grasped Gu Jiao's hand and felt relieved. No matter what, since the sword hut has been destroyed, your danger has been resolved. What danger? Changjing was confused. She looked at Gu Jiao and asked, does someone from the sword hut want to kill you? It was a long story. Gu Jiao thought about it and said, something like that. Gu Jiao was the commander of the Black Wind Cavalry of the Xinyuan family. She had a grudge with the sword hut at the border. It was not strange that the people of the sword hut wanted to kill her. Thinking of this, Changjing did not suspect anything and said, then you don't have to worry. Oh, that's not right. You said that the sword hut still has a young master. Oh, don't worry, he was poisoned by the Gu poison on the island. When he returns, he will find that the Gu master who can detoxify the poison is dead. Even if he survives, his martial arts will be crippled. Gu Jiao asked, I forgot to ask earlier. He is the young master, why was he poisoned? Xiaoheng analyzed, I guess it was an internal struggle. The island master's wife did not like this illegitimate son and wanted her nephew to be the young master. Thus she played some tricks on him and lured him out of the island. But now, it seems that he has profited from this disaster and avoided dying under Long Yi's sword. Changjing nodded, right, the island master and his wife are dead. That whatever nephew is also dead. It seemed that everything in the dream had changed Long Yi. What kind of little angel was Long Yi? If he wanted to argue with her again, she would definitely not refuse. Gu Jiao looked at Xiaoheng. It has been several months since the beginning of spring. Where did Long Yi go? Will he return? Xiaoheng shook his head, I don't know. When Shi Tian regains his identity and memories, no one could guarantee what kind of life he would choose in the future. What did these years of being Long Yi mean to him? Was it a beautiful past worth recalling or an unbearable experience that he wanted to erase? Coming out of the study, Xiaoji saw Uncle Li, who was directing the servants to carry the betrothal gifts. Xiaoji had a deep impression of him. When he and Changjing had just arrived at the Dark Night Island, this person had received them. Uncle Li's full name was Li Jiangping. He was an elder in the Dark Knight sect. Xiaoji politely called him Elder Li, Marquis Xiao. Li Jiangping smiled and cupped his hands. Li Jiangping had been in the Dark Knight sect for many years and was highly regarded by Chang Kuan. In addition to his high martial arts and loyalty, he was also very careful. He was a very rare expert who was both rough and meticulous. More importantly, he loved Changjing very much. Changjing glanced at Uncle Li and said to Xiaoji, this time, thanks to Uncle Li speaking up for me. Otherwise, my father would not have agreed to this marriage. Xiaoji was burning with anger. There was no marriage at all. Changjing felt wronged. I meant to find an excuse to come out and see you. Also, you owe me a few boxes of marbles. Xiaoji's body trembled. This is your real purpose for leaving the island. He really didn't want to see this brat anymore. He put his hands behind his back and walked forward angrily. Thinking of something, he turned back and warned sternly, you're not allowed to play with marbles for Yi. It's very dangerous. Changjing said, the princess already told me that I can't let her play with the little things. Xiaoji clenched his fists. As expected, you're so familiar with Qin Fengwan. I think you want to go to heaven. Li Jiangping laughed dryly and looked at Xiaoji. Marquis Xiao, you see, Xiaoji said faintly, you know the truth. You just came out to play. Take back the betrothal gifts. I won't marry into the Dark Night Island. Li Jiangping hurriedly said, Marquis Xiao, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Xiaoji said coldly, what? The disciple of the Dark Knight sect walked forward and handed Gu Jiao a bloody nail wrapped in a clean handkerchief. Gu Jiao frowned, it really is a rusty nail? It seemed that he had to get tetanus. Gu Jiao looked inside. There was, but it was not an immune tetanus. It was the kind that required a skin test. Bear with it, Gu Jiao said to Li Jiangping. Li Jiangping looked curiously at Gu Jiao's medicine box and said in a daze, okay. Speaking of which, young madam, what kind of treatment method is this? I have never seen it before. Gu Jiao said, it was created by my master, so it is not convenient to disclose it. Li Jiangping smiled and tactfully didn't pursue the matter. Instead he said, I presume young madam's master is a hidden expert. The first island master of our Dark Knight Island was also an expert. Changjing. Xiaoheng called out to Changjing. Changjing understood and said to the disciples of the Dark Knight sect, "You can leave first. I will call you later." Yes. Everyone left. Gu Jiao took out the needle and tested it. Li Jiangping was in so much pain that he made an emoji. After 15 minutes there were no adverse reactions. Gu Jiao injected tetanus into his muscles. Li Jiangping contributed another wave of emojis. Chang Jing said to Li Jiangping, "Uncle Li, it is enough that you know young madam's medical skills. Don't mention it to outsiders." Li Jiangping wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, "An ordinary man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring is a crime. I understand, don't worry." Chang Jing stayed behind to take care of Li Jiangping, and the young couple returned to the princess residence. Gu Jiao had just sat down when she found a bowl of medicine in front of her. Princess Xinyang said lightly, "The medicine is ready. Drink it first. I have asked the imperial doctor. This prescription is more effective when taken before meals." Gu Jiao sighed for her secretly. Whatever prescription was useless. After all, Taodao was so powerful. Xiaoheng looked at the dark medicine. He could guess how bitter it was without tasting it. He leaned close to Gu Jiao and whispered, "Don't drink it. It's okay." She drank the medicine and almost vomited. Today's medicine is so bitter. Princess Xinyang wondered, "Is it bitter? Isn't it the same as yesterday?" Xiaoheng couldn't bear to see his dear wife continue to be tortured by the bitter medicine. He decided to tell his mother the truth. "Mother, actually we don't plan to." A plate of soft and oily braised pork trotters was placed in front of Gu Jiao. It looked, smelled and tasted good. There was Gu Jiao's favorite rice chili in it. Unexpectedly, Gu Jiao only took a sniff before she suddenly turned around and retched. Chapter 942. Everyone's expression changed. Gu Jiao's status in the family was now outstanding. Even Xiao Yi was very willing to let her massage her little feet. Her slightest movement could cause a storm in the house. Xiaoheng was the first to react. He quickly stood up and came to her side. He gently stroked her back and bent down to ask her, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Gu Jiao endured the discomfort in her stomach and said, "I suddenly feel a little nauseous." Princess Xinyang's eyes suddenly became bright. Xiao Ji's expression also gradually changed. One had given birth to him before, while the other had been given birth to by a woman for him. In short, they were both experienced people. They were much more sensitive to this kind of reaction than Xiaoheng, who was just starting out. Princess Xinyang said to Xiao Ji, "Leave us for a moment." She had something private to ask. Xiao Ji wasn't a blockhead like General Qian. He knew what to do. He asked, "Should I leave or call for an imperial physician?" Princess Xinyang was stunned. She looked at him in surprise as if to say, "Is your brain so good?" "Disque?" Xiao Ji received her gaze and shook his head self-mockingly. In one day Chang Jing had collected his corpse, and then Princess Xinyang had questioned his brain. Life was really as tragic as blood. He let out a long sigh and left. Princess Xinyang looked at Gu Jiao and asked seriously, "Did your period come this month?" "Hm?" Gu Jiao was stunned. "No." Xiaoheng answered for her. Every day was his husband's right. Of course, he remembered that she hadn't had her period ever since they got married. He had never been a father, so he was a little slow in this aspect. However, he was good at reading people's expressions. When his mother asked, he immediately understood. "Mother, you can't be." Princess Xinyang neither admitted nor denied. "My period didn't come." "Didn't you suspect anything? Especially you, Jiao Jiao, you're a doctor." Gu Jiao said, "My period has been irregular for the past 6 months." She didn't know if it was because of her puberty, or if it was because of the war and excessive exhaustion that had affected her body, but this year her period either didn't come for 2 consecutive months or came twice a month. Xiaoheng used to remember her menstrual cycle, but now that her menstrual cycle was messed up, he was at his wits' end. Princess Xinyang was surprised. "She can even get pregnant like this. It's all thanks to my pregnancy medicine." Cough. Xiaoheng choked. He didn't have the heart to tell his mother that it was only after the two of them had taken measures to prevent pregnancy. He thought to himself, it was clearly just once. Moreover, both of them were unorganized, stumbling, and did not experience it well for the first time. Did they succeed that time? Were they using contraceptives to avoid loneliness later on? This was really... He didn't know what to say. Wait a minute. She was just retching. She might not be pregnant. Perhaps his mother had been happy for nothing. Xiaoheng poured a cup of warm water for Gu Jiao and had the servants take away the plate of braised pork trotters. Princess Xingyang had a light palate. In the years when Xiaoheng wasn't by her side, she started eating vegetables. After she became pregnant with Xiaoyi, she started eating meat again to increase her nutrition. Even now, when she was breastfeeding, she still couldn't stop eating meat like fish soup. But overall it wasn't greasy. Pork trotters and braised pork trotters were dishes that catered to the children's tastes. In the end, she was worried that the two of them wouldn't be used to it, so she had the servants bring some pickled vegetables over. The imperial physician came very quickly. Before they finished eating, he was already waiting outside the courtyard. "I'm full," Gu Jiao said. "I'm also full," Xiaoheng said. Today Yujin wasn't here. Princess Xingyang summoned the other servants and had them clean up the room. She brought the two children and planned to meet the imperial physician in the wing next door. However, as soon as the three of them stepped over the threshold, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. There was a dense mass of human heads. Did they empty out the imperial medical department? They didn't even leave a night shift for the emperor, right? Xiao Ji turned around and said to the imperial physicians with his head held high, one by one. That night, Gu Jiao didn't do anything. She just sat on the chair and let the imperial physicians take her pulse. In the end, everyone came to the same conclusion: she was pregnant. Everyone has worked hard. Princess Xingyang gave each imperial physician a large red envelope. The imperial physicians' complaints about being dragged in by Marquis Xian Ping with a knife to their necks disappeared. "Alright, you two should go back and rest early," she said to Xiaoheng, and Xiaoheng, "Be careful for the first 3 months. Don't be too indulgent." If she really didn't let them do anything, it probably wouldn't work. She could only settle for the next best thing. Xiaoheng coughed lightly. "I know, mother." He held Gu Jiao's hand and returned to Lanting Courtyard. Little Jing Kong and Sheng Wanqing had gone out and weren't in the Fu. Lanting Courtyard was very quiet. The two of them strolled along the limestone path overflowing with the fragrance of flowers. There were servants in front of them who wanted to salute the two of them. Xiaoheng raised his hand, and everyone understood and silently retreated. Yuya came from the corridor with the clothes that had just been dried. Just as she was about to call out "Miss," the mama beside her tugged at her sleeve. The mama shook her head at her. "Oh." Yuya wasn't stupid. She turned around and went back to her room. "Just now, was it morning sickness?" Xiaoheng asked. From the start of the meal until now, Gu Jiao had not said a word. He couldn't figure out what she was thinking, so he could only try his best to start a conversation. Gu Jiao grunted, "I think so." She was still willing to talk. Xiaoheng secretly sighed in relief. He turned to look at her calm expression. He couldn't guess if she was as calm as she was inside. "Actually, it's not bad to have a child," he said softly. "If it's a son, it'll be like Jing Kong and Xiaobao. If it's a daughter, it'll be like Yi. Don't you think it's quite cute?" Gu Jiao looked at him in surprise. "You actually praised Jing Kong for being cute?" Xiaoheng was stunned. Did I praise him wrongly? He's not cute?" "If he's not cute, how did you fall into his trap in the first place? You even didn't find it annoying that he stuck to you all the time." Gu Jiao said, "He's cute. It's just that it's strange to hear it from you." The two of them had been fighting since the first day they met. They had been fighting with wits and courage. She knew that they had used all kinds of martial arts skills. The window paper was broken just like that. Xiaoheng showed a decent smile. The scenery of the princess residence was pleasant. Its style and layout were among the top 3 in the entire capital. The cool breeze and the fragrance of flowers made people feel relaxed and happy. The two of them walked forward for a while. "Actually," Gu Jiao opened her mouth. Xiaoheng's heart suddenly tightened. He seemed to be afraid of hearing something he didn't want to hear from her, so he decided to make the decision himself. "Actually, we're still young. I've just started my career. I really don't have the energy to take care of a child." When he said this, his breathing became tight. It was too uncomfortable. He couldn't say it out loud. Gu Jiao stopped. The two of them were holding hands, so he stopped as well. Gu Jiao looked at him steadily. "You don't want this child?" "That's not what I meant," Xiaoheng instinctively refuted. How could he not want it? Wait, she was asking him? He looked at her with a hint of nervousness. "Jiao, why do you ask? Do you want it?" Gu Jiao looked down at her flat belly and nodded. Xiaoheng's eyes flashed with a hint of ecstasy. Jiao, why do you have such an expression? Do you think I don't want it?" Xiao Heng smiled awkwardly and didn't answer the question directly. Instead he said, "Then why didn't you say anything just now? I thought you were unhappy." "I just haven't recovered yet." She looked at her belly seriously. "How did I get a baby?" She had become a curious baby. Xiao Heng's heart melted. How could there be such a wonderful Jiao Jiao in the world? He patted her head and couldn't help but ask, "Why did you suddenly change your mind?" Gu Jiao said honestly, "It wasn't sudden. After I met Tang Yueshan that time, my state of mind seemed to have changed a lot. That was because Tang Ming was not a perfect son. He could not even be considered a good son. He had too many personality flaws, but Tang Yueshan's love for him had never weakened. He had never given up on this son of his. The strength that she had lost when she was abandoned when she was young was regained from Tang Yueshan. Xiao Heng really didn't expect that the person who changed her state of mind was Tang Yueshan. He pulled her into his arms and gently patted her head. He had a lot of words in his heart. He wanted to thank her and praise her, but when the words reached his lips, he realized that there were no words that could properly express them. He just hugged her tighter and let her feel his emotions. He wanted his child with her. He was looking forward to the birth of this little life. Chapter 943. After returning to the house, the first thing Gu Jiao did was to take out the small medicine box. She asked Xiao Heng to take a shower first, while she stared at the small medicine box. "Tell me, did you do something? Did little Doo poke holes?" A gust of night wind blew, and the small medicine box was as quiet as a chicken. No one would ever know if it was a coincidence or if it was a flaw in the family planning of some unscrupulous little medicine box. After Gu Jiao took a shower, Xiao Heng kissed her for a while, but didn't go to the last step. He endured it and let her go to sleep. The fact that she was pregnant was not completely untraceable. For example, she was tired quickly in the past few days. He thought it was because he was too strong and made her too tired. "So you are pregnant?" "But I am indeed very strong." Xiao Heng looked at Gu Jiao, who fell asleep in his arms. He raised his eyebrows, stroked her cheeks, kissed her, and then pulled a thin silk cloth to cover her. The sound of quarreling came from outside the courtyard. It was little Jing Kong and Shang Guanqing who had returned. Xiao Heng glanced at Gu Jiao, got out of bed quietly, opened the door and said to little Jing Kong, "Jiao Jiao is asleep. You go take a shower first." Hearing that Jiao Jiao was asleep, little Jing Kong immediately turned on the silent mode, waved at Shang Guanqing and said silently, "Brother Qing, goodbye." Shang Guanqing leaned on the pillar, exhausted. He didn't even have the strength to twitch the corner of his mouth. "Haha, it's best if we don't meet again." Little Jing Kong was so energetic that it was scary. The two of them went out together, shopping, watching lanterns and going to the lake. They did exactly the same things. He was 6 years old now, so he didn't need Shang Guanqing to carry him all the time. Shang Guanqing was exhausted, but little Jing Kong was still bouncing around. He jumped onto the steps, waved at his bad brother-in-law, and went into the house to visit Gu Jiao. Seeing that she had indeed fallen asleep, he secretly nodded his head. Bad brother-in-law did not lie to him. "You're so sweaty. Hurry up and take a shower." Xiao Heng urged him in a low voice. Little Jing Kong put his hands on his waist and said in a low voice, "My sweat is fragrant. Your sweat is the stinky one. Stinky brother-in-law." Xiao Heng, "Little monk, it's been 3.5 years, but you're still as arrogant as ever. Don't you know that you're about to fall out of favor?" Yuya fetched some water for little Jing Kong. He stripped himself naked and climbed into the wooden tub to take a bath. He was very happy today, not only because he had gone shopping with Brother Qing, but also because Jiao Jiao had promised to take him on a trip to the Imperial College tomorrow. The kind that won't lead brother-in-law astray. As he bathed, he started singing again in his small bathhouse. The door was closed, so he was not worried that he would disturb Gu Jiao. However, the maidservants on duty outside the door overheard him. At first, there were only 2 of them, but gradually 3 or 4 of them came. By the time Xiao Heng came over to check on his bath, all the servants in the courtyard had gathered here. They pricked up their ears to listen to the song, and they were having fun as they listened. "Aya, young master." Yuya was the first to notice Xiao Heng. As soon as she called out, the rest of the servants came back to their senses and respectfully moved aside. Xiao Heng did not say anything and pushed the door open to enter the room. Little Jing Kong stood in his small wooden tub, struck a pose, and gazed affectionately in front of him. "Where is my young master?" Immediately he changed his tune in a second and sang with perfect articulation. In order to save young Master Li, I left my home. Who would have thought that the #1 scholar of the Imperial College would be wearing a red robe and a hat with palace flowers on it? So fresh. He looked as proud as he could be, as proud as he could be, as if he had really made it to the top of the Imperial examination. Xiao Heng's mouth twitched and he said ruthlessly, Jiao Jiao won't be able to go on an excursion with you tomorrow. The unruffled singing stopped abruptly. Why? Little Jing Kong turned around and asked seriously. Xiao Heng flicked his wide sleeves, raised his chin and said, Jiao Jiao is pregnant. From now on your position will be in danger. Good night. After Xiao Heng said that, he walked away valiantly. Little Jing Kong felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His small body swayed in the wooden tub. He stretched out one hand in front of him and covered his heart with the other. With a sorrowful expression, he sang with a strong choking voice, Life is like a ruthless carving knife. It has changed our appearance. Will we wither before we bloom? I once had a dream. Sheng Guanqing went to the princess's residence and learned from Princess Xinyang that Gu Jiao was pregnant. He was quite surprised. So fast. His stinky brother and that girl had only been married for less than 2 months. Xiao Yi had fallen asleep. After Marquis Xianping coaxed his daughter, he took Chang Jing out of the residence to carry out a mission. Princess Xinyang glanced at her son and said, Is it fast? He's already 20. He'll be 21 soon. He's still young. Sheng Guanqing muttered. Princess Xinyang said, Let's not talk about your brother. Let's talk about you. When do you plan to get married? Does your mother have any plans? Sheng Guanqing sighed bitterly. Mother, why are we talking about this again? Didn't we not talk about it? Princess Xinyang said earnestly, We didn't talk about it before because your body didn't allow it. Getting married would only delay her. Now that you've recovered, you're no different from a normal person. Naturally, you can get married and have children like a normal person. Sheng Guanqing didn't want to get married so early. He wanted to play around for a few more years. Princess Xinyang continued, Your brother is going to be a father soon. You don't even have a wife. Chang Jing is 2 or 3 years younger than you, but she knows to bring betrothal gifts to the capital to find a suitable marriage. I'm not asking you to get married immediately. If you agree, I'll take a look for you first. His mother's will was so firm. It looked like it would be hard to refuse. Sheng Guanqing put on an act and said, But mother, I have high standards. How high? Princess Xinyang asked. Sheng Guanqing's eyes flashed. First, she has to be as beautiful as you and mother. Then she has to be as gentle as you and as humorous as mother. She also has to be educated and reasonable, literate, poetry and songs, proficient in everything. He racked his brains. Martial arts. Yes, she has to know martial arts. Her martial arts can't be worse than sister-in-law's. Otherwise, how can she protect me? Princess Xinyang was speechless. It was late at night. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the stars shone brightly. The singing in Little Jing Kong stopped and was replaced by the continuous chirping of cicadas. The 2 mansions next to each other fell into a deep sleep one after the other. The weather was hot and dry and Gu Jiao was sweating all over. She was pregnant, so Xiao Heng didn't dare to put too many ice cubes in the room, fearing that she would catch a cold. Xiao Heng went to get a cattail leaf fan and lay down beside her, fanning her again and again. When his left hand got tired, he switched to his right hand. When his right hand got tired, he switched back to his left hand. After a while, both his arms were sore and his eyelids drooped. Finally, after the folding fan fell from his hand again, he closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. The moon was dark and the wind was strong. The chirping of cicadas on the tree and the croaking of frogs in the lotus pond lingered in the dark night. Xiao Heng left a small candle for Gu Jiao. The weak candlelight shone on the small medicine box beside her. Compared to its shabby appearance when they first arrived, it had been renovated a lot. Although it still wasn't shiny, the brown wooden box made it look more in line with the characteristics of this dynasty. Suddenly, a figure flashed by outside the window. Immediately after, the door latch was slowly pried open with a dagger. The wooden door of the new room didn't creak, and it didn't cause any noise when it was pushed open. A masked figure dressed as a maidservant flashed in. She first glanced warily at the bed with the curtains. After making sure that the 2 of them hadn't been awakened, she tiptoed around the room to search. First, she searched the cabinet, then the box and even the treasure chest. But the moment she turned around, she was surprised. She didn't expect that the thing she was looking for was on the table, and that she had wasted so much time looking for it. She came to the table and looked greedily at the small medicine box. First, she tried to pry it open with her hands, but when she couldn't, she used the dagger to pry it open. However, when she couldn't pry it open, she curled her lips and laughed. "It's you?" She put away the dagger and opened her arms to move the small medicine box. Something unexpected happened. "What's going on? Why can't I move it? Is there something stuck to the box?" But she quickly thought of a problem. Even if the box was stuck, the table wasn't. With her strength and skill, it wouldn't be a problem for her to move it. She tried a few more times, but found that the table didn't show any signs of being moved. So, the box was really too heavy, causing her to be unable to move it? "No, I'm already here. Even if I can't move it, I still have to move it." She sank her chi into her dantian and circulated almost all of the internal energy in her body, transferring it to her arms. The blood vessels in her pair of strong arms quickly expanded, as if they were going to burst out of her sleeves at any moment. She gritted her teeth and shouted in her heart. This time she finally moved the small medicine box. Actually, it was only difficult when she moved it, but it wasn't that heavy when she moved it. She smiled coldly and carried the box out of the room. The moment she disappeared into the night, Xiaoheng slowly opened his eyes from within the curtains. His eyes were clear without the slightest hint of sleep. Chapter 944. The masked servant girl took the small medicine box and left the Lanting courtyard without stopping. Then she left the princess's residence and went straight to the side door of Marquis Xianping's residence. She probably planned to jump over the wall there. The Marquis's residence was heavily guarded. From time to time, patrolling guards would pass by with swords. The servant girl's qigong was very high and she could successfully avoid them every time. Finally, the servant girl came to the wall. Marquis Xianping was the first Marquis of Zhao country. The wall of his residence was higher than normal people's. Of course, to the servant girl, this was not a problem. The servant girl hugged the small medicine box and easily jumped up. Her toes touched the wall and she jumped out of the residence. However, the moment he landed, something unexpected happened. A huge net fell from the sky and covered the maidservant from head to toe. The servant girl's reaction was fast. She quickly pulled out the dagger at her waist and cut the net open. But in the time it took for her to move, a row of spears was placed on her neck. It was just a group of guards. The servant girl did not think much of them. But in the next second, the servant girl did not dare to act rashly. Because outside, more than 100 archers had drawn their longbows and aimed their cold arrows at him. This was not a one-on-one or one-on-many fight. This was an absolute tactical suppression. No expert could easily escape. The maidservant held a dagger in one hand and a small medicine box in the other. Her eyes were cold as she thought about how to deal with the situation. Behind the archers, a man in a crescent-white robe came forward, surrounded by a dozen shadow guards holding torches. The archers opened up a path in an orderly manner, and when the man and his group entered the encirclement, they quickly closed up their formation. The light of the fire shone on the young man's face. The servant girl recognized him and her eyes trembled. Xiaoheng stopped about 10 steps away from the maidservant. He looked at her coldly and said indifferently, "You really didn't disappoint me." "You," the servant girl was about to say something but immediately covered her mouth. Xiaoheng smiled faintly. "There's no need to pretend. I've already recognized you, elderly." The servant girl's body stiffened at the mention of elderly. She subconsciously raised her hand to touch her face. Xiaoheng calmly said, "The human skin mask didn't fall off." The maidservant went to touch her chest again. Xiaoheng said, "It didn't drop either." The maidservant was only short of going to scout the birds. Xiaoheng's face darkened. "Stop." The maid. No, to be precise, it was Li Jiangping. He frowned and looked at Xiaoheng in shock. Xiaoheng's expression was calm, without a trace of doubt. From this, it could be seen that he was certain of his identity. There was no point in denying it. He asked in a low voice, "How did you guess?" Xiaoheng said coldly, "It's very simple. You revealed a flaw from the very beginning." Li Jiangping frowned. "I don't understand." Xiaoheng raised his finger, and an accompanying secret guard took out a handkerchief from his bosom. He opened it and handed it to Xiaoheng. Xiaoheng picked up the iron nail that had long dried blood and said, "You were injured because your palm was accidentally pierced by a nail when you were carrying the betrothal gifts. You did put on a show and nailed the nail into the box. However, this is where the problem lies. These betrothal gifts are very precious. In order to prevent moisture, you gave up on taking the waterway. This measure was clearly effective. The other nails were all dry and intact, but this one was rusty. Moreover, its hole was new. Could be seen that it was just nailed in. Perhaps you will say that I'm just mending a nail, but I think that no one will mend a rusty nail. Li Jiangping never expected that he would make such a mistake. No, this was not a mistake. This was flawless. It was just that this guy was too abnormal and his thoughts were too meticulous. Even such a tiny clue couldn't escape his eyes. Li Jiangping gritted his teeth. Just based on a rusty nail? More than that. Xiao Heng said, when Chang Jing told you not to spread Gu Jiao's medical skills, do you remember what you said? An ordinary man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring is a crime. I understand, don't worry. At that time the words flashed through his mind. Li Jiangping did not understand where his flaw was. What's wrong with this sentence? Xiao Heng said indifferently, you didn't notice it yourself, right? Before you said this, you glanced at the small medicine box on the table while wiping your sweat. Therefore, I'm very sure that what you said about treasuring a jade ring is referring to my wife's box. You deliberately got injured to test the medicine box in my wife's hands. Was this fellow a judge? His eyes were so sharp. Li Jiangping originally wanted to deny it, but it seemed impossible now. This was definitely the first time he had exposed himself so quickly. What the hell? He was clearly a guy who did not know martial arts, but for some reason his eyes and aura were enough to make people's hearts jump. All of this happened too quickly. Li Jiangping was stunned, and there was too little time for him to react and make a decision. He could only rely on his many years of martial arts practice to rush toward Xiao Heng, the only one who did not know martial arts at the scene. Xiao Heng's appearance happened to block the line of sight of a wave of archers for him. As long as he was fast enough, he could catch Xiao Heng and force these people to let him go. As for the secret guards by Xiao Heng's side, they were no match for him at all with their mediocre skills. Li Jiangping was an expert of Dark Knight Island, and there was no doubt about his skills. His internal strength shook off those secret guards, and his hand fiercely grabbed Xiao Heng's neck. But just as he was about to succeed, a certain someone who had been hibernating on the tree for a long time curled his lips disdainfully, aimed at him, and pulled the trigger. With a loud bang, Li Jiangping was sent flying. He hit the wall behind him heavily and fell to the ground in a sorry state. Tisk! Sheng Guanqing, who was on the tree branch, frowned and seemed to be dissatisfied with his shot. The shot just now hit the small medicine box in Li Jiangping's arms. He was not shot open on the spot, but he was still badly shaken. He spat out a mouthful of blood. This time the steamed bun in his lapel really fell out. Sheng Guanqing's eyes were burning. Little Jing Kong can burn me, but you can't. He decisively loaded the gun. This was a newly improved gun. Its accuracy and speed had increased, and the corresponding recoil was also much stronger. He was still not used to it. I'll use you to practice tonight. He aimed at Li Jiangping's head. Right at this moment an unexpected event occurred abruptly. Numerous terrifying sword chi slashed down from the sky and forcefully pushed back the secret guards of the Marquis of Xuanping's estate. Subsequently, a gray-clothed swordsman flashed down to grab Li Jiangping, who was on the ground, before swiftly leaving the scene. That person's lightness skill was probably not inferior to Gu Qingfeng's. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace with Li Jiangping. Sheng Guanqing jumped down from the tree branch with the new gun in his arms. He looked at the place where Li Jiangping fell and then looked at Xiao Heng. Aren't you going to chase? Xiao Heng looked in the direction of the two people and said, no need. Sheng Guanqing carried the gun on his shoulder. But they also took away Jiao Jiao's box. Li Jiangping's hands were fast. Before leaving, he did not forget to hold the small medicine box on the ground. It's okay, Xiao Heng said. Sheng Guanqing said, what do you mean it's okay? That box is very precious, okay? I shot it just now, but it didn't break. Xiao Heng was not surprised. Jiao Jiao said that the small medicine box was not something from their world, and the medicine box might not be its original body. It was just that in their dimension, it could only appear in this form. Sheng Guanqing snorted. Is it really okay? If Jiao Jiao wakes up and finds that the box is gone, she will be angry. I'll see how you coax her. Xiao Heng smiled and did not continue the topic. Instead he asked, are you okay? Are you hurt? The new gun had a lot of recoil. Sheng Guanqing rubbed his small chest. It's a little numb, but it's okay. Speaking of which, what's wrong with Li Jiangping? Why did he steal Jiao Jiao's medicine box? Who ordered him? Dark Knight Island? Xiaoheng shook his head. It's not Dark Knight Island, it's the Sword Hut. Wasn't the Sword Hut destroyed? Sheng Guanqing had heard from his father that Chang Jing and the others went to the Sword Hut Island to take revenge. Xiaoheng said thoughtfully, now it seems that the Sword Hut used a trick to escape. After midnight, Marquis Xianping and Chang Jing returned home. The enemies who had followed him for a few days were successfully killed by Chang Jing. None of them escaped. As expected, Chang Jing was easy to use. Why are you all here? Don't you need to sleep? As soon as he entered the courtyard, Marquis Xianping saw his two sons talking by candlelight in the central room. Xiaoheng glanced at Chang Jing and told him about Li Jiangping. Marquis Xianping looked at Chang Jing. Chang Jing was very shocked. If someone else said this, he would not believe it. But since it came from Xiaoheng, he fell silent. Marquis Xianping snorted coldly and sneered. He doesn't look like a good person. Chang Jing retorted softly, Uncle Li is very good. He has always taken care of me and my 7 sisters. Every time we get into trouble, he will plead for me. Marquis Xianping looked at him strangely. Even if he doesn't plead for you, your father can't bear to punish you. Chang Jing was speechless. The truth was in front of him. Marquis Xianping would not speak for a bad person who stole his daughter-in-law's medicine box. So that Li Jiangping is just putting on an act to please you. Chang Jing continued to argue weakly. But this time he persuaded my father. Only then did my father allow me to come and propose marriage. Xiaoheng analyzed for Chang Jing. If he did not persuade your father, he could not have come with you to the Zhao kingdom. His goal is very clear. It is Jiao Jiao's medicine box. Chang Jing made a final struggle in a low voice. He was also the one who discovered the Sword Hut. Xiaoheng sighed. He had to discover it. First, he had to make enough contributions to gain your father's favor. Second, the rules of the Dark Knight clan are strict. He could not leave the island without permission. He could only use the excuse of monitoring the Sword Hut every few days to hide his dealings with the Sword Hut. Is that so? Chang Jing already understood. Regardless of whether Uncle Li was a spy of the Sword Hut or not, from the moment he stole Gu Jiao's medicine box, he was no longer Elder Li of the Dark Knight clan. The Dark Knight clan would never ask him to do such a thing. Sheng Guanqing said suspiciously, but I still don't understand. Why did they steal Jiao Jiao's medicine box? Are there many precious medicinal materials in the box? Sheng Guanqing asked and answered his own question. Or is it that the box is invulnerable? Even firearms cannot break it. They want to take the box back to make armor? Xiaoheng shook his head. He did not explain the secret of the medicine box to the people in the room. The medicine box had an inexhaustible supply of medicine. It could also be connected to the operating room in another space. It was indeed a rare treasure. Then there was another problem. What did the Sword Hut want these for? It was the Sword Hut, not the medicine hut. Could it be that from now on, they would not practice the sword anymore and would all become doctors? Or could it be that one of them had an incurable disease and coincidentally, there was medicine in the medicine box to treat it? This possibility could be ruled out. With the relationship between Li Jiangping and Chang Jing, as long as he asked, no matter what medicine it was, Gu Jiaojiao would be willing to give it to him. There was no need to go through the trouble of stealing the medicine box. Marquis Xianping did not inquire about whether there was anything strange in Gu Jiaojiao's medicine box. The medicine box belonged to Gu Jiaojiao. He would not pry into other people's privacy. In addition, no matter what it was not a reason for the Sword Hut to covet it. The people of the Sword Hut really deserved to die. Thinking of something, Xiaoheng asked Chang Jing. The people who died were the island master of the Sword Hut and his wife. Who identified those corpses? Uncle Li Jiangping. Chang Jing corrected herself. Only he was secretly observing the Sword Hut. He was also the only one who recognized who on the island. Therefore, when he said that they were the corpses, my father and I both believed him. Xiaoheng said, it seems that the real master of the Sword Hut is not dead. Sheng Guanqing asked, did Long Yi go to the island? Xiaoheng shook his head. Now it's hard to say. Maybe he went and killed many disciples of the Sword Hut. Some of them escaped. Maybe before he could do anything, the people of the Dark Knight Gate arrived on the island. That accident was directed and acted by the Sword Hut to deceive the Dark Knight Gate. Sheng Guanqing nodded. Li Jiangping knew that the Dark Knight Gate was going to kill the Sword Hut, so he informed the Sword Hut in advance. Therefore the Sword Hut acted out such a massacre. It seems reasonable. Xiaoheng thought for a bit and said, the possibility of Long Yi going there is very high. Otherwise, with the strength of the Sword Hut, they would not have to avoid the Dark Night Gate like this. Chang Jing said seriously, "Our Dark Night Gate is very powerful." Xiaoheng said, "Of course you are powerful. However, with Li Jiangping as a spy, it is not difficult for the Sword Hut to set up an ambush on the island." Chang Jing did not say anything. Indeed, they trusted Uncle Li too much. When they went to the island, Uncle Li had always led the way. If Uncle Li had deliberately led them to a place with traps, they would have suffered heavy casualties. Chang Jing still did not understand. But Uncle Li, why didn't Li Jiangping make a move? Even if we had some casualties on the Sword Hut Island, we would not have suspected him. He could have used this opportunity to weaken the strength of the Dark Night Island. Xiaoheng looked at him seriously. What if he hurt you? You can't come to Zhao country to propose marriage, so he can't get close to Jiao. Chang Jing said, "Oh." At this point, the last trace of hope in the bottom of Chang Jing's heart was extinguished. Li Jiangping was a spy through and through. In fact, there were still some doubts. Xiaoheng wanted to go back and slowly sort out his thoughts. Is that box really okay? Sheng Guanqing was still thinking about the small medicine box. After all, it was something that could not be broken even by a gun. It should be known that even the armor on Gu Jiao's body could not withstand the power of a gun. Xiaoheng said with certainty, "It's okay. They can't steal it." On the quiet long street, a carriage was moving quickly. After Li Jiangping got on the carriage, he immediately put the small medicine box under the seat and covered it with his feet to prevent it from falling out of the carriage due to the bumps. The swordsman who saved him gave him an elixir for internal injuries. He raised his head and swallowed it. After circulating his qi for a small cycle, he took a deep breath and said with relief, "It was too dangerous just now. What weapon did that guy have in his hand? It almost killed me." "It's called a gun," the swordsman said. He hesitated and said, "But in Ghost Mountain, the gun was not so powerful." The swordsman did not participate in the Battle of Ghost Mountain, but Elder Lu and the others sent letters back to the Sword Hut. Li Jiangping sighed and said, "My identity has been exposed. I can't go back to the Dark Knight sect in the future." Speaking of this, Li Jiangping became angry. He had been hiding for 20 years and deceived the entire island. But in the end, he was defeated by a young man who was still wet behind the ears. The swordsman said, "It's okay. You got the medicine box and completed your mission. You don't have to go back to the Dark Knight sect in the future." Li Jiangping sighed and said, "I didn't expect that the thing you were looking for would be in the hands of a little girl." The swordsman was also in disbelief. "Yes, we always thought that the thing was in the Dark Knight sect. You spent 20 years on the Dark Knight Island in vain." Li Jiangping smiled and said, "It wasn't in vain. If I hadn't been hiding on the Dark Knight Island, I wouldn't have had the chance to come to the Zhao Kingdom with Chang Jing." The swordsman said, "That's true." Li Jiangping frowned and said, "But I have a question. How did you know that the medicine box was in the hands of the Duke An's adopted daughter?" The swordsman explained, "A female doctor from the Qin Kingdom told the Han family of the Yan Kingdom." The Han family then told Gong Sunyu. Our people happened to be nearby and heard it. Gong Sunyu was not interested in it, so it made things easier for us. Li Jiangping suddenly understood. "I see." The swordsman smiled faintly and said, "Chang Jing and the Duke An's adopted daughter's husband's family happened to have this relationship. It seems that it was heaven's will for the Sword Hut to obtain it." As he spoke, he looked at Li Jiangping and said, "You have made a great contribution this time. The swordsman will definitely reward you well." Li Jiangping couldn't hide his smile. He lowered his head to pick up the medicine box on the ground. Then, something unbelievable happened. "Where's the medicine box?" He was shocked. The swordsman frowned. "Didn't you put it under the stool just now?" "Yes. I put it here." Li Jiangping squatted down. Not only did he look under his stool, but he also looked in every corner of the carriage. But the medicine box was gone. That Chapter 945. The novel will be updated more quickly. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet. After an hour, Xiaoheng finished talking with Marquis Xian Pingho and the others and returned to the princess mansion with Sheng Guanqing. Sheng Guanqing yawned and waved at Xiaoheng. "I'm so sleepy. I'm going to sleep. You should rest early too." "Got it," Xiaoheng said to him. Sheng Guanqing swaggered away with his new gun in his arms. Xiaoheng looked at his footsteps. which were exactly the same as his father's, and shook his head in amusement. When he returned to the room, he saw the small medicine box on the table. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. He walked over, raised his slender hand and patted it lightly. At dawn, Gu Jiao woke up slowly. She felt that someone was looking at her and she couldn't ignore it. When she opened her eyes, she saw little Jing Kong lying on the bed. Little Jing Kong's eyes were full of concentration. She didn't know how long he had been waiting here. The moment he found that she had woken up, his little face lit up. "Jiao Jiao, you're awake?" he said crisply. Gu Jiao smiled. "Have you been here for a long time?" A beautiful day began with admiring the little handsome boy. Although he wasn't a 3-year-old boy, he was very cute and handsome at the age of 6. Little Jing Kong shook his head. "I just came." "Oh, you've been here for an hour." Someone stepped in with a book and mercilessly exposed the little guy's lie. Little Jing Kong turned around and glared at his bad brother-in-law. He corrected him. "Being with you, a day feels like a year. Being with Jiao Jiao, time flies like an arrow." He blurted out 2 idioms in one breath and they even rhymed. He was indeed a child in the prodigy class of the Imperial College. Gu Jiao got up and went to wash up. Little Jing Kong followed behind her like a little tail. He peeked at her from time to time but didn't say anything. Gu Jiao put down the handkerchief in her hand and asked him, "What's wrong?" Little Jing Kong hesitated for a moment and decided to ask the truth. "Jiao Jiao, are you pregnant?" Gu Jiao glanced at Xiao Heng, who was tidying up the desk. She almost understood where the news about little Jing Kong came from. Pulling out a kiss and showing off the baby. "As expected of you." Gu Jiao nodded and said, "Yes, we have a baby. A baby as cute as Jing Kong." "Is she as cute as me?" Her words were so pleasing to the ears that little Jing Kong became excited all of a sudden. He even started to look forward to the baby in Gu Jiao's belly. However, he thought of something and muttered hesitantly, But Jiao Jiao has a baby. Will she still like me? Am I still the most handsome little man in Jiao Jiao's heart?" Gu Jiao smiled and pinched his little face. She bent down and looked at him at eye level. She said with a smile, "Of course she will. She will always like you. She will like you more every day than yesterday." Little Jing Kong was so shy that his cheeks turned red. He turned around and covered his hot cheeks. "I'll go and get breakfast for Jiao Jiao first." After that he ran out shyly. When he reached the corridor outside, he suddenly stopped and looked at Xiao Heng, who was tidying up the desk in front of the window. He puffed out his chest and said proudly, "Jiao Jiao likes me. I'm the most handsome." Little Jing Kong, who had turned the tables, left valiantly. Xiao Heng had a toothache. While little Jing Kong went to get breakfast, Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao talked about what happened last night. Gu Jiao was not too surprised by Li Jiangping's betrayal, but the point that aroused her suspicion was different from Xiao Heng's. She recalled, "When they gave me the nail, they wrapped it in a clean handkerchief. I've seen too many people with such injuries at the border. Most people would not keep the nail. They would throw it away immediately to prevent a second person from getting hurt. Even if they kept it, they would just put it aside casually. They wrapped it in a handkerchief as if they were afraid of destroying the blood and rust on it." Xiao Heng looked at her with admiration. "Jiao Jiao is so smart." Gu Jiao nodded seriously. "Yes, I'm very smart." Xiao Heng smiled. Gu Jiao thought of something and asked, "But how did you know it would come back by itself?" "I don't know." "You don't know?" Xiao Heng was surprised. He thought she knew her small medicine box like the back of her hand. Gu Jiao shook her head. Xiao Heng helped her recall. "Do you remember that time you were crushed in a collapsed wine cellar?" Gu Jiao said, "I remember. You jumped down and looked for me." She was almost out of breath with the boulder on her chest. She thought she was going to die. In the darkness, he grabbed her hand. Xiao Heng said, "Later we were all rescued. Your medicine box fell in the ruins. The scene was too dangerous at that time, so there was no way to dig it out. But when I went back, I found it in your small basket. I thought I was mistaken at that time. It was not until later when you told me that it was not an ordinary medicine box that I was sure I was not mistaken." When he said that, Gu Jiao also remembered something. It was during the archery competition in the Yen Kingdom. She remembered that she did not bring the small medicine box, but it was in her basket. She thought that it was Gu Shaoshun and Gu Yen who put the small medicine box in her basket. In addition, when she first transmigrated here, the small medicine box was not with her. It only appeared when she urgently needed it. Gu Jiao looked at the small medicine box on the table bitterly. "If I had known it would be like this, I would not have taken so much effort to bring it with me." It was tiring to move it around. Gu Jiao pointed at the small medicine box. Can't you be more obvious? Sometimes if I didn't bring you, wouldn't I have found out if you appeared a few more times? Did you do it on purpose? Do I have to hug you every day to be happy? A gust of morning wind blew, and the small medicine box was as quiet as a chicken. Xiaoheng sorted out what happened last night. There were 3 questions that he had no clue about. First, how did the Sword Hut know about the small medicine box? Second, why did the Sword Hut want the small medicine box? Third, what was the purpose of Li Jiangping lurking in the Dark Knight gang? If it was to deal with the Dark Knight gang, it did not make sense that he could not find a suitable opportunity to take action in 20 years. Gu Jiao had no clue about the first 2 points. As for the third point, she had her own opinion. The Sword Hut let Li Jiangping lurk in the Dark Knight gang for many years. Other than sending messages to the Sword Hut, the only big thing he did was to steal the small medicine box. Xiaoheng stared. You mean that he lurked in the Dark Knight gang for the small medicine box? But he was already on the Dark Knight Island 20 years ago. At that time, Changjing was not born yet. You were not born either. Could they be like the state preceptor who could predict the future? Gu Jiao paused. What if they thought that the small medicine box was on the Dark Knight Island? Xiaoheng was slightly stunned. Gu Jiao said, the purple grass came from the small medicine box. The earliest purple grass was planted by the first island master of the Dark Knight Island. Now I suspect that the small medicine box once appeared on the Dark Knight Island. Chapter 946. Xiaoheng wondered, but isn't the medicine box yours? Why did it appear on Dark Knight Island? Gu Jiao shook her head. I don't know. It was indeed a mystery. Even she had no clue. The 2 of them decided to ask Changjing. Did your box appear on our island? I don't know. In the garden of the Lord Protector's manor, Changjing looked confused. Then he asked the same question as Xiaoheng. Why did your box appear on our island? You haven't been to our island. If Gu Jiao knew the answer, she wouldn't have to ask Changjing. She said again, how much do you know about the first island owner? Changjing said helplessly, Dark Knight Island was originally a deserted island. After he came, he reorganized it into a sect, took in the nearby fishermen and planted purple grass. That's all I know. If you want to know about the first island owner, you can only ask my father. Even Uncle Li doesn't know much about it. Was he a man or a woman? Xiaoheng asked suddenly. Changjing said subconsciously, a man? Xiaoheng said seriously, what do you mean by a man? Are you sure or not? Changjing thought for a while and said, no one told me. But aren't all island owners men? Is there a woman who can be an island owner? If there is, can my sister also be an island owner? Then I don't have to inherit the Dark Knight sect. The 2 of them exchanged a look. Changjing's state of mind was completely different from theirs. No wonder he got along well with Jing Kong. Xiaoheng said to Gu Jiao, I will investigate them. Don't worry. Okay. Gu Jiao was not a person who would give up eating for fear of choking. Although the people of the Sword Hut had sneaked into the capital, they still lived their lives as usual. After breakfast, Gu Jiao took little Jing Kong to the carriage for an outing. Little Jing Kong swung his legs and said in a low voice, Jiao Jiao, let's not go for an outing, shall we? What? Gu Jiao asked. Little Jing Kong looked down and said, I'm a little tired today. Gu Jiao smiled and said, you're not tired. Little Jing Kong opened his mouth and was about to say something when Gu Jiao added, I'm not that weak. It was just a pregnancy. Other than the difference in appetite and sleep, there was no other difference. During this period of time, she had been busy with her own affairs and neglected little Jing Kong. He was growing up day by day. She did not want to look back one day and realize that he had become independent and that she had missed out on his growth. She looked at little Jing Kong and said seriously, I want to go for an outing with you. Are you willing to go with me? Little Jing Kong looked into Gu Jiao's eyes and could feel that Gu Jiao really wanted to go. He immediately became energetic and nodded vigorously. Yes. I love going out with Jiao Jiao the most. Gu Jiao was infected by his childlike innocence and imagined how the baby would look like. She thought that she would really like it if it was the same as Jing Kong. She touched his little head and said, let's go to the Duke's public house for dinner tonight. Tomorrow we'll go to Bai Shui Alley to play cards with Grandaunt. Little Jing Kong raised his hands and feet in agreement. We'll listen to Jiao Jiao. Bai Shui Alley. Gu Yin stood at the door and looked around. Gu Xiaobao also looked around. What are you doing? He asked Gu Xiaobao. What are you doing? Gu Xiaobao asked him back. Gu Yin was annoyed and amused by Gu Xiaobao's adult tone. I'm waiting for someone. Gu Xiaobao said, I'm also waiting for someone. Gu Yin said, I'm waiting for Xiaoshan. I'm also waiting. I'm not waiting for Xiaoshan. Gu Xiaobao waved his little hand and learned from Gu Yin to call Xiaoshan. You have to call Xiaoshan brother. Also, sister won't be coming today. Gu Yin hit the nail on the head. Gu Xiaobao raised his head and looked at his brother unhappily. She's coming. Not long after, Gu Xiaoshan came back. Gu Yan's eyes lit up. Is it done? Gu Xiaoshan said sneakily, it's done. Let me see. Gu Yin stretched out his hand. Gu Xiaobao looked at his two brothers in confusion. He didn't understand what they were doing. Gu Xiaoshan sneakily stuffed the thing into Gu Yan's arms. There are so many on the streets. You had to draw it yourself. I don't know if it's to your liking. There's no silver left. I found the most experienced master craftsman. Gu Yin said, okay, you look after Xiaobao. I'm going out. Okay. Gu Xiaoshan carried the little boy into the house. Gu Yin took a carriage to the military camp. Gu Changqing was observing the soldiers drill. Suddenly, a guard walked over quickly and whispered something in his ear. He raised his finger and said, got it. Then he said to the generals who were watching the drill together, sorry, I have to leave. The generals looked at him strangely and exchanged glances. This was a big drill that happened once every 3 months. Did something big happen? Why did General Gu leave midway? He left in a hurry. Gu Changqing quickly walked out of the military camp and saw a thin figure pacing back and forth beside a carriage. Yan. He called out to him. Gu Yin heard and turned around in a daze. Why did you come out? Gu Changqing smiled. Someone told me that you came to look for me. I didn't. Gu Yin subconsciously retorted. It was true that he came to look for him, but he didn't mention it to anyone. He knew that the military camp was busy and didn't want to disturb him. He wanted to wait for him to finish before coming out. Gu Changqing didn't tell Gu Yin that it was his personal guard who recognized him. Gu Changqing was a cold-faced Yama in the military camp. However, in front of Gu Yin and Gu Jiao he was always a doting brother. He saw that Gu Yan's cheeks were red from the sun and quickly brought him to his tent. Bring some ice. He ordered the guard. The guard was shocked. Didn't you say that you didn't use these things? Yes. The guard glanced at the pampered young master and understood. He went to bring over 2 large basins of ice cubes and placed them on both sides of Gu Yin. Gu Yin felt a chill run down her spine. You can leave. Gu Changqing ordered. Yes. The guard retreated. Gu Changqing picked up the fan on the table and gently fanned Gu Yin. Gu Yin raised his small neck comfortably and turned 180 degrees. You wanted to fan here. He also wanted to fan here. Gu Changqing smiled and fanned harder. Don't you have to go to class today? Today is a holiday. Gu Yin said. Gu Changqing asked, why did you come to the military camp to look for me? Gu Yin hesitated for a moment. He took out a mask and handed it to Gu Changqing. What is this? Gu Changqing took the mask with the hand that didn't need to fan. He looked at it carefully and didn't forget to continue fanning Gu Yin. Gu Yin said, aren't you engaged? This is an engagement gift for you. It was a silver half-face mask. It was very light and exquisite. The design was also new. Gu Changqing had never seen it on the market. He looked at Gu Yin. Did you specially find someone to make it? Yes. Gu Yin pulled his small ears and admitted with some embarrassment. It seemed that he had put a lot of thought into it. Gu Changqing's heart softened. Why did you think of giving me a mask? Gu Yin pursed his lips. Aren't you an expert in the underground martial arts arena? I heard that the people there all wear masks. If you don't like it, I like it very much. Gu Changqing smiled and said to him. I will wear it when I go to the underground martial arts arena in the future. I will also bring you. This way you will be able to recognize who I am at a glance. Gu Yan's eyes moved. He did his best to suppress the joy in his heart and nodded coldly. If you insist on bringing me, then that's fine too. Gu Changqing smiled warmly, his eyes full of pampering. Marquis Xianping's estate. Xiao Heng went to court today and accepted the title of junior assistant. From today onwards, he would be the first junior assistant under the emperor's rule. When he left court, he was surrounded by civil and military officials. Everyone congratulated him one after another. All of this happened suddenly, but when he thought about it carefully, he felt that it was logical. At the age of 13, he became the young chancellor of the directorate. If it wasn't for the unforeseen event, he would have already become Zhao Country's junior assistant. He lost some of his noble youthfulness and gained some steadiness and calmness. If it was said that the young chancellor relied somewhat on his birth, then the 3 Yuan imperial examinations, the Zhuiyuan parade, and the junior assistant were all the results of his own hard work. Congratulations to Grand Secretary Yuan. You have a successor. There were also officials congratulating Grand Secretary Yuan. Grand Secretary Yuan stroked his beard with a smile. Another official said, I think Grand Secretary Yuan is blessed with double happiness. You have a proud student as well as a son-in-law and a grandson-in-law. Grand Secretary Yuan's smile deepened. That's right. The 2 matters that had been troubling him for a long time had been settled. Next was Bao Lin and Gu Changqing's wedding. He had to ask the imperial astronomer if they had calculated the auspicious day. Xiao Heng finally escaped from the encirclement of the officials with great difficulty. His entire body was covered in sweat. He returned to the Princess Manor. As soon as he entered the room, he saw that Sheng Guanqing was also there. He laid out a dozen masks on the table and asked Gu Jiao, who was sitting to the side, Take a look. Which one is the mask you dreamed of? Did you find someone to make all of these? Gu Jiao asked. Sheng Guanqing said, That's right. I gave your blueprints to the master of the blacksmith's shop. Everyone's masks are different and have subtle differences. Take a look and see which one is the most similar? Yes, this one. Gu Jiao picked up the 3rd bronze mask with fangs on her right-hand side. This matter had already passed, but when he heard that the people of the Sword Hut had infiltrated the capital again, Sheng Guanqing began to pay attention to it again. Aren't you going back to the Yang Kingdom? Gu Jiao asked him. Sheng Guanqing said calmly, I can go back a few days later. He wanted to kill all the bastards of the Sword Hut first. He took out the mask Gu Jiao had picked out and glanced at his stinky younger brother. He hurriedly said, You came at the right time. Draw this mask again and make it look more similar. This way it'll be easier to make a copy and distribute it. Have the guards find it. Okay. Xiao Heng agreed. Gu Jiao had seen it a long time ago. She wore the dark red official robes of the junior secretary, which made her devastatingly beautiful and elegant like jade. The young couple stared at each other. Even the air was sweet. Sheng Guanqing wanted to roll his eyes again. Am I here to eat dog food? That's enough. Xiao Heng entered the room and sat down. He picked up a brush and paper and began to draw the mask. He did not just draw a single mask. He also combined the attire of the disciples of the Sword Hut with the Xianyue sword. My stinky younger brother is good. Sheng Guanqing looked at him in amazement and said, This is much easier to recognize. Speaking of which, how did you get the box back? The 2 looked at each other. Xiao Heng said calmly, It's a secret. Tiske. Sheng Guanqing snorted. If you don't want to say it, then forget it. However, if they didn't succeed the first time, they will definitely come a second time. Yes, will they come tonight? Without waiting for the 2 to speak, Yuya, suddenly walked in hurriedly. Miss, son-in-law, Steward Zheng is here. Steward Zheng was Duke An's confidant. His visit must have something to do with Duke An. The 2 hurriedly let Yuya bring Steward Zheng in. Steward Zheng stumbled into the room. When he came in front of Gu Jiao, his legs gave way. Gu Jiao held his arm in time. Steward Zheng, what happened? Let's talk nicely. Steward Zheng broke down and cried, Duke? Duke went out to buy a shop for Miss today, but someone came out of nowhere and took Duke away. Duke An always brought his men of sacrifice with him when he went out. Their martial arts were not bad. To be able to take Duke An away from them, it was obvious that the other party was not an ordinary master. The 3 of them exchanged glances and had the same guess in their hearts. The Sword Hut. Gu Jiao asked, Did they leave any messages? Steward Zheng cried and shook his head. No, there was nothing, they left after taking him away. Gu Jiao asked seriously, Where did it happen? Steward Zheng choked with sobs. The East River of Lake Li. I saw them go in the direction of the West City Gate. Xiao Heng's eyes turned cold. The West City Gate. Do they want to take Duke An back to the Sword Hut? Yes, Jiao Jiao was Duke An's adopted daughter. With Duke An in their hands, were they afraid that they could not control Jiao Jiao? They wanted to lure Jiao Jiao to the Sword Hut because they realized that to take away the medicine chest, they had to take away Jiao Jiao. I'm going out. Wait for me at home. Before Xiao Heng could finish speaking, Gu Jiao had already tied up her long hair without hesitation. At dusk, a seemingly inconspicuous carriage drove out of the north city gate of the capital. The coachman drove the carriage vigilantly, followed by 4 attendants on horses. Inside the carriage 2 men sat facing each other. One of them was the kidnapped Dukin, and the other was the swordsman who had saved Li Jiangping last night. The swordsman wore a silver mask that distorted his original appearance. However, from the skin on his neck and hands, one could tell that he was not old. When he spoke, he confirmed Dukin's guess. At most he was around 30. Dukin, we have no ill intentions. Please calm down. He smiled and said to Dukin. Dukin was very calm from beginning to end. He did not make any unnecessary calls for help. Hearing the other's words, he said calmly, "Where do you plan on taking me?" The swordsman smiled coldly. "You don't need to know. Just cooperate obediently. Otherwise, I don't mind making you suffer." Dukin was not frightened by his threat. He said calmly, "You are from the sword hut." A glimmer of shock flashed through the swordsman's eyes. Clearly he had not expected the other to guess so easily. However, he quickly smiled again. As expected of Dukin. "You are extremely quick-witted." This was an admission. It seemed that his situation was not good. After all, only the dead could keep secrets. They did not plan on letting him leave alive. It did not matter if he died. He was only worried that he would implicate Jiao Jiao. The swordsman smiled coldly. "Why aren't you speaking? Are you thinking of how to escape? Don't waste your time. You can't escape. Don't count on anyone coming to save you. They all think that we are going to the western city gate. By the time they react, we will have already boarded the ship." Dukin looked at him calmly. "Who are you trying to threaten by capturing me? The Duke and estate, the Xinyuan family, or the Yen royal family?" "None of them." The swordsman smiled. "We only hope to invite your adopted daughter to the island as a guest." As expected, they had come for Jiao Jiao. Murderous intent flashed through Dukin's eyes. The swordsman saw the murderous intent and said mockingly, "Oh, you want to kill me? What can a cripple like you do? I can crush you to death with my fingers. However, don't worry. Your body is so weak. I am afraid that I will not control my strength. If I kill you, I will not be able to invite your adopted daughter." Dukin asked calmly, "Jiao Jiao has no enmity with you. Why do you want to attack her?" The swordsman laughed. "There is enmity. After all, she killed so many disciples of the sword hut at the border. Of course, they were all outer sect disciples. The enmity is not great. As long as she is willing to obediently hand over what we want, we may consider letting her go." Letting Jiao Jiao go was fake. What they wanted from Jiao Jiao was real. And Guogong said, "What do you want? I'll buy it for you. Do you want her armor or her weapon?" The swordsman said meaningfully, "It is much more precious than those things. You would not understand even if I told you." After speaking, he lifted the curtain and asked the driver, "How long until we reach the ferry?" 6 hours, the driver said. "Is there no shortcut?" the swordsman asked. "There is." "Then let's go. The shortcut will take us through a forest. We may encounter wild beasts. Are we afraid of wild beasts? Take the shortcut." Since the swordsman had spoken, the driver could only follow. Fortunately, their luck was good. They did not encounter any danger in the forest. 2 hours later, they were on the official road of Jadewater Town. "The ferry is ahead." "Sir, are you sure there is a boat?" the driver asked. "This is not something you should worry about." The swordsman was not as patient with the driver as he was with Dukin. "Yes." The driver angrily closed his mouth. Of course there was a boat. Everything had been prepared. They would enter the Yen kingdom by water and return to the sword hut from the Yen kingdom. He had left a steward behind to inform the girl. As long as the girl was not an idiot, she would be able to guess that they had to go to the sword hut to find someone. "Girl, see you at the sword hut." The carriage stopped at the ferry. A large boat with a black awning slowly approached. Li Jiangping stood on the boat and waved in their direction. The swordsman saw through the window. He nodded, lowered the curtain, and jumped off the carriage. Just as he was about to move Dukin and his wheelchair down, an eagle's cry suddenly came from the silent roof. The entire night sky seemed to have been torn open by this eagle's cry, and a majestic murderous aura surged out like a tsunami. The swordsman and Li Jiangping's hearts shook. An ominous premonition swept through their hearts. The sound of heavy horse hooves approached. The two turned their heads to look. In the dark night, Gu Jiao rode over with a red tasseled spear on her back. She carried a killing intent that could trample mountains and rivers. Her red battle clothes were blown by the night wind. Her black armor reflected a cold light under the moonlight. The swordsman was shocked. Li Jiangping had seen Gu Jiao before. But the Gu Jiao in the manner and the person on the horse emitting the fury of a killing god were like two different people. He did not dare to recognize her for a moment. Get on the boat. He finally came to his senses. Gu Jiao rode on the Black Wind King's strong horse. She coldly pulled back the bow in her hand and shot him into the water with an arrow. Chapter 947. Novels with content that can't be found online can be found here. Li Jiangping was an elder of the Dark Night Island, but he was sent flying by an arrow. What kind of terrifying strength was that? The swordsman frowned and said to his 4 subordinates, "Go." The 4 of them drew their swords and flew towards Gu Jiao with their lightness skills. Gu Jiao fired 3 arrows at the same time. Their speed was unbelievably fast, and they tore through the air with unstoppable force, directly hitting the hearts of the 3 swordsmen. The 3 of them didn't even have time to fight back before they screamed and fell. The last swordsman saw that his 3 companions were killed and couldn't help but stop. In this short moment, the Black Wind King had already arrived under him. Gu Jiao pulled out the red-tasseled spear from her back and nailed him to a tree not far away. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His head tilted and he stopped breathing. The swordsman's eyebrows twitched. He couldn't believe it. In a flash, an image appeared in his mind. "I know who you are. You are Duke An's adopted daughter. The commander of the Black Wind Cavalry. Should I call you Xiao Lulang or young madam?" To be honest, when he heard that the commander of the Black Wind Cavalry who killed Gong Sun Yu was a woman, he was more shocked than if he had seen a ghost. Other than the Master of Shadows, he didn't expect there to be a second woman who was so powerful. That's right, the first Master of Shadows was a woman. Perhaps even the members of the Shadow Division didn't know this secret, but the head of the Sword Hut had interacted with her before. The Black Wind King stopped 10 steps away from him. If Duke An wasn't still in the carriage, it would have rammed into him. Gu Jiao held the reins with one hand and pointed the red-tasseled spear at him coldly. "Let go of my adopted father and I'll leave you with a whole corpse." The swordsman laughed mockingly. "Only a whole corpse? Ah, girl. You sure talk big." Gu Jiao sat on the back of the horse and looked down at him. "It seems that you don't want to choose. That's good." The swordsman sneered. "Do you really think you can kill me? Although I admit that your martial arts are stronger than I imagined, you are still no match for me." Noisy. Gu Jiao finished speaking word by word and jumped down from the horse's back. Her long spear was like a rainbow as she fiercely stabbed towards the swordsman. The assassin drew his sword to block, but he had underestimated Gu Jiao's strength and the sharpness of the red-tasseled spear. His sword was cut in half and his arm went numb. He took a few steps back and looked at Gu Jiao in disbelief. To be honest, Gu Jiao was also very surprised. Ever since the battle, she had not properly dueled with anyone. The swordsman was her first real opponent, although his strength was not enough. The swordsman threw away the long sword in his hand and took out another sword from under the carriage. But as expected, it was still cut in half by Gu Jiao's spear. He finally realized that he had kicked an iron board and planned to retreat. Gu Jiao did not give him the chance as her spear cut off his head. He watched as his body went further and further away. The world spun and dust entered his mouth and nose. Then there was no more than adoptive father. Gu Jiao quickly opened the curtain of the carriage. Who would have thought that she would find nothing? There was not a single person inside. She looked carefully and found that when she was dueling with the swordsman, another expert had taken advantage of the situation and taken away Ng Guogong from the back door of the carriage. She looked at the sky. Little Nine. Little Nine flapped its wings and chased after her. Gu Jiao also got on the horse and chased after Little Nine's eagle cry, running into the night. There was no horse faster than the Black Wind King in the world. When Xiao Heng and Shang Guanqing arrived at the ferry, there was no trace of Gu Jiao and Ng Guogong. There were only a few corpses on the ground and one of them was a headless corpse. Shang Guanqing frowned. "After chasing them for so long, did we still lose them?" Xiao Heng's eyes swept over and said cautiously, "There is someone in the water." The accompanying secret guard went into the water and pulled Li Jiangping out of the water. Li Jiangping still had one breath left. "Who is this guy?" Shang Guanqing asked. When Li Jiangping came to the house, he happened to take Jing Kong out and did not see Li Jiangping face to face. Xiao Heng said, "Li Jiangping." He is the traitor of the Dark Knight sect? Shang Guanqing squatted down and checked the arrow in his chest. It is Jiao Jiao's arrow. Xiaoheng walked forward and looked coldly at the dying Li Jiangping. Where did Jiao Jiao and Nguogong go? Li Jiangping did not want to say at first, but Xiaoheng had someone cut off his fingers. Shang Guanqing clicked his tongue. No way, my little brother is so cruel? Xiaoheng said expressionlessly, if you don't say it, I will cut off your ears, nose and mouth and feed them to you. Shang Guanqing thought, damn. Today was the day that my little brother refreshed his knowledge. Li Jiangping could not withstand the torture in the end. Go east, 3 miles, there is at Sangjian Villa. The people of the Sword Hut should be there. That Sangjian Villa was a small sect near Jiaodu. The Sword Hut needed a place to hide when they came here, so they robbed that Sangjian Villa. According to the plan, Li Jiangping and the swordsman would bring in Nguogong to board the boat first, and the people of the Sword Hut would follow behind to ensure that no masters could catch up to them. But now that something like this had happened, the plan was disrupted. He did not know if the people of the Sword Hut would choose to board the boat from another ferry. How many people are there in total? Xiaoheng asked. Li Jiangping said weakly, sect leader, 4 venerables, 8 protectors, and some disciples. I don't know the exact number. Xiaoheng paused and said, how is their strength compared to Sky Splitter? Li Jiangping recalled, Sky Splitter? I have never seen it before. Xiaoheng thought for a moment and changed the name, then Anhun. Li Jiangping said, Anhun is the direct disciple of the sect leader. His strength is comparable to a protector. 8 protectors and 8 Anhun. Xiaoheng could not help but clench his fists. The situation was not optimistic. What about the venerables? He asked again. Li Jiangping said, the strength of the venerables is above that of the protectors. Shang Guanqing's expression also became solemn. With so many experts, if Jiao Jiao really broke through, it would be disastrous. Xiaoheng quickened his pace. Why did you capture Dukin? Li Jiangping said, For that box. Xiaoheng said, what treasure is in that box? Why does the Sword Hut want to obtain it? Li Jiangping exhaled more than he inhaled. I don't know. It's the sect leader's orders. Shang Guanqing leaned closer to his stinky brother and asked, is what he said true? It should be true. Xiaoheng said with a serious gaze, young Master Mingyue is the son of the sect leader. He knows nothing about the small medicine box. It can be seen that this matter is indeed a secret. Very few people know about it. Shang Guanqing glanced at Li Jiangping. Then what about him? Kill him or, Xiaoheng said calmly, leave him for Changjing. Shang Guanqing looked at Li Jiangping's finger that had been cut off at the base and was bleeding profusely. He felt that his finger was in pain. Although this scene was very cruel, what should he do when he was a little taken aback by his stinky brother's handsomeness? The person who captured Duke and was an expert with top-notch Qinggong. Coupled with his familiarity with the terrain, almost no one could catch up to him. However, the one chasing after him was the overlord of the sky, Hai Dongqing. Even if he grew a pair of wings, he could not fly away from him. He wanted to shoot down the eagle that kept circling above him, but the eagle flew too high. He did not have a bow and arrow. With just his sword chi, he could not even reach the other party's feathers. Although the Sword Hidden Villa was a small sect, its geographical location was very particular. It was located in a place with beautiful mountains and limpid waters. The mountain gate was at the foot of the mountain. It was guarded by the disciples of the sect. Now it was the disciples of the Sword Hut. One had to walk up more than 100 steps to reach the sect halfway up the mountain. Gu Jiao chased all the way to the foot of the mountain. Perhaps because the expert had informed them, the 2 disciples guarding the gate were already prepared. They pulled out their swords one after another and looked at Gu Jiao warily. Who are you? One of them asked. Gu Jiao did not waste time talking to them. She directly charged over. There were steps up. The Black Wind King could not walk anymore. Gu Jiao told him to wait in the forest. She grabbed her red-tasseled spear and charged all the way to the villa. Although it was easy for her to kill them, it was not because they were weak. In fact, each of them had the strength of a celestial wolf. It was because her strength had increased a lot. As for how much, she could not determine. She had not met an opponent who could force her to use her full strength. How dare you? How dare you hurt a disciple of the Sword Hut? Just as Gu Jiao was about to enter the villa, a man in gray clothes wearing a silver mask stepped into the night and flew towards Gu Jiao with a sword in his hand. This person's aura was clearly stronger than the disciples from before. He was a true expert. His sword landed on Gu Jiao's red-tasseled spear. The weapons met and sparks flew. Following the crisp sound of the collision, Gu Jiao could feel that her arm was violently shaken. Gu Jiao was forced to take a few steps back. She looked at the person who came. From his voice, it was a middle-aged man. However, he looked very young and strong. The muscles on his arms and chest were almost bursting out from under his clothes. This person was a tempered body expert. Like Shi, he had a very strong inner strength. Gu Jiao could feel a murderous aura from him that was comparable to In Hun's. If it was a year ago, she would not be In Hun's opponent. But now she had the strength to fight him. Gu Jiao gripped her red-tasseled spear tightly and began to look for the opponent's weakness. The man was slightly stunned. He did not expect that under such circumstances, the opponent did not have the slightest intention of retreating. "Who are you?" This young man caught his attention. Gu Jiao said, "Who am I? Why don't you go to hell and ask your fellow disciples?" "You're a girl?" The man was shocked again. Then he looked at Gu Jiao's beautiful face under the moonlight and murmured, "No wonder." He was wondering how a man could be so good-looking. Gu Jiao looked around. There was more than one ferry nearby. If they were delayed, and Guogong might be taken away by them through another door. She did not waste any more words with him. She raised her red-tasseled spear and charged at him. On the other side, Xiao Heng and Sheng Guanqing's group were surrounded by the disciples of the Sword Hut. The secret guards protected the two young masters in the middle. Sheng Guanqing held a gun and stood back to back with Xiao Heng, waiting for an opportunity to move. He frowned and said, "How many people did the Sword Hut send this time? How did they get into the Zhao kingdom?" Xiao Heng looked warily at the disciples of the Sword Hut who surrounded them. A caravan, an underground martial arts arena, or a marriage proposal team from the Dark Knight clan. Anything is possible. Sheng Guanqing gritted his teeth and said, "That Li really deserves to die." Xiao Heng said, "He is only a pawn. The real mastermind is the head of the Sword Hut. Kill them." The leader of the disciples of the Sword Hut gave the order. The rest of the people rushed toward the secret guards of the Marquis Schwamping's manor. The two sides quickly fought. If it was a one-on-one fight, the secret guards were not a match for the disciples of the Sword Hut. However, the number of secret guards was 3 times that of the disciples of the Sword Hut. For a moment they were able to hold them back. Xiao Heng grabbed Sheng Guanqing's wrist and ran into the forest at the side in the chaos. The sounds of fighting behind them gradually disappeared. Sheng Guanqing let out a sigh of relief and asked, "Where do we go next?" Xiao Heng said, "Li Jiangping said to go east. East is right in front." Sheng Guanqing hurriedly said, "Oh, then let's go quickly." Unexpectedly, after a few steps, there was a cracking sound under Sheng Guanqing's feet. A sharp pain came from his ankle. He tripped on the spot and fell forward onto the ground. Xiao Heng stopped in time. He turned around and walked toward him. He squatted down and asked, "What's wrong?" Sheng Guanqing supported himself on the ground and sat up. He did not forget to pick up the gun that had fallen to the side. He broke out in a cold sweat and said, "My leg seems to have been caught by something." Xiao Heng lifted his hem and took a look. He frowned and said, "It's a beast trap. It might have been put there by the villagers nearby. Bear with it. I'll pry it open. Give me the gun." Sheng Guanqing did not understand and asked, "Why do you need the gun?" Xiao Heng looked at the beast trap that was embedded in Sheng Guanqing's flesh and said, "Only the gun is hard enough." Sheng Guanqing hugged the gun tightly and said, It will be broken." Xiao Heng looked up at him and said, "If the gun is broken, I'll make a new one for you. If your leg is broken, I can't do anything." Sheng Guanqing painfully handed the gun to his brother and said reluctantly, "Then be gentle, not to me but to her. She's my wife. Don't hurt my wife." Xiao Heng was speechless. In the villa, Gu Jiao ended the battle with that man. That man was so talkative. She had already learned his identity from him. He was the 7th guardian of the Sword Hut. The 7th guardian's mask was broken and he fell to the ground heavily. He covered his chest and kept vomiting blood. He looked at Gu Jiao panting. His eyes were full of disbelief. Didn't his fellow disciples say that this girl couldn't even defeat In Hun? She couldn't defeat him? This was a fucking beatdown. His skills were on par with In Hun's, but during the fight just now, other than his surprise attack which forced the girl to retreat, he had not been able to win against her since she took the initiative to attack him. The first 10 moves were a draw. From the 11th move onwards he had no power to fight back. Why was it like this? Gu Jiao stepped on his chest. She was like the master of all things looking down at the ants on the ground. Where is Dukin? The seventh guardian laughed coldly. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Do you think I will tell you? I'm warning you, this is the territory of the Sword Hut. If you dare to act recklessly. His gaze was very determined. He could not reveal any information to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao did not want to waste time on him. She withdrew her foot. Under the gaze of the disciples of the Sword Hut who did not dare to go forward, she walked into the villa with the blood-dripping red-tasseled spear like a shura. The seventh guardian struggled to stand up. He looked coldly at Gu Jiao's back. He grabbed with his 5 fingers and gathered enough inner energy. He was about to hit Gu Jiao's back fiercely. Gu Jiao happened to pass by the corpse of a disciple of the Sword Hut. She stomped her foot fiercely and the long sword on the ground flipped up. She hit the hilt of the sword with her palm. The long sword flew towards the seventh guardian behind her. The seventh guardian did not even have time to react before his chest was pierced fiercely. During the entire process, Gu Jiao did not turn her head. Her red-tasseled spear touched the ground. Following her footsteps, the cold glinting tip of the spear drew a slow and ear-piercing sound on the limestone floor. Occasionally a string of sparks would fly. There were disciples charging towards her. Every single one of them fell under her red-tasseled spear. The disciples of the Sword Hut were frightened by her killing. A disciple trembled and said, Quick, go and report to the headmaster. The Sword Hut had 2 peaks. The headmaster, the various venerables and the guardians were at the rear peak. Today, it was the 7th guardian's turn to guard the vanguard. Gu Jiao found Dukin, who had been tied up by 4 disciples at the back door of the vanguard. As she expected, they were planning to take him down the mountain from the side door and head to another ferry. Gu Jiao dealt with the 4 people as quickly as possible. She cut the ropes on Dukin's body and knelt by his side. She helped the fainted Dukin up. Adoptive father, adoptive father. She placed Dukin on her shoulder and checked his pulse. Dukin slowly regained consciousness. He weakly opened his heavy eyelids and said to Gu Jiao, Jiao, quick go. Don't worry about me. Hurry. Go down the mountain. Gu Jiao said, let's go together. Dukin clenched his teeth and used the last of his strength to say, I have medicine on me. It'll harm you. Gu Jiao had already noticed. She helped him untie the ropes on his feet. This bit of knockout drug is useless against me. I'll carry you down the mountain. As she spoke, she turned around and carried Dukin on her back. However, the moment she turned around, a ghostly figure appeared out of nowhere and slapped her chest, sending her and Dukin flying at the same time. Jiao. Dukin didn't know where he got the strength. He grabbed Gu Jiao and spun in the air. He let himself fall to the ground and held Gu Jiao tightly in his arms. He was hit so hard that he spat out a mouthful of blood. The 2 of them hit a rock on the side. He used his hands to protect Gu Jiao's head. Gu Jiao's head was saved, but the huge impact still knocked Gu Jiao out of his arms. There was a cliff in front of them. He rushed over to grab Gu Jiao, but it was too late. Gu Jiao was thrown out. Jiao. Dukin screamed. Save her. She is the person you are looking for. The 2nd guardian of the Sword Hut who had sneakily attacked Gu Jiao was shocked. What? She is that? Oh no. She can't die. The 2nd guardian rushed to the edge of the cliff, but he was 1 step too late. He reached out to grab her, but he couldn't even catch a corner of her clothes. He swayed a few times. The sand and stones under his feet fell off the cliff, as if he was going to slide down with her. He stared at the pitch-black cliff in shock, completely dumbfounded. Dukin climbed to the cliff. Tears came out of his eyes. Jiao. In the forest, Sheng Wanqing, who was being supported by Xiao Heng, was limping forward. He frowned. What's that sound? Xiao Heng gathered his qi and looked up. It seems to be Dukin. Jiao is in trouble. The strong wind on the cliff was blowing. It was so strong that people couldn't open their eyes. The 2nd guardian raised his hand to block his eyes. He took a few steps back. At this moment, a light blue figure jumped from behind. He jumped off the cliff without hesitation. His robe was facing the strong wind. A breathtaking lotus bloomed in the dark night valley. Gu Jiao kept falling. The strong wind was cutting her face like a knife. When the plane crashed, it seemed to be the same feeling. So this time was she going to die too? Her thoughts were blown away by the wind. While she was in a daze, a strong hand grabbed her wrist. She felt that she was caught by something. When she opened her eyes, she saw a familiar young and handsome face. Gu Changqing? Gu Changqing grabbed her with one hand and held the cliff with the other. However, it was not so easy to stabilize them when they fell at the same time. His fingertips were badly mutilated on the cliff. His bones could be seen. Finally, he held on. Gu Jiao was hanging under him. There was some warm liquid dripping on her forehead. She touched the liquid on her forehead and twisted her fingertips. Gu Changqing, you're hurt. His hand hurt so much that it didn't feel like his own. Gu Changqing was soaked in cold sweat, but he said in a normal tone, I'm fine. Do you still have strength? I'll pull you up first. Hold on to me and I'll bring you up. In this place, one could fall if they were not careful. They were good at fighting, but they were humans, not gods. If they fell, they would lose their lives. Gu Changqing carefully pulled Gu Jiao up. He let Gu Jiao climb onto his back and wrapped the whip around each other. Gu Jiao said, I can do it myself. Gu Changqing said, don't move. He saw it just now. She was hit. Even if the armor blocked most of the power, it still affected her. Gu Jiao hugged his neck and said, but you're hurt. Gu Changqing said softly, that's why I have to carry you. I don't have the will to live. Gu Jiao didn't insist. Thinking of something, Gu Jiao said, I have a match. I can light the way for you. No need. He looked at his bloody left hand and said calmly, I can see the way. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.